Oxford is, in my opinion, is one of the finest little communities to raise a family. We've been used to more or less a segregated life. This is something that that our colored people here are adjusted to. They are happy and they're well satisfied. A lot of them depend largely upon the white. And I would like to say this, that the white people here depend largely on them for help and so on. And they will go to their aid. That's what the colored people like. They like someone that if they get in trouble, sickness, that church should burn or something. The white people here step in and they help them out, and the colored people appreciate it.
There are 1,600 Negroes in Oxford, mostly unskilled. There are few jobs except as janitors, cafeteria, and yard workers. In the Negro quarter, large families live in 2 and 3 rooms. As in most southern communities, Negro women are the main support of the family, working as maids, washwomen, and nurses. 73% of Oxford's Negroes receive some form of welfare relief. At the Mary Buey Museum, Oxford's most celebrated citizen, William Faulkner, is memorialized. Mary Rowland is the custodian of the museum. As Faulkner described so vividly, she shares with most white Southerners a sense of intimacy with their Negroes.
The fact that we have a good set of Negroes here, and they don't want to be disturbed. They really are. I have one that I just love. She nursed my children for about 6 years, and I wouldn't have her want for a thing if I found out that she needed something. And I was right amused when my daughter from Arlington, Virginia came down. She was one of the children that Missy had nursed. And I got my son to drive us out to see Missy. And she had also nursed him. And his little boy was in the car with us. And when Missy came out, she said, "Look at my children." And she put her arm right around William's shoulder. And the little boy just looked up at her, you know. He didn't know what to make of it. And I said, "Listen, Billy, she was a mother to him for a while. I tell you, she helped nurse him." And so that's the association we had with them, and I presume there's still some good ones around. Of course, there are some getting some ideas, and that's all right. That's progress. But we've got some mighty good darkies here.
Progress in the South has always been measured by the darky and by cotton. First there was tobacco, rice, and indigo to be worked. But by the end of the 18th century, there was a severe depression. Slavery seemed doomed. Then, in 1793, the invention of the cotton gin. Cotton could now be mass-produced, and an economic boom was in the making. Black hands and black backs were needed again to support a land. Who else could work so hard, so long, and so cheaply? But there were dangers in the system. Slaves could run away, or fight, or kill. And so, black codes were established that declared slaves were not persons, but property. These chattels could not leave the plantation without authorization. They could not visit the homes of whites or free Negroes. And for those who had the courage or the foolishness to defy the code, there was the whipping post, branding, prison, or death. As the country moved toward war, white men had established a moral system to meet their needs. At the heart of it was a belief in the Negro's natural inferiority. Slavery was declared not only an economic, but a social good. South Carolina's governor said, "In all social systems, there must be a class to do the menial duties, to perform the drudgery of life. Such a class you must have, or you would not have that other class, which leads progress, civilization, and refinement." And And the North destroyed all this. All the gentility and pride and honor that white Southerners called a way of life. More than 600,000 died in the war. 250,000 Southerners. Black men also fought and died. Of 186,000 Negroes who enlisted in the Union Army, 38,000 died. The South lay devastated. Hell has laid her egg, said a Georgian visiting Atlanta. Right here it hatched. Galveston, a reporter said, was a city of dogs and desolation, utterly God-forsaken.
After the Civil War, everybody in this country, in the Mississippi Delta, was bankrupt. All the chattels were gone, the cotton, and whatever cotton had been ginned, stored, was burned, and this country was destitute. And of course, the slaves, the freed Negroes, were just as destitute as the landowners. And they were both in a pretty difficult situation.
4 million Negroes were free. Free under the Federal Reconstruction Acts for the first time to own their own homes. Free to go to school. Free to vote and hold public office. The first mixed jury in the South was empaneled for the trial of Confederate President Jefferson Davis. Half of the jurors were Negroes. Before 1901, 22 Negroes were elected to Congress. There were 2 Negro senators from Mississippi. 33-year-old Blanche K. Bruce was one. John Mercer Langston, a Negro abolitionist, who became a representative from Virginia. B.S. Pinchback, acting governor of Louisiana. There was graft and corruption. But during this time, Negroes were influential in passing bills for free public schools, abolished property qualifications for voting, and ended use of the whipping post and branding iron. Today, these laws still exist for everyone but the Negro.
I think the thing that Reconstruction did was not as important as the fact that the slave was now free, and a place had to be found for him. And the number, the sheer number, you see, of these untrained people, well, it was a tremendous problem.
A tremendous problem that has always haunted the South. Jobs for Negroes. Negroes who were often stronger, more capable for the work required. A laborless, landless, and homeless class, Lincoln called them, caught in a hazy realm between bondage and freedom. But in 1866, Union General Hatch said, "At issue in the South is not what shall be done with the Negro, but what shall be done with the whites." They were the victims of poverty and poor land, of malaria and hookworm, about whom the Negroes used to sing, "You can't make a living on sandy land. I'd rather be a nigger than a poor white man." And to these whites, there was horror at the specter of black supremacy, blacks winning control and competing for what had been exclusively theirs, lands, homes, and jobs. Birth of a Nation, a movie classic produced in 1915, dramatized what had now become the prevalent white attitude, the fear of incompetent, criminal, and savage Negroes who, with federal bayonets, ravaged an innocent South. And so, to save the South, the Ku Klux Klan organized in 1865. On horseback with guns, sword, and the cross, they terrorized Negroes and their sympathizers with violence, arson, and murder. Today, though their techniques have progressed to air-conditioned limousines, they are still active, still dedicated to their faith that Jesus Christ was not a Jew, that the Pope of Rome is Antichrist, and the Negro is a beast who must be suppressed.
To describe that bunch, I'd have to use a whole lot stronger than I'm permitted to use, being a minister of the gospel. Amen. They go into the auditorium of the gymnasium for the after football game dance. Then comes along one of the nigger football players, and they all go piled in there together like that you are here tonight, just like a bunch of OICs and Berkshire hogs all trying to loosen a lot together. They go in there and they get to rubbing around, smelling that vanilla flavoring. Could you conceive the idea of your fair-skinned daughter, her dancing partner be tagged on the shoulder by some burrhead, liver, lip, goat-smelling, eight-faced nigger? Can you conceive such a thing? Are you going to do something about it?
Reverend W.N. Redmond, as most Southern Negroes, has been an eyewitness to the vigilante system of Negro control. At 14, he remembers the punishment of a Negro father and son who had killed a white man's dog.
They took him and put him in jail, and they beat him. And then they got together on a Saturday, and they tied him with barbed wire, hand and feet. They put barbed wire around the neck and put the father on one side of the bumper and the Negro and the son on the other side of the bumper. They drug them all over the town. And after that, they were drugged to the neighborhood, the Negro neighborhood. They were told that this is the way that we're going to keep the Negro in this place. And they took gas, gasoline, and they poured it on them, and they burned them up.
Freedom and truth for former slaves required new definitions. Sheriff Boyce Bratton comments.
I feel that the Negro here in Lafayette County in Mississippi has freedom, all the freedom he wants. He's not tied by any laws, man-made laws, or made by Congress or any other lawmaking body. He has all the freedom that he wants. The Negro is not deprived of any freedom here in Mississippi.
Jim Crow, it was called. Beginning in 1870, signs went up all over the South separating the races and taking away the Negroes' newly won rights. Negroes and whites were separated on trains and buses. Negroes were barred from white hotels, restaurants, barbershops, and theaters.
I've also heard a number of times that the colored and the white were not equal under the law. That's true. The colored gets the break and the white man doesn't. For instance, two men, one white and one colored, breaks into a store here. In all probability, the colored man would get a very light sentence and the white man would get a heavy sentence. Now, that's not equality under the law. But it goes back to the thing that I said to start with, that the white man of the South feels like it's actually his job to look after his colored citizens, or the colored citizens, and they're not held accountable to the same stringent letter of the law that the white man is.
That no amalgamation of races should be allowed. In other words, they did not permit intermarriage. It was made death to maim or kill a horse or a cow or a slave.
By 1885, separate schools were the new order. At white and Negro schools, children, using the same textbook, learned the traditions of the past and absorbed the values of the present. In their History of Mississippi textbook, they read of life on a Mississippi plantation. The master and the mistress taught the Negroes truthfulness and honesty as they taught their own children, by not tempting them and by trusting them. With Negro slaves, it seemed impossible for one of them to do a thing without the assistance of one or two others. Of course, some kind of occupation had to be devised to keep them employed a part of the time, but it was very laborious to find easy work for a large body of lazy and inefficient people. And in their churches, too. white Southerners sang and prayed to a God that to them decreed segregation.
Well, certainly I believe in segregation. I have stated that I have believed in it. I believe in it now, and I always will believe in segregation. First, because God teaches it. I think it's God's plan that the races be segregated. We find a lot of scripture on it. And for reasons that I've just mentioned, that I feel that their standards is not up to the white standard. I'm not going to force somebody to go to church with me. And that's what they're trying to do to the colored race. That's what the outsiders is trying to do. They're trying to come down here and force them to go to our church.
I build a house. I have a right to live in that house. You don't have a right to come in and move in with me. I build a church. It may be this house of the Lord. But yet, I maintain if I build it, I have a right to say who will and who will not come in. Remember, it's come by invitation only.
By invitation only became the right of Negroes also, as they found ways to live as free men in the South.
Seek the salvation of our kindred and acquaintance, to walk circumspectly. If you're just, somebody know it. And if you're just in your dealings, it'll soon be that folks will take your word. But if you're unjust in your dealing, won't nobody believe nothing you say. See what I mean?
In 1895, Booker T. Washington declared, "In all things that are purely social, we can be as separate as the fingers, yet one as the hand, and all things essential to mutual progress." By the end of the century, segregation was complete. The New South rose out of the ashes of the old, and the good nigger was the one who once again knew his place.
As a rule, they are a very happy people. A large percent of them do not worry because they know that they're going to be taken care of. I've had a number of them to remark to me that, well, they know Mr. Brown or Mr. Jones, Mr. Smith's going to take care of us. They know that. They know that they're not going hungry. And they're not going to need for clothes as long as they'll work and do halfway right. They know that they're going to be taken care of. So they have no worries.
White folks were so good to me till when I got sick and disabled to work, they just come in and bring me something to eat, clothes, done everything. Fed me, clothed me, and I had a house full of children, and they fed my children. Yes, sir, I've been working all of my life, and the white folks raised me. Mister, I tell you the truth, I don't know what in the world I'd do without white folks. Now, that's the truth. And, misters, I'm just a white folks nigger. I'm a nigger, and all of my children's a nigger. And all this community in here of Mississippi recognize, appreciate it, and work for the white folks.
The nigger is not a part of my family. As a result, I don't elect to have him sit and eat with me. As a result, I don't elect to have him belong to a club that I may belong to. I don't elect to be...
For Judge Obar, as for most Southern whites, out of the past has come a philosophy he calls the Southern way of life. The Negro and his place is at the heart of it.
This is the way it has been. It's the history of the South. Is because we've been brought up like this. We have been taught like this. And we teach our children like this, and they'll teach their children like that. I think it is a matter that has been history all down through the years and will remain history.
Well, I guess it's just plain born in us, instilled in us. In spite of the fact that you have great respect for some Negro individuals, respect them as people, and not just as a servant. There is some physical revulsion, I think. The skin is dark. And I guess it's just something that we are so familiar with, it's just impossible, really, to overcome it.
For 11 million Negroes in the South, there is also a Southern way of life. But rarely have they been asked for their interpretation.
Well, the white man fears this, that if the Negro get equal education, that he will be out of his reach to do the job that he heretofore have done for him, and he figured that he was going to have to pay the Negro equal salary that he would have to pay the other boy, which actually is not the skin of the Negro that the white man dreads. It's the Negro is going to demand the dollar that the white man demands.
The Southern way of life for the Negro woman means that she is addressed all the time by her first name, or she's called auntie, or she's called girl by the other race. And the Southern way of life often means that our children wear some of the things that have been given by others. Now, a lot of times these are good things, and they are highly appreciated. And the Southern way of life means that you can purchase food from a side entrance or a back entrance, or you can get someone to fix something for you to carry out. The Southern way of life means that you are to say yes ma'am, and yes sir, and no ma'am, and no sir. Sometimes that's expected even down to the teenagers.
In order to segregate the Negro, we essentially must segregate ourselves, you see. You cannot enslave, if you want to use that word, or hold down or discriminate against someone else without in turn having the same thing happen to yourself. The changes that will happen as they go along will release us, free us, if you will, so that we can have a much broader perspective on human responsibility and human dignity and human rights. Whereas before we thought in terms of white only, we will be able to think in terms of all men.
We live in hope. We have faith to believe that the good things that we hope for as human beings and as God's children will finally come to pass. So that's a part of my Christian life here in the way of life here in the South.
Oh, touch me, Lord. Touch me, Lord.
As we moved into the 20th century, for the older generation of Negroes, there was often only patience and faith in the future. But in the middle of the 20th century, for the younger Negroes, something else was stirring. Something that would change the South and the Southern way of life. Something that was a long time a-coming and was too explosive to contain. Touch me, Lord. I want to be home.
Check, check, testing 1, 2, fuck it. Good morning, people. How are we today? What's up? Happy 4th of July. Happy Independence Day. It is a holiday that most Americans have lost perspective of. How do we celebrate freedom while crushing the freedom of others? I do not know. I do not know. I hope you enjoyed this morning's first educational film for the day. The history of the Negro people, the Negro and the South. I was appalled. I was appalled during much of it. The references to girls and boys and darkies, and it was just horrible. But it's reality. And if you just totally take reality and set it aside and hide it, what good is history if you can't learn from it? Right? Any white person that knows a person of color should watch these educational films and realize how stupid racism is. It's just blatantly stupid. To be a racist, you have got to be the most ignorant person in the world. So there you go. You could check out your own blood. If you're racist and you're white and you think you're ooh, I'm the best, check out your own bloodline and see how many times you had dark blood in your family. Because more than likely you have. We're all connected, man. We're all related. It all goes back to the same mother and the same father. Good morning, WW. How you doing? Happy Independence Day, sir. How's it going? Today I've got my Budman shirt on. My bicentennial Minuteman, my Budman here. Totally. Did I get it done? Oh, I got it done, man. I got it done yesterday, and it was almost midnight. But I got it done. I got all of my 4th of July stuff organized, uploaded, and moved over to my hard drive and put it over to my graphics computer. That would be this computer over here. And I got my video time machine done. It's 2 hours and 7 minutes, and I didn't have to do a rewrite. I didn't have to do a re-edit. It worked. So at some point today or this evening, we might watch that video time machine together, because it's pretty cool. As are they all. What am I talking about? I don't make a bad video time machine. Right when I was finishing up, just before I was doing the RIP section, the end where I stick in moments of silence for those who we've lost recently. Michael Madsen. I was like, oh my goodness. And oh, by the way, I did find Jimmy Swaggart in 1983 on his TV show hawking LPs, tapes, and 8-tracks of his sermons. So I put a 3-minute chunk of him trying to hawk 8-tracks, which is beautiful. Yeah, exactly. I used to say the same thing all the time. And now I don't procrastinate too much anymore. I don't have time to procrastinate. I figured once you get over 50, they say that midlife starts at like 40 or 50 or something. Are you kidding me? What, are we going to live to 100? Midlife is like 30. That's midlife right there. Anybody who's having a midlife crisis at 50, they're just having an end-of-life crisis, right? You're just figuring out that, oh shit, it's almost over. I better get off my ass and do something. Yeah, that's it. So that's me. That's why I'm here. I'm trying to do something here. So all day long, I'm going to have this air conditioner on, so get used to it. All day long, I am going to be here celebrating the 4th of July, but I am going to be celebrating it as in the days of old, the days when I was in high school and elementary school, right? We used to watch educational films. When a holiday would come along, it was time to watch an educational film. And it was usually on a Monday or a Friday. Friday because it was the end of the week and the teacher was like, yeah, let's get ready for the weekend. Let's get the kids geared up. They've been okay. They haven't driven me crazy. Let's watch a movie. Or my favorite was always you come in Monday morning and the teacher is like hung over. And they're like, we're going to watch a movie. And it's some weird, obscure fucking movie that hasn't got anything to do with any class lessons. It's just the teacher went into the AV department and said, give me a movie. I got to do something with these kids. That's it. What do you got? Professor Duck. Thank you. My lava lamp seems to be frozen. It's just a big lump right now. I think it needs to wake up, and it's right next to the air conditioner, so it's on the rise now. It's possible that it's just a little chilly, and the top is cooling off before. Or you know what I'm saying. The bottom is cooling off, and that it's creating the same temperature in the whole lamp. So there you go. Heat rises. So Ozzy, I think it's Ossie Davis. He was the narrator in the film that we watched first this morning during the pre-show. I like to put something on, and I had technical difficulties already this morning. Last night, I went to save 3 times. I went to save the video time machine, and it would get to 3% and freeze, and the save screen, the window with inside the screen, would go black. And I'm like, well, this isn't right. It should, if it got to 3%, it should be just moving, and it wasn't. I did it 3 times, restarted the computer, restarted the program, reset the program, and finally had to reinstall my graphics driver, which I don't know why. Ooh, he was married to Ruby Dee. Really? I did not know that. You know what? This lava lamp is on 24/7. So what happened is the whole thing is probably just too hot, so it doesn't want to rise. I think now that I have my AC on, it's going to start to do something. Because it's starting to wiggle now. Look at it. Totally. Say hi to the... I can't squeeze him and honk him because my dogs will freak out. And they'll be like, dude, are we playing? So I can't. But here he is. I'll put him here. My chicken. Big chicken, baby. Doherty. So, we've done one film this morning. And it was, what you call it? History of the Negro People, the Negro and the South from 1965. So, I mean, it was really, it's going to be on the channel today at 2 p.m., so check it out. But it was like horrible. I mean, I cringed every time one of those old wrinkled up white ladies would talk about their darky girl who would nurse their children, and how she would take her kids to visit the darky lady, you know, and the darky lady would tell her, hey, look at my kids, oh, isn't that special? Trying to make the best out of a bad situation, I guess. Yeah. Or how they kept talking to white people, and how the white people said would explain why they did this. Well, we're doing this because that's what them black people want. They want to be taken care of. They want to be handled like this. Good morning, Joey. So it was really, really hard for me to watch this. It must have been really hard in the 80s, 70s, or 80s to watch something like this. I imagine after the 70s, this probably wasn't used in classrooms anymore. I would imagine that after the 60s it wasn't used, but you know how it is. Well, good morning, Joey. I expect that you got some good sleep last night, or today, or yesterday, or something, I hope. Because we're going to be here all day and all night, baby. I got it set up. I have got probably, I don't know, 50, 60 films that we can choose from. And every once in a while, I'll put it out to you. What are we going to watch? You know? And we'll Rochambeau it. It'll be, we're going to do the whites. We're going to do the African Americans, Native Americans, Mexican Americans. I fear I don't have anything else. But that makes up the bulk of America's, I guess, population, right? And minorities, majorities, and minorities. But yeah, today I really want to focus on how the country sees itself and how it's perceived racism over the years, and how racism is it's accepted one way, and then a decade later it's like, no, you can't, we can't, no, and we get to the next decade and they're even more, it's like, no, you can't do that either. And how we're changing, but how slow it's changing, and how much change we have still to go, right? And we seem to be going backwards, right? We seem to be going backwards in this country. So all day long we are going to be checking out educational films from as far back as the 1940s. I think the old 33 is the oldest one I have, Rebuilding Indian Country. Yeah. So I've tried to get a huge collection of stuff. Also, we're going to go through my huge collection of crap in my house. So at any given time, I'm going to reach around and grab something from within my house, and we'll talk about it. All right. I've got some encyclopedias. So we may look at some of those. I've just got so much crap. Just so much. So we're going to get started pretty quick here. Coffee. Yeah. Doodly, man. Cheers. Cheers. That's my Friday box. At first, I had plans to decorate my Friday box like the other 4 boxes. And then I decided not to. I thought, I've lived out of a box my entire life. Having a box for my day is perfectly appropriate. So there you go. Whoa. So this new stuff that I got, this new pot, it's a sativa, and it's called CC Berry Daze, D-A-Z-E, and it's coffee. It's coffee. It was a cool newspaper book. Do you want to do 1976, 1977? Let's do that. If that's what William wants, that's what William gets. I get bonus points when I buy pot. I can turn those bonus points into dollars, man. It is a Native American reservation pot shop that I go to. Come on, chick. Get over. Back in your place. And it's really cool. It's a really good place. A lot of good deals. I get an old guy discount and other various discounts. Let's see. These are my glasses. I don't need my glasses here. I am gonna put them way over here. Well, that last bong hit really got to me. Oh, that's what we did. We did those years yesterday. Yeah. Well, let's start with the album. Let me do this. Hey, let's start with the album of the day. What do we got? Oh, this one's for Carrie Ann. Carrie Ann is a friend of mine from college out here. We had photography class together. I see her on Facebook. Every once in a while, I make a comment. We never socialize. I never see her out in the world. We did go to the same concert together, ELO, Jeff Lynne, last year. But I didn't run into her. So she's a Procol Harum fan. So this is a Procol Harum, the concert with the Edmonton Symphony Orchestra and the Da Camera Singers. And it is, yeah, it is one of those live albums. This one was recorded in November of 1977 in Alberta, Canada. So there you go. At some point today I might get around to posting that, but I'm just not into it right now, man. 'Cause, you know, I didn't get much sleep last night. I got into bed at about 11:30. My wife, we were out here, the three of us, watching that 90s show, an episode, then another episode, and then my wife's like, okay, I'm out of here. And she goes and gets ready to go to bed. Well, my daughter gets up and she starts checking out her outfit, putting her outfit together. Yeah, whiter shade of pale. Totally cool. So she's trying on her outfit and makeup and doing all of this stuff to get everything ready for Saturday. She's going to a party at a friend's house. So I get all of my stuff done, I get the place closed down, get my time machine loaded and everything. So I'm like, wow, I'm actually done at 11:30 at night. And I thought I was going to be up all night having to edit and reboot and do all of this shit. set my alarm to come in here at 2 in the morning to do shit, and I didn't. So I got into bed, and as I walking by my daughter's door with the girls in it, I'm like, haha, I got this. You left to go to bed before me, and I'm going to bed before you. And I got into bed and was like, time. So much so that my daughter came in 3 times, and she's like, what do you think about this necklace? And what do you think about this? And what do you think about this? And it's like, I was laying in bed 30 minutes after checking out my daughter's wardrobe for Saturday, and I'm like, honey, and I was going to wake up my wife, because I was so happy that we're the kinds of parents that our almost 21-year-old daughter comes to for wardrobe advice, right? And I was like, ooh, I get a little goose fleshed thinking about that, you know, how cool is that, you know, I've got a young daughter, and she actually cares about my wardrobe advice, right? And it just made me feel like such a good dad, right? It's the little things that do it. It's the little things that do it. I mean, yeah, it makes me feel awesome that I had something to do with her being at the university, right? That makes me feel awesome. But it's different to know that your kid comes to you for that kind of advice that matters in her world, right? Yeah. I'm a fashionista. Yeah, I've never been called that before. Well, actually, back in my day, I was a pretty rowdy guy. I had some wardrobes, man. Let me see if I can find something. Let me go to what do we got here? External hard drive. Here we go. HAL 9000 hard drive. Yeah, I named my hard drives HAL 9000 and SAL 9000. Those are 2 old computers that I have the files for here. Let's see, I think we took a pretty good look at 1984. I don't know, were you here when we were looking at photos the other day of me and my old clan? Pardon me, because I don't want to repeat myself. Wow. 86, what do we got for 86? Wow, a lot of stuff for 86. 86, I had different hairstyles all throughout my life. Yeah, polyester. Were parachute pants made of polyester? I think it was nylon, because I wore a lot of parachute. Okay, so here's a photo of me during my short hair stage. This would be, at one point I had long hair, and it was kind of a Motley Crue thing because it was puffed up big, right? It plastic. That's why it melted to me when I drop a burning match. So I had this, what we called big hair, 80s hair. The guys had it too. And MC Hammer pants, I had a pair of those. They were uncomfortable though. I had no support. I felt like I was just freeballing it all the time. So at one point, I had super long hair, and I walked into the bathroom one day at a friend's house, and just started chopping until I came up with a Billy Idol haircut, right? My daughter cuts her own hair. It must run in the genes. So I go in there, I cut off all of my hair and turn it into a Billy Idol, except for the back. I can't get to the back. I can't see the back. So I call my friend's older brother in, right? We're in our teens. He's in his mid-20s. So I call him in, and he comes in and goes, "Oh my God, what did you do?" And I said, come here. Fix the backs for me. His sister cut hair, which is why I called him in. So I called him in, and yeah, rebel yell, exactly. And he helped me do this Billy Idol. The only thing was, we did a kind of a mullet, a Billy Idol mullet. So after it started to grow out, it started to look kind of GQ. And at this point, I started growing a lot of facial hair. It was just sparse at first, but it was everywhere. Yeah, it is a good day for a white wedding, or a red wedding, or an orange wedding, or a green wedding, or, you know, whatever. Yes. This. Thank you for the appreciation of the mullet there. It was the long hair short thing was really in at that point. Okay, so I'm gonna take you to a place that I never liked to be when I was young, but I'm gonna take you here to Mole Land. This is a mole that I had my whole life up until about 15 years ago when I had it removed. I also had one here over my eye. So I never liked them. So eventually I got them removed. Yeah. And I'll see if I can find, let me just look through these photos here. And, alright, I guess I can show this one. This is Andy's dark hair in the foreground, or Joey. And there's James getting noogied. And there's me in the background with a silly, happy grin on my face, because we're probably stoned. John Daly. So there we are, probably stoned, but hanging out after school. Me and James and Andy and Brett and Steve and Chris and all the guys. We would all get together almost every day. Oh yeah, here's a good one. Here's a good one. This is when I was in that GQ phase, right? When I was trying real hard to fit in, because I was homeless. I was actually living on this couch at this point. I had a van and I started living in it. But I was pretty much a couch surfer from about 15 to about 20. And I would not have been able to stay in school. I would have not been able to stay off the streets if it wasn't for families like this household here. This was my friend Brett's household. And his mother took me in. Alright. And here is another great shot. Dude. So this is my VK vest. V as in Victor, K as in killer, right? So VK vest, I won't go into that. But this was my vest. I think this is of the, what the hell shirt is this? I don't remember what shirt this is. Crap. Look at that. Uncle Sam there. Uncle Scam. I remember this vest. I loved this vest. I hand did all of this vest in a van down by the river. Totally. It was Judas Priest. There you go. Bruce Dickinson. Iron Maiden. I think this is my friend Brett's room. It's either Brett's room or Kendra's room. I can't remember. Hey, Susie. Good morning. How are you? Hey, hi, hi. We're just sitting here looking at. Pictures of me back in the day, and I don't know why we got stuck on pictures of me back in the day, but I think I wanted to get where my hair keeps changing. There's another good one. There you go. So that jacket there, for a while, that big denim jacket with the wool inside was my favorite jacket in the world. You know, for some time there was a while when it was a members only, black members only, and then there was a leather jacket, and there was an army, olive drab army jacket coat thing. So over the years I had these different jackets, but this was one of my favorites, this jacket here. And thank you about the mullet there. And I don't remember what happened to this jacket. I don't. And it bummed me out. Right? So 2 Christmases ago, my wife bought me the jacket. We went out to a Levi's store at the mall, and it's one of those malls with the outlet mall. So it's got like 1 million stores, and they actually got this and hid it from me for months, and then it popped out from underneath the Christmas tree. The same jacket. Look, it's even got those little red tag, right? And yeah, I put it on and I cried. Yeah, it's great. It was great. I used to buy used Army surplus as well. We had a great couple of Army surplus stores. Now I gotta turn it off because it's too cold in here. Now it's gonna be too quiet in here. Hey, what's going on, everybody? So yeah, when I lived in a van down by the river, I would shop at Army surplus. I got a lot of stuff from Army surplus. The one in Temecula was great. I think it's still there. I actually think it's still there, man. Let me go to switch screens here because I don't want to pop through a photo of somebody else because I don't want to embarrass anyone but me. This is my friend Andy's mom's room. Her room was painted purple. She hung all kinds of stuffed animals and cool stuff around her ceiling. She was one of the biggest kids that I know, and she was beautiful. She was awesome. She was another parent. Yeah, my little peach fuzz mustache, huh? Another parent who took me in and took care of me and made sure that I was able to go to school and had clean clothes and food and love and attention, you know, and I just wasn't getting that at home. So there's about a half a dozen families who took me in and took care of me. And, yeah. Some people here at a Halloween party that I cannot share because, well, they're not here to say, yeah, do it, man. And if just one of them was here, I would. Because this one family that took care of me and took me in, my friend Brett and his mother Pam and his brother, oh, don't tell me I'm going to forget his name. They're all three of them have passed away, Troy, and it's a little heavy. It's a little traumatic that all of them are gone. It does. I always say that it takes a village to raise a child, and it took a village to raise me. It did. I felt like that guy on Northern Exposure, right? The guy who was orphaned and the whole town raised him, right? That was kind of me. So this woman here, her son Brett. We were at some friend's house. They were like the older family in town because we went to school with their daughter. So we would go hang out at their house. They had the weed. And this lady showed up in town, a friend of theirs, and she had bought a house in town, and she was bringing her two sons. One of them was older, our age, and they asked that we kind of take him in and make friends with him and show him the ropes of our town so that he didn't feel so out of it. And we did, and we took him in like that and became one of us instantly. And at some point during my homelessness, I wound up at his house. And I had 2 dogs at the time, and yet his mother still took me in. So I love those flower shorts. Here's me sitting with Pam on her couch in the living room looking at the kitchen. And that's the kitchen behind us. We're smoking a joint. She's got a cigarette in one hand, and I'm passing her a rolled up doobie in the other. That is my dog, Romeo. Juliet is a smaller police shepherd, and she's wandering around the house somewhere. You know what? I did choose my family. I did. Just like you chose the Deadhead community as your family. I chose this town and select families as my family, you know. And those ladies will be my mother until the day I die, as much as my mother was, or more so. More so. Yeah. Well, all of my friends in life were pretty much heads, too. Totally. Ocean Pacific shorts. Could be. I think they were swap meet specials. I shopped at the swap meet. Lake Elsinore, Peddler's Village swap meet. I wore a lot of OP. I did. And during that hair phase, I wore a lot of Izod Lacoste, too. Yeah, I went through a lot of changes during my late teens, right? From about 15 to about 20. I just went through just so many changes. Yeah. People used to call me all kinds of weird shit. You know, a head, a Hessian, a metalhead, a rock and roller, just all kinds of weird stuff. I love this lady. She was, Pam was just an awesome single mother. She was a registered nurse. She worked in the oncology ward. She drove an hour to work every day, worked with cancer patients, and would drive an hour home every day, and then come home and take care of 2 young boys, right, who weren't that easy to take care of. But because we were around, and we, I was a heathen, we were around, and we were a really tight-knit group of guys, right, and we cared about our women, so to speak. So it was real important to help Brett understand how much his mother should mean to him and how much he should respect and care and take, you know, responsibility for himself, and not put a bunch of blame on his mom. And he, you know, he screwed up just like all of us and had to pay the piper. But, you know, his mother never wavered in her, you're a Philistine. So we were always, you know, we were always there. Or at least we tried to be. I miss a lot of these people that were in my life. But I had to extract myself from that world because it was a world filled with drugs and speed and alcoholism and stuff. And so many of my people were just going, boo! And I couldn't save them quick enough, so I had to just tuck tail and run and go with the few that had escaped. And we all ran to Mammoth Lakes, California, Mammoth Mountain. So a lot of us ran up there, and while it didn't save all of us, it did save a few of us. It did. And on that, I am going to do a little bong hit for those of us who are no longer here. You Philistine. You Philistiller. Yeah. Heavy stuff. A lot of people are gone. A lot of people are just gone, right? You know what we didn't do yesterday? Can anybody tell me? I'll give you a little bit of a hint. It was something that we had planned to do yesterday, and we just didn't get to it. I'm going to go grab it, and we're going to do it. Go ahead and type it in. What was it? What did we forget to do yesterday? William seemed excited about it when I mentioned it. So yesterday was Thursday, and it was Arts and Crafts Day. So we were going to try to squeeze in a little arts and crafts. But, yeah, pour some out for all the dead homies. Whew. Are you kidding me? Stay sober? No, that wasn't it. Ain't gonna do that all day. I went out last night. Check this out. I took my daughter out. I'm like, I gotta go out. I gotta get some muffins. I think we need something else. She's like, yeah, we need lettuce. And ask Mom if there's something else. So my daughter and I went out. My daughter's like, as long as I don't have to go into the stores, I can stay in the car. That's the usual routine. She leaves in, Birkenstocks and pajamas. And just stays in the car and listens to music on the stereo. So I'm like, okay, well, let's go. And we've got, 15, maybe 20 minutes before the sun goes down. So I made her drive. And she drove us around the neighborhood here for a little while. And then we headed over to Stater Brothers. And I went in and grabbed a few things and got out remarkably quick. Which was great because we shot over to the pot shop, and just as we pulled up into the parking lot, it was full of cars, right? We pulled in, and my daughter looks up at the building, and she goes, "Oh, look, it closes in 1 minute." And I went, "What?" She says, "Yeah, it closes in 1 minute." I grabbed my shit, and I was lucky because when I came out, they had the gates closed. The security was standing there with the gates closed, and they weren't letting anyone else in. And I was like, oh man, that would have been bummed if I would have had to get up and leave today and go over to the pot shop and come back. So I did it last night. The catapult. Aha, there you go. So I got a catapult here. It's a tabletop catapult. It's a puzzle. It's got all the pieces there. Pardonnez-moi. So, let me put the camera on this. No, not him. This guy. And I'm going to go heat up my coffee real quick. I'll be right back. And then we'll yank this thing out and put it together. Yeah. So there you go. There's the kitty catapult. Yeah, kitty catapult. Oh, I can't do that. If I do that, my dog hears it. He'll come running out. I've never seen him around a cat other than barking at one through the fence. But I think my dog would probably have a fit if I. So I don't know if I showed this, but if not, I'll share it again because this is Pam. She's my friend's mother. And that smile says it all. She was awesome. She was the most awesomest person on the planet. Like I said, she was a registered nurse, and she lived about an hour away from her house where we lived. And trebuchets. Oh, fancy words. You and your trebuchet. I played a lot of medieval type stuff. So, I know those words. She got me a job near her hospital with a guy who mowed lawns. He was an old guy. He was in his 60s or 70s. He drove an old Ford van, really like 1950s, 60s Ford van, Chevy Ford. It was one of those that hung out over the front tires. And his name was Dub, D-U-B-B, Dub. He was from back east, Indiana or something like that, Missouri, and had been living out here, for 30 or 40 years. And he still looked like he was living back on the farm. Wore coveralls. Him and his wife looked like they were right off the farm. The dress that she would wear, her apron, the way she kept the house. When I went into their house for lunch or to hang out and wait for my ride for Pamela to show up, it was like stepping back into the 1940s or 50s. I mean, everything was so old and clean and well kept. It was crazy. What is my dog's name? Well, this one here is Henry, and this one here is Ralph. I don't know where I come up with this shit. My daughter's like, why do you come up with this shit? Our growing used to have all these little figure armies. Yeah. The little armies. Is that Risk? The game of Risk? That was one of the main army games back then, was Risk, where it's the whole world map and you're a country, and yeah, you try to take over the world. My dog's name, dogs from the past or dogs in the present? Because right now I have Sam and Oliver and Tootsie. Cool. Dearly cool. All right, let's check out this, hello? No, really. I'm going to be over there, but not today. No, not today. I'm busy today. Bye. I know, you can't hear it ring because it's just the light that lights up because I got it on silent, right? So there you go. So the little light just comes on. I'm just making it up. There's no light. It's not even plugged in. Okay. So here is the catapult. And nothing on the inside of the box, so we'll set that down. Let's get that down at my feet there. There is a catapult book, The Art of Catapult, How to Build Ballistae, Trebuchet, and More Ancient Artillery. Well, that in itself is pretty cool. And you can just, it shows you how to build a whole shitload of these fucking things. Imagine the holy terror you could unleash on your neighborhood with this stuff, right? Yeah, I don't know either. I know that we did Dungeons and Dragons, and you would have little characters, right? And you could hand paint those. There were some other games, and I just don't remember. All right, so here we go. Here are the instructions for the medieval catapult. And it gives me a list of items. I need a ruler, scissors, glue, and a healthy snack. Is it really going to take that long? A snack? Get out of here. Go on. Well, we do have all frickin' day here. Alright, another piece of box. This thing here, it looks like it's been put together. It looks like it has been put together. So this is a thing that twists. Oh, I get it. Tension peg. Oh, I see. So you wind this up, you put this in there, and then it winds back even tighter, and that's it. That's all. Is that the ticket, Cricket? What can we launch, Dad? Let's see. Oh, yeah. What the hell? Oh. Okay, so we got pieces out of bags. So apparently, we did put this together at some point. What is this? Clay? Soft clay. Is that what we're going to launch? I think it is. So it looks like this tension here is what's holding this whole thing together. All right. And let's go ahead and take a look at this. So all of that is together, and we are... Oh, I see. We got to build this what you call it, support structure. And they're all just pins. So you can pin this together and unpin it, which is pretty cool. Alright, I need a break. Oh my gosh. This is complicated. This is so complicated, man. This box. Oh, wow. Trebuchet. Well, I'm glad that it's halfway put together, because I don't think I have the patience to spend the day putting this together. So let's see, we've got these and these. These and these. Trebuchet. So that's where we get some glue in here. So it's snug. So I don't think I'm going to use any glue. Oh, don't get me started on Legos. Oh, yeah. My daughter was into Legos. She was into Legos and Hot Wheels and, of course, Barbies and stuff. She went anything. It didn't matter. We didn't force her into a, you know. So yeah. So listen, this is the thing here, and it's all about lining up. Get this catapult book out of here. It's all about lining up these pegs, right? There we go, like that. So let's see if we can't get this thing. See, we got a little piece of sandpaper. So here, that's too big or too small. Too small. Oh, I guess they're all loose. Yep. Okay, so they set in there. And then we can put this guy in here. There we go. That's cool. That's cool. 3D puzzles are cool. I really wish I could get some 3D puzzles. I think the next time we go out to the mall, we're going to have to get some 3D puzzles. Because we go to like Barnes and Noble. Barnes and Barnes, dude. Dead puppies aren't much fun. Anybody? Anybody? Yeah. So there we go. It's got this structure there. Yeah, I'm straightening it. We're going to have to do this here. Hear me now. Think about it later. There's that. And there's that. And then this guy here. Oh, yeah, dude, we're good there. Trey Boucher. Boucher. Release. Swing arm pads. Swing arm pads. And then it looks like there's two of them here. Okay. And then the release mechanism. It's release. Release, 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 release. Alright. There's the release. That's kind of, you can see it. There's the release mechanism there. Alrighty. That's very cool. I guess in order to make this work properly, we're just gonna have to, like, you know, what you call it, glue it. Totally. Gotta open this thing up. Get this in the middle. Twist it. No, that's the other way. So let's go the other way. And then so now that way, and we'll open it up. Stick this in. Twist it this way. Hey, there it goes. So this goes here. This goes there. And look at how strong that is. Ain't that something? Totally baby. All right, we got it wound up nice and tight. We'll bring this back. We'll lock it in. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. There we go. Oh. Oh. There we go. Let's see if we can't launch something really tiny so I don't make any noise. How about a pot stem? I'm going to throw a pot stem in there. No, I threw it about 4 feet. There you go. A penny. This is an old penny. 1976. Wow, how appropriate. I can't launch a penny. I can't. All these are old pennies. Como yo. Like me, baby. I'm an old penny. I don't have anything real heavy to launch, so I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm not going to launch anything right yet. It does work. Susie's leaving. Ah, she got to take the kid to work. There you go. Roll up that little ball of clay and launch it into my dog hair covered house. I think not. I think I'm better off with a penny. But I've got to find a penny that's not one of my old pennies. So let me go over here. My bag. Oh, man. I got a quarter. And a penny. Okay. I have an actual penny. And we'll see if we can launch this without destroying all of this that we have created. And I'll aim for the couch, and hopefully it won't go to my stereo. We need to wind this up. Wind, 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 and load. And there's, oh, come on, penny. Let's do that. Let's get you on there. Okay. I'm ready. I am going, well, actually, you can see it there. Let's do this. And then this. And we can launch this puppy and see how far it gets. Alright. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch. Into the box. So it got about 1.5 feet. There you go, baby. I think if I could get this thing to load up properly, that I think, oh yeah, if I load this side too. Oh, that's hellacious, baby. Let's do that and see if we can't load this quarter now. And see how far we can launch this quarter. Right. Here we go. Woo! It bounced off the couch. There you go, baby. That's awesome sauce. Yeah, that's fun. Gotta pick up the quarter before my dog eats it. He won't eat it. He's not dumb. He ain't too bright, but he's not dumb. Well, I'm glad this was partially assembled. And I'm glad that it was easy to assemble. Let me see if I can untwist this thing a little bit so it's not loaded. I don't want a loaded catapult in the house, man. Somebody might put their eye out, you know. I'm just saying. So let's see. Let's pull out something else to play with. Let me put this stuff back in the box. Let me go ahead and bag up these items that we no longer need. Put them back in the box. And then let's see if we can find a place here to put this catapult. It ain't no dogapult. I know, horrible dad jokes. Dude, they're not even jokes. Okay, there it is. I'm going to stick it back in here behind my daughter's Nintendo Switch that's still here. Put these items, well, I'll just put them back in the box. Close the box. Ooh. There we go. This is kind of loud, isn't it? Isn't it? Hey, that's what happens when you mic the world. Spinal Tap 2 is coming out. Now that... Alright. I'm guilty. That's one of those movies. Everybody said, you gotta watch it, you gotta watch it, and I never watched it. Not on purpose, I just never watched it. Never had the chance, never had the opportunity, never had the desire. I didn't know much about it. I've never seen Spinal Tap. Let me... The art of catapult. Right. Let me take the morning show here and my pen, and I shall write on this post-it Spinal Tap. I know, I love Michael McKean. I don't know why I never saw it. Just never saw it. So I'm gonna see it. I'm gonna seize it. I promises. I promises you. Oh yeah, I love rock and roll, and that was my favorite part about Laverne and Shirley was Michael McKean and the fact that he wrote all of his own lyrics and music every time they did something. The entire Lenny and Squiggy album is Michael McKean's talent, right? They went on tour as Lenny and Squiggy because of his talent. And if it wasn't for Spinal Tap, they probably would have continued doing Lenny and Squiggy shit. But I know that Christopher Guest was part of the Lenny and Squiggy band, and I don't think that he really appreciated David L. Landers as much as Michael McKean did, because Michael McKean and David L. Landers were a comedy team, like straight out of college or something, but they had been doing stuff together for years before they got tapped for Lenny and Squiggy. And they got tapped to be a writing team, just like Cindy Williams and Penny Marshall. So there you go, there's that. Spinal Tap for sure. I need to sit and enjoy that. So let's see. Yeah, there were a lot of crazy. There's one that's called a movie that's, I believe it's called Cracked Up, and it's about a fictional, the earthquake in California, right? And it's kind of like a news broadcast where they go around and they talk to various people and organizations after the earthquake or something to that effect. And David L. Landers and Michael McKeon are together in that, in a skit or two, as a comedy team. And there's a whole bunch of other people in there. I think Fred Willard is one of the news guys. So let me take a look and see what I got in my old box back here. Let's see. Money. And an old peachy folder. A manila envelope. A white envelope is not manila. It ain't from the Philippines, baby. All right. So right here, this is the cookbook that I was talking about, Bicentennial Cookbook. Cooking Encyclopedia of America. We'll open it to a random page. Old-fashioned ice cream. The recipe comes from Mrs. Birch Bay, Indiana. Mrs. Birch Bay from Indiana. This one is Mrs. Robert Stafford. See what I was saying? So Birch must be her first name. Usually it's a man's name. We go to another page here. Mrs. Elizabeth, and then Mrs. James, right? So early on, it's all men's names. No baked cheesecake. There you go. So this is a pretty cool book, and I love the color. It's raised, embossed stuff. All of this, you can feel the texture. It's cool. Awesome stuff. And let's set this out of the way. Set this out of the way. And my cookbook here can now go into the background here. Oh, there goes my spoon. There goes my spoon. So I said a while back that we kind of collect, I collect old cookbooks, and I collect just about anything. If I get one or two of and I like it, I just wind up with more. Right? Some people collect only one thing, figurines of owls or something, right? I have little collections of all kinds of crap. This is my daughter and our collection of money, because I find it fascinating. So we've got, along with these $2 bills here that were laying on my desk, I've got this thing here filled with more $2 bills and coins. Right? And what's really cool is these two guys here. These are silver certificate $2 bills. Right? So they don't have the whatchama on the back. Pretty cool, huh? And these two, this is a 95, right? These silver certificates, one is a 1953, and the other is a 1953, right? In 1976, they came out with the bicentennial $2 bill, and you got this, right? You got the scene. It's clearer on a new one. And it's a great etching. I am a pack rat. I am a total pack rat. Always have been one. So this is an, there goes the coffee pot. This is an actual 1976 $2 bill. Right? I love spending $2 bills with young cashiers and stuff who have no clue what a $2 bill is. This one here looks like it's been washed and used really well. We got 2003, 2003, 2003, 2003, 2003, 2003, 2003, 2003. These probably came to us via a friend that I used to work for. On occasion would go do handyman stuff, and he would pay in $2 bills. He just had he would go to the bank and he would just get hundreds of dollars in $2 bills, and he would pay 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 15, and here's 20 bucks in $2 bills. And it was a novelty. It was one of those things when I would go to the Renaissance Fair, which is something I wanted to ask you about. I would go to the bank and I would get $100 in coins. So I would get silver dollars, and I'd get silver dollars and half dollars and Susan B. Anthony's, and I would just get all of these coins. No, my wife won't let me reach hoarder pack rat level, which is good because I would be out of control. I would be knee deep in the past. So, no, thankfully she quells my need to own everything old. So, shush. I'm grateful. I'm grateful. I'm grateful. So there you go. So there's that. If you notice, I am wearing a Budman shirt. Budman was the representative of Budweiser. He was their mascot, right? There you go. This is a Stein. This is a German type Budweiser Stein, and it opens up. Look, there's stuff inside, and you have your beer in there, and you close it up, and it keeps your beer nice and safe, right? So we had been discussing Budman the other day, and one of my very good friend's brother dressed as Budman for Halloween, and then shortly after he died in a motorcycle accident. So let's take a look at these inside of, you could tell where my head is at when I go to a concert, right? 2 concert tickets were inside of Budman here, and they were Snoop Dogg with Warren G and Richard Marx at Agua Caliente, right? So that's the kind of shows that I go to see. Might as well just put these back in there. I have to be careful with this because it's ceramic. It's fragile. I've had it. It's shipped to me, and the person who shipped it to me had it so wrapped in bubble. It was, and then opened and wrapped separately so that it didn't clang. Not like someone who I ordered some of these smiley face mugs. I ordered 6 of these smiley face mugs, and they showed up in a box with no wrapping, nothing at all, space between them, and they were all shattered. It's literally, I picked the box up at the post office and went rattle, rattle, ah, and my heart sank. I cried after I opened that box. Nice, listening to some Tom Petty this morning. Cool. I wrote a song last year that had kind of a Tom Petty squeal to it, feel a little bit of Petty juice in it. So this is my original graphic of Budman, Bicentennial 1976 Budman. I got this graphic, and it's an original graphic, and I had the local t-shirt place put it on this shirt for me. so I could share it with y'all. As well as the t-shirt, I have some great decals, Budman decals, and I'll just go ahead and switch to that. This is 1976 stuff, so it's all bicentennial themed, right? And there is the guy holding the flag. There is the flute crossing the Delaware, fixing the crack in the Liberty Bell. It was cracked because it didn't make the right sound, so they cracked it and drove a wedge into it to get it to gong right. True story. And there's Betsy Roth's Budman sewing the Budweiser flag. So that's my collection of Budman paraphernalia, so to speak. Yeah, I believe that at some point today I will put on my vest. It's a vest that I have pins on the front and patches on the back. I have more patches here that have to go on the vest, but I have to get the vest to the gentleman in 29 Palms who does military patches, because he's the best. So I need to get there and then have those patches put on professionally onto my leather vest. And the leather vest that I got specifically for patches, and I got some great patches to put on it, and yeah, it's awesome stuff. I need more coffee. So at about 7 o'clock, I am going to put on a film that will last less than an hour, and that will give me the opportunity to have some breakfast. And I may just wait until somebody wakes up. Nobody's due to wake up this morning early, so I may just wait until somebody wakes up and then put on an educational film. And if somebody's around, they can help choose what we're going to watch. And what I'll do is I'll put it on my monitor and watch it as well, so that when I come back in, I know what the hell's going on, right? It seems like old times. That's a great movie. Can anybody tell me who's in that movie? Seems like old times. Give me 2 actors. I'll be right back. And the movie that precedes that one. My house makes weird noises. It freaks me out sometimes. Alright, Seems Like Old Times. That's Chevy Chase and Goldie Hawn. The movie they did together before that, where he wasn't as big a star. Chevy Chase, that's it. The movie they did before that, where he wasn't as big a star. What was that one? Same Goldie Hawn and Chevy Chase. Yep. You got it. And of course I can't remember the name of the movie, so you're going to have to tell me. Goldie Hawn, Chevy Chase. It was more her movie than his. Had Burgess Meredith in it. Foul Play. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's it exactly. And one of my favorite early Goldie Hawn movies. Maybe it's yours too. Not real early. It was after Cactus Flower. It was after Sugarland Express, right? Let's see. Ah, there it is. There, I can see it. I can see it. Okay. Yeah, I used to watch a lot of Chevy Chase movies. Unfortunately, I read too much. So I don't watch as much Chevy Chase as I used to. I don't watch as much Bill Murray as I used to. Not because of their politics, not because of their celebrity status, but mainly on their character away from the screen, right? You hear a lot of great stories about Bill Murray, but then there's a lot of stories about Bill Murray that aren't real great. And his friendship with Harold Ramis, that was one of those stories that kind of turned me off to Bill Murray. Oh, Spies Like Us, I've got it on DVD. One of my favorite movies. I can watch that over and over and over and over and over and over again. But it was like the same thing with Chevy Chase. You'd hear so much stuff about how Chevy Chase was just a dick to be around in real life. Or, you know, the sadness that I see in Robin Williams, so it's hard for me to watch his films. You know, I get too empathic, I guess, about stuff. But anyway, back to Goldie Hawn. One of my favorite movies from Goldie Hawn is Private Benjamin. Totally Private Benjamin, eh? And this is my Betamax copy. So it's a big thing, but when you open it up, it's got a little tape inside. It's got a little Betamax. This is a video store copy of Private Benjamin. And doctor, and doctor. Yeah, great. Bob Hope with his cameo, like in one of the road pictures. Because if you think about it, Spies Like Us is just a road show. You know, road to Bali, road to Hong Kong, road to wherever the fuck these guys were at, road to Afghanistan or Pakistan. Right, that's all it was. It was just a road picture. Bing Crosby and Bob Hope, for those of you out there who are going to watch and go, what the hell is he talking about, a road picture? They made a few road pictures together, Bing Crosby and Bob Hope, and would reference them and reference each other throughout their entire career. But I loved watching the road pictures with my father. But that was the neat thing about Spies Like Us. It was just a road picture. It was hilarious. The only thing that was missing was singing. You know, I think didn't they do a little bit of singing in that? Yeah. He, at the beginning, Chevy Chase, he didn't sing, but Ronald Reagan sang in one of those silly movies that he made that Chevy Chase was watching while he was at work. So there was a little bit of music in there, but not much. Soul Finger. Yeah, I dig that. Cannonball Run movies. I'm gonna have to watch Cannonball Run and Cannonball Run 2. I know that you can't watch Cannonball Run anywhere because of the whole lawsuit thing behind it. Right? It's really hard to get and for people to want to watch. Like Twilight Zone the movie. I won't watch Twilight Zone the movie, just out of respect for the people who died during the making of it. and disrespect to Robert Zemeckis, who was just a cheese dick during the whole thing. You know, it's Hollywood. What a dick. He felt no remorse at all for that, you know, and showed it. He was a dick. Yeah, he didn't do real well, you know. I think, at least I don't feel like Robert Zemeckis did real well in Hollywood after that. He did a few really good things, but, you know, Spielberg went on and on and on and on, production company, and on and on and on. Isn't Spielberg directing something coming up, a sequel or something? I don't know. You hear about this shit all the time, you know, where, oh, here comes a sequel. So-and-so's doing a sequel, and it's all original, and all this and all that. Right? I don't know. Sammy Davis, Frank Dean, Martin, Mel Tillis, almost so many cameos. Yeah, I remember, gosh, the beginning when they're all lined up, right? That was crazy. Crazy, man. But yeah, the dressed up as priests, Sammy and Dean. Too much. I watched a documentary on the making of Ocean's 11 and how it was a total Rat Pack and Vegas joint venture, right? Where it was like, all right, we'll do this. Well, we'll come to Vegas and we're gonna do the clubs at night, and we'll play at one club, and then after that they would go to another club and perform, do their Rat Pack shit, right? And then during the day they would shoot scenes from the movie, right? And it's a wonder they got it done because of the amount of partying they did. And they would literally stay up all night long partying, and then it's somehow they would get their shit together and, you know, do the shit during the day. And they must have slept in the middle of the day, right? And just because they would literally go do scenes, and it would be, okay, let's shoot this scene, and they would shoot a scene, and Frank would say, okay, that's it, we're done, but we've only shot it once. That's all we need, baby. And they shot most of the movie like that. They'd go in, they'd shoot a bunch of shit, and do as much as they could while the cast was available. And then at night you could find them hanging out in Vegas on stage somewhere. Bizarre. They made it work. But what a party that was, right? So I think that's the plan today, this morning. Is to just go until somebody gets up, and then I'll make breakfast and put on a movie. 1980. We'll set this one over here. Somebody out there wanted to know if 1979 junior high yearbook had Vans on the cover. No, just some squiggly lines. The remake, I'm okay with. I'm not really into new stuff, honestly. I try to explore and find something entertaining, but lately, out of 1,000 movies that have been made this year, I probably won't watch but maybe one, right? Out of the hundreds of thousands of hours of TV drama and sitcom and that kind of shit, I'm not going to watch any of that. If it's old, I will. You know. We just started watching this mini-series, a 3-part mini-series. Charlton Heston is the guy who kind of weaves through all of it. Hey, James, good morning. But it's called Chiefs, like police chiefs, and it follows the lives of 3 police chiefs throughout time who happen to be in the same town and related, and trying to figure out these serial deaths, right? But it's really classic. Got Keith Carradine. I think it's Keith Carradine in it. Not David Carradine, not Robert Carradine, but Keith Carradine. Or not to be confused with the Keaches. Yeah, Lone Rider. That's a good one. Lone Rider. Christopher Guest is in that, right? Him and his brother. Am I right? I don't know. The Great Outdoors. See, there's another movie. I don't think that I have seen The Great Outdoors, because I would have had to probably have seen it, had to have seen it after John Belushi's passing. And I'm just funny that way. When somebody passes, I'm either going to watch a bunch of their stuff, or I'm going to put them out of my mind because I'm just so devastated. Air. Eat air. Either how they passed or because they've passed, you know. And I just get silly that way. So I love Fletch. Fletch Lives. I've got those on DVD. Three Amigos. Oh, another great fucking movie. I love the Seven Samurais, the Magnificent Seven aspect of the Three Amigos. Yeah, I really dig that. But how they get the town together and get the town to get some balls, you know. Totally. Movies. I'm telling you. Movies. I'm going to take a look and see what's in the box here. I think I've pulled just about everything out that I put in there. But I didn't plan too much. Oh, it's Dan Aykroyd, right? Okay. I was thinking of that other one, Survivors. Pardon me. Survivors, Great Outdoors. What the fuck? Survivors. No, Survivors, that's Robin Williams and Walter Matthau, isn't it? What the hell am I thinking of? What's the John Belushi movie that he's outdoors? Gee, it's a conundrum. It's a conundrum. Yeah, I don't remember. I have to think about it. It usually comes to me when I stop thinking about something. Hitchcock in the Twilight Zone. Yeah, now we're talking. The last Hitchcock movie he made is on Netflix right now. As is Rear Window and The Birds and Psycho. But it's, I can't think of somebody out there. Vertigo, that's another one that's on Netflix right now. A can of humdrum. That's me, baby. I can't remember. Family Plot. That's the one that's on his last movie. Ooh, Frenzy. That's actually a weird one. Oh, Cloud Atlas. I love that movie. That's one of the very few movies that I will watch with Tom Hanks and or Halle Berry. After they reach a certain status, celebrity status in Hollywood, they kind of turn me off, right? you see them too much. They're always in the news. They're always doing something. They're always, you know, hey, look at me. Hey, look what's going on. You know, or you hear shit about them that you don't want to know. And I love Cloud Atlas as well. It is a great fucking movie. It's a great story. I love the fact that all 6 time periods are tied together with the same people in different incarnations. It's just, it's peachy keen. It's totally awesome. It is. It is, baby. Stick this in that box there. At some point today, I will pull out things of bicentennial. I got a lot of bicentennial stuff. This is the radio station here in Southern California that I used to listen to. It's right here as well, KMET. I'm a KMET fanatic. You know what? It doesn't, for me, it's not the actor, but not so much the actor. I used to be like that. I would watch anything with a specific actor in it. Whatever it was, I would watch them in it. And then, over the last 20, probably 15 years, Hollywood changed. And it started catering to a lot of different ideas and ideals and stuff. And I'm okay with that. But along with that came a whole new class of writing, which couldn't get through a movie without referencing specific things, right? And I just got burned out on that. You know, I got burned out on movies trying to dictate to me how I should feel about specific things, right? So I just stopped. And, you know, if you're going to convince me of something, convince me to like Aha and to wear Vans, high tops, and to put my hair in a duct, you know, convince me of that, but I don't want to be convinced of any of the shit that's going on today. Oh, the Illustrated Man. Rod Steiger, right? The Illustrated Man. Oh, dude. That's a great, that's like Zardos, right? With Sean Connery. Zardoz. That's just a weird fucking movie. That is like Baron von Munchausen. There was just these weird movies that came out every once in a while. You got that, you know, weird, like The Bluebird with Shirley Temple, The Boy with the Green Hair, 100 and something fingers, just weird, bizarre shit, you know, just weird. Yeah, Rod Steiger, baby. Solid gold. Highlander kind of falls into that genre of weird out there. Back then it did. Yeah. What is that? THX 1138. That was another weird, bizarre thing. George Lucas. Just freaky, you know. Pre-American Graffiti. Yeah. See, there you go. These guys are Zardoz with a D. Of course you know that. Stupid typos. But yeah, I just watched Zardoz not too long ago. I tried to. I got halfway through it and had to go do something. And it was like, wow, man, I'm glad I got to get up because this is just fucking weird. When I was a kid, when I was a teenager, we used to get high and watch that shit. Get high and watch all kinds of weird, bizarre, kooky fucking movies. Like The Girlfriend from Hell. Has anyone out there ever seen The Girlfriend from Hell? It's got absolutely nobody in it. It's a weird, bizarre movie. Canadian, maybe. But it's just weird. In the heat of the night. Yeah. That's a great movie. My wife watches the show, right? And I'm like, did you know that there was a movie In the Heat of the Night? And actually, that character, Sidney Poitier's character, he actually did a couple of movies as that character, I believe. Right? Not Look Who's Coming to Dinner. That's not one of them. The Martian Chronicles. Gosh, you know what? I just downloaded the digital copy of The Martian Chronicles, the 3 parts. I used to have it on DVD, but I loaned it to somebody, never got it back, along with all of my Ray Bradbury Chronicles. So I really love that you can find all of those Martian Chronicles stories in magazines from the 1950s. And you can hear all of those individual stories on the radio and radio play. Yeah, they're each, if you watch each of those episodes of the Martian Chronicles, there are parts of the stories that come from the different Ray Bradbury world stories. Like, they could do the worlds of Robert Heinlein, because he created this world that had these worlds within worlds that were all related to each other, like Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek. But it would be really great to have a series just about Robert Heinlein and his stories. It would be the most ultimate, right? Friday, Stranger in a Strange Land, The Cat Who Walks Through Walls. Just so many. And then all of his teen books and preteen books that he wrote all tie in with the big picture, right? He brings it all together. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Aliens and humans and worlds and wars, and it's just bizarre. I love that one. Yeah, Roy Scheider. Oh yeah, Roy Scheider. That's one of my... I would, of course, rather watch that one because it actually has dialogue in that one. You know, 2001 is great. But it's cinematic. It's very cerebral, but there's nothing to get into. It's just a lot of, oh, whoa, no, right? Yeah, Ray Bradbury is the shit. What a crazy old man. Crazy old man. He's a crazy old man. So, Night of the Hunter, Robert Mitchum. Yeah. Was that wasn't Alfred Hitchcock, was it? I don't think so. I don't think so. I've got a lot of educational films to choose from. So at some point we're going to have to choose something to watch next, about an hour long, I guess. Robert Mitchum, he got blackballed in Hollywood because he got busted at an airport or something with marijuana. That's fucked up, man. So he was blackballed in Hollywood for about 10 years, and he just could barely get any work. He was like leading man stuff, right on the cusp of being. And so he couldn't get any in until he came up with Thunder Road and did a comeback movie with Thunder Road. That's a great fucking movie. I love that in Cheers they reference that, Sam and Coach, that any time Thunder Road comes on TV, they get together and watch it. Yeah. Oh, I'll put on Space Odyssey 2001 and just put it on and sit there and just go, wow. But that's if I don't want to like concentrate on a plot, because it's pretty easy to follow, right? But I really love how they really go into why in the second movie. The Man's Man. I suppose we're talking about Roy Scheider, because... No, Robert Mitchum. Robert Mitchum. He was definitely the man's man, for sure. I loved him in Herman Wouk's The Winds of War and War and Remembrance. He just played such a great last name was Pug, Henry Pug. Or no, Pug Henry, I'm sorry. His name was Pug Henry in that. And he was just the Henry family, you know, the story following the different family members. And because Herman Wouk was Jewish, he really followed the whole trials and tribulations from Poland all the way through the war. Let's see, I've got Fahrenheit 451, and I think I've got, 1984 somewhere. I know I've got the book 1984. I just got it recently, so I'm going to have to check that out. Slaughterhouse 5, I don't remember seeing that. It took me a long time to watch Clockwork Orange, right? But I finally watched that. But then there was a lot of movies that I watched when I was young, and it was during that time where we were doing sleepovers in junior high and high school, all-night parties where we'd have movies on and we'd watch movies. But I don't remember that shit. It was only the movies that really hit me, like Over the Edge, or you know, stuff that was just really, really emotionally memorable. Yeah, I love the fact that in Fahrenheit 451, the girl, the actress, plays both the guy's wife and the guy's girlfriend that he falls in love with, right? This is fucking fantastic. What was her name? Julie Christie. Julie Christie. She played both the guy's wife, who was strung out on pills and television, and the girl that he fell in love with, the girl who was into books, and that's a Francois Truffaut directed Ray Bradbury story, Fahrenheit 451. It's a great one. And in that one, of course, you know that the firemen don't put out fires. They start fires. They burn books. They burn piles of stuff that is inappropriate. So, and books you can't read. It's not allowed. So that's great. Anything with Ron Perlman. Oh yeah. Ron Perlman is fucking great. I don't watch anything too close to my own reality, so I won't watch what is that? Anarchy? What's that one? Ooh, Quest for Fire. That's another one. Do I have that one here somewhere? I might. I don't know. I can look up here at my Betamaxes in front of me, and I've got Silverado, Capricorn 1, The Front, Deer Hunter, Spartacus, What's Up Tiger Lily, Crimes of Passion, Sheena, that's awesome, Beverly Hills Cop, American Graffiti, right, Istanbul, Death Wish, Benji, Mickey and Maude, Urban Cowboy, The Jerk, Prizzy's Honor, Taxi Driver, Smokey and the Bandit 2, The Elephant Man, The Fury, The Apprenticeship of Duddy Credits, Sugarland Express, The Domino Principle, Gene Hackman, and Bergen, Candace Bergen. Yeah, I got a shitload of Betamax, and I've got Betamax players that I've had cleaned and repaired that operate. I'm a kook. Behind me down below, over here in the corner, I've got a bunch of VHS. In these drawers behind me, which is a stack of drawers, I've got a shitload of VHS, Oklahoma, Mission Impossible, The Shootist, Dragonheart, Jurassic Park. Just a shitload. A shitload. Yeah, poor Gene Hackman. I did a little bit of a rest in peace to Gene Hackman on one of those episodes of the Video Time Machine. The Name of the Rose. Sean Connery and Christian Slater. Betamax is antique, and I am antique as well. There you go, baby. If Joey's there, he's watching all of this back and forth with all these old farts. That's great. I gotta warm up my coffee. I'll be back. Hoosiers. I haven't seen Hoosiers in so many years. That's one I gotta see. I love that. I'm not a basketball guy, but I love it. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah. Let's see, what do we got going on here? 21-year-old Christian Slater. Well, that's cool. I'm glad my daughter doesn't look like a 21-year-old me. Oh, that would be horrible. Although I wasn't too bad looking at 21. You're 65 and you don't own a Betamax? Come on, I'm 56 and I own a Betamax. I got several VHS. Here's something. I just got one sitting here. But this right here is a Sony Trinicon camera. This is what a camera was in 1982. Alright. This was the camera that you wanted to own back in 1982. There you go, baby. So, I'll go ahead and open this up. And we will, oh, looks like it's got a little bit of, starting to get a little bit of corrosion on here. So let me switch here and show you this. The smell that comes out of this box, okay? The smell of old electronics to me is like an aphrodisiac. It is. It's something that you only know if you lived it, right? And let's see, I've got 3 of these, the 2400, and then I've got a 2500, and I've also got a couple of 2200s, I think. I've also got some Betamax portable recorder decks and a whole lot of accessories for this particular camera, because I just love, this is the camera that my father used at the university, and it's the camera that I used when he was at the university to do projects and stuff. So when I open up that case and I smell that, it totally takes me back to 1982. I'm there. The Man Who Fell to Earth. I saw that late at night at my friend's house doing one of those late night sleepovers. Everybody was asleep and I'm watching this thing by myself going, oh my God, what the hell is up with this? It's like watching Rabid, right? I'm like, what the fuck is this? I watched Rabid and Woody Allen's Sleeper on TV way back in the day, on television. And that was weird. That was weird. What a combination. Yeah. The Man Who Fell to Earth. That scene with the pistol is what really freaked me out, right? Because like I said, I've had a lot of experience with sexuality since I was a little kid, unfortunately. So, all through my early years. That's what's mind-blowing. You didn't remember you have it on VHS tape? Mind blowing. Yeah, Bowie was definitely a trip to watch in his movies. I've never seen The Hunger. I really like him in Labyrinth, as does my daughter. It's one of her favorite movies. So that's pretty cool. Yeah. His music videos are great. I love his music videos. I was into David Bowie, but I really got into David Bowie when he did his Let's Dance tour. And I loved that song, and I loved all the songs on that album, and it was great. That was my era of David Bowie, because I was a teenager at the time. So while I was into a lot of his earlier stuff just because it was everywhere all the time, Let's Dance, that was my... And of course I looked like that GQ guy, GQ with the Izod Lacoste and the cool preppy hair. A preppy. I was a preppy for a brief period. Bowie is a vampire. I don't remember that. Bowie playing Nicholas Tesla in Prestige. Huh. I don't remember that movie too well, so I've probably only seen it once. Ah, yeah. Okay, so this is a bit of a weird day. We're going live all day long, but at some point during this morning, I will be flipping off the mic, flipping off the camera, and putting on an educational film so that I can actually do my stuff and structure my day around the show. So, we're going to stay just like this until somebody in the house wakes up and gets the kitchen rolling. And then I'm going to get up and have some breakfast. Catherine Deneuve. Warhol in Basque. Basquete. I remember hearing a squeak. Space Oddity on the radio when you were 12. That's cool. Yeah, I've got a somewhat weird collection of David Bowie. I've got a lot of his early stuff on 8-track, and then I've got some 70s and 80s on LP. Great stuff, man. Great. Well, when it gets quiet like this, I get retrospective. I get introspective. TV Guide. Let's go back to Sunday, the 4th of July, and here it says Independence Day. It doesn't say Sunday. It says Independence Day. And in the TV Guide here on Independence Day, July 4th, 1976, we've got this page, Bicentennial Guide, right? And in the Bicentennial Guide, we're going to look at Independence Eve, and it presidential itinerary, religious services, naval shows, parades, music, fireworks, Viking landing. The Viking American Bicentennial may mark a major advance in interplanetary exploration. At approximately 10 p.m., the Viking is scheduled to touch down on Mars. Now, isn't that the one that it touched down and went dead? Didn't we have a bunch of landers go to Mars and different planets in our own solar system, and they would just crap out for some reason? Right? I don't know if this is one. see. The glorious 4th. 5 a.m. to 3 p.m. Wow, sounds like what we're doing here. Ooh, there's a cigarette ad. We like to look at the cigarette ads because they were important. A Doral. Yeah. Don't be a Boral, smoke Doral. Let's see, the search, Montgomery Clift. I just want to go right to prime time because that's where the shit is. Angel's Flight 76. A look at Los Angeles area bicentennial celebration taped yesterday. Wow. America's Wonderlands, the national parks. Great American Music Celebration. Lauren Green, Dionne Warwick, Harv Presnell. Sing America Sing, John Raitt, Oscar Brand. Hee Haw tonight at 11. Be sure to stay tuned. At 6:30, Villain or Victim, Snakes. Ew. Totally, man. Oh wow, we've got some comments here. Black Star. Black Star. Oh no, it's raining in Florida. Wow, it ain't raining here. They were setting off fireworks last night in our neighborhood. It was like boom, crap, and then pop, 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 pop. Those like, it's like, come on, man, don't burn the place down. Black Star is strange. Alright, you guys are talking about stuff. It's above my pay grade, this heathen and Black Star stuff. Lazarus, alright. Lazarus Long. That would be a Robert Heinlein story. And I know the story of Lazarus, I guess, but there you go. Glory Road West at 7 o'clock. Yeah, divine, what do they call that? Anyway, Happy Birthday America, Bicentennial Pageant, Paul Anka. Bob Hope's Bicentennial Star Spangled Spectacular, Sammy Davis, Captain and Tennille, Debbie Reynolds, Donnie and Maria Osmond, Steve Allen, Charlie Callis, Angie Dickinson, Phyllis Diller, Ron Howard, Don Knotts, Dick Martin, Ed McMahon, Dan Rowan, Doc Severickson, Jimmy Walker, Henny Youngman. That's a lot, right? And then, of course, over here, Bob Hope, America's 200 Years, this album of the year, the 200 year. It's got a shitload of, you can buy that, records and tapes. L-O-R-T, Lort. Let's see, 8 o'clock. In celebration of us, Beverly Sills, Danny Kaye, Valerie Harper. Valerie Harper, she's a buzzkill. The New Land. Who is this? Billy Graham. We got some Billy Graham. I know Jimmy Swaggart just passed away, so there's a little bit of Billy Graham there and some Merv. Live. Presented by IBM. Wow, must be great. Must be just fantastic. IBM. IBM, motherfucker. Alright, let's see. At 9, Oral Roberts. Oh, because it's Sunday. Masterpiece Theater in performance at Wolf Trap Bicentennial Concert with Andre Kostelanitz. I can't pronounce that shit. What the hell is that? Billy Graham. Great American Birthday Party. Harry Reisner reviews highlights of Independence Day activities, including Operation Sail. And then we've got Best of the Fourth with David Brinkley and John Chancellor, just recapping everything that happened today. Saturday, July 4th, 1976. You are there. Valerie Bertinelli, the Christ Scientist whistleblower? Jimmy Swaggart, I have sinned. You got to check out the Time Machine. And at the end of the Time Machine, somewhere in the last 10 or 15 minutes, I think, is that 3-minute pitch of Jimmy Swaggart trying to hawk his records and tapes. 8 tracks. It's hilarious. Valerie, Jerry Garcia band song. Oh, totally. I've never heard of the Valerie Bertinelli, the Christ Scientist whistleblower thing. I just haven't. This is going to take us into tomorrow. Now, what is happening today on Friday in 1976? What's going on a Friday? Let's see. Let's go to prime time. Oh, this crossword puzzle hasn't been done. It's amazing. Usually they have been. Okay. And prime time. Let's go to 8 o'clock on a Friday. In July 9th, 1976, Friday, Hollywood Squares at 7:30. Big Bird from Sesame Street. John Biner, Anthony Newley, Phyllis Diller, Jim Nabors, Florence Henderson, Isabel Sanford, George Goebel, Paul Lynn. That's great. It's great. It's good. Great. And then at 8 o'clock, CBS News special, The Civil War in Lebanon. Riots in South Africa. Wow. Elections in Italy. A little more upbeat is the Donnie and Marie Variety Show. And it's the first show of the season, repeated. Sanford and Son. I'll have to speak up, the air just came on. The Frozen Dead movie thriller on KTLA Channel 5, right? That's great. The Frozen Dead, a gruesome horror film about a German scientist, Dana Andrews, conducting experiments to resurrect 1,500 Nazis. Wow. That's crazy. Crazy. Oh, those bastards. I love the comments. During the video time machine, I do have some stuff about fireworks. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool stuff. I can't wait. I can't wait. I haven't had a chance to watch it. All I've had a chance to do is put it together and make sure that it all looks decent, right? Sometimes I put a time machine together and get it on YouTube and watch it and go, oh shit, I repeated that cartoon. It's here, and then later on it's here. It's like, oh shit. So now what I've started doing is, as I use material, I dump those files into a file that says used. Yeah, Sanford and Son, baby. I love it. Moonage Daydream 2022. Yeah, I haven't, once again, when somebody passes away, I save myself the depression. So I just kind of phase out and try not to think about that person until I can see their face and not, go into my whole sad guy routine. So I just, put them on hold, put them up on a shelf and wait. Yeah, My Sweet Charlie, 1970. Lamont Johnson directed this Emmy-winning TV movie about a curious friendship between a pregnant farm girl, Patty Duke, and a black fugitive, Al Freeman Jr. Wow. Heavy. Filmed on location in Galveston, Texas. Nice. The practice comedy, not to be confused with the drama of today. Crosswits, Wall Street Week. Yay. Well, it's really boring on TV tonight. It's all about... I figured since Friday they would have some really good shows on. Well, Rockford Files, but everything's repeat. Everything's a repeat, man. Waterloo, 1970. That's kind of 4th of July-ish. Right. Rockford Files. Merv Griffin, Virginian. Voice of Freedom. Highlights of June 1975 address given by Alexander Solzhenitsyn. I don't know. Something. before an assembly of AFL and CIO members in Washington. I don't know what that means, but it sounds very official. At 10, police story. Ooh, Tony Mustaine. He's left what kind of stain? A Mustaine. Howard Duff. Father of Hilary Duff, I believe. George DeCenzo. I like those names. Oh my gosh, I gotta keep up on these comments. Oh my god, you guys. Frozen dead guy days. You guys are too much. Liquid nitrogen and dry eyes. Hey, I want to be cryogenically frozen. At least my head. You know, that would be great. Beef Wellington. We're going to have cheeseburgers tonight. I don't know why. Because it's an American thing to do, I guess. And it's easy. Just start up the barbecue and chuck some patties. I don't have to do anything. I don't even have to use the barbecue. My wife does it much better than me anyway. Yeah, I try to do that. I try to, when somebody does pass away, if their passing doesn't hurt me too much, I try to enjoy their whatever they've created. Totally. To love American Style, eh? I love that show. That's such a cool show there, eh? Yeah, Mary Hartman. Both Tom and Heather have disappeared. Oh my gosh, no. Here's the fabulous Baron Munchausen. 1962. It's a Czech movie. Czechoslovakian. Clever mixture of satire, adventure, and special effects. Ooh. 1962 Baron Munchausen. Now that to me sounds different and interesting, right? So that's the fabulous Baron, and I better spell it correctly so it'll be easy to search. Munchausen. Okay, and it is check. There we go. Neato. I love it when I find something cool. Yeah, I was working on the video time machine last night, and right at the last minute, just before I was going to do the RIP section, there goes Michael Madsen popping up on my screen. I'm like, oh man. So I found a photograph and found out his name and his age and date and all that stuff, and added it in there. I didn't have time to find any Michael Madsen elements. Yeah. Later on, things will pop up, and you'll see in later time machines, you'll see things pop up, and I'll probably find a beer commercial or something with him in it, and jam that in a time machine. Just reading your comments, guys, and this, yeah, Reservoir Dogs, that was one of those movies that I really enjoyed watching the first time, and I couldn't watch it anymore after that, because it was just too intense and too real. That was probably one of his realest, fun, real movies, but it was just too much. Way too much. The Time Machine. Which time machine are we talking about? Because I was just watching the the Time Machine from the 2000s, I think. Yeah, there's a lot of violence in Tarantino movies. John Carter of Mars, yes. John Carter of Mars, I have seen, if that's the one we're talking about. Great film. I have not seen the newer one. I tried to check it out, but it's too different because they deal with now. The other one is like Civil War period, traveling to Mars, and I just don't get the new one. Yeah, both of those are from the 2000s. Yeah, The Time Machine and John Carter of Mars. Those are really, really great. I love the future in The Time Machine, because everybody has just become kind of mulatto. Everybody has become the same color. Everybody's kind of a brownish, because there's no more black, super black, and there's no more super white. We've all kind of fused together as one people, and I totally dig that. I totally dig it. I haven't seen all of Quentin Tarantino's movies. They're just too violent. I really wanted to watch that last Western that he did, because it's got Kurt Russell in it, but I just couldn't do it. Not just because it has got Samuel L. Jackson in it, and I couldn't handle watching another movie with Samuel L. Jackson where he says motherfucker. Really. So I decided not to watch that one. John Carter of Mars is a definite favorite. I love the story. I love the aliens. I love the animation. It's just brilliant. It is just brilliant. Totally, man. Yeah, as is a good cup of coffee. The Hateful Eight. Is that the one that I'm thinking about? The Western that's recent? Yeah, see, my father had PTSD, and he would just get up and walk out of the room, right? In his later years. In his early years, in the 70s, within 10 years of him being in war, he was okay with it. We'd watch Apocalypse Now and Platoon and a lot of stuff like that, and he was like okay with it. But later in life, he couldn't do any kind of violence. It got weird and violent, and he would just get up and walk out. Django Unchained, great movie. That's one that I can only watch once. It's just, they get violent and they get bizarre, and there's just so much bloodshed, right? Just for the sake of bloodshed, it seems like. And I just, it turns me off, you know. I had a friend that was staying here for a while, and he loved to watch these violent movies, and he made me watch Bone Tomahawk, right? And I'm thinking, all right, Kurt Russell. I hated that fucking movie. After, I wasn't even watching it. I got into something else. And then after a while, I just got up and left. You know? Yeah. You know, military abuse. And I feel that it is when your country abuses your willingness to stand up and fight for them. That's abuse. Vietnam was abuse. But yeah, there's all kinds of things that give to PTSD. My childhood gave me PTSD. My father's PTSD gave me PTSD. And that's a thing. You can inherit your parents' PTSD. So there you go. Bloodshed is the American way. It is. It's unfortunate. But from day one, you get off the boat, you start slaughtering people because they rub you wrong. Where's the sense in that? It just amazes me that we've come so far, and yet it seems like we're going backwards, right? We're just going backwards. Let's find new ways to hate. Iraq, Desert Storm Wars, yeah. Kuwait. I remember when that happened back in '91. I was young. I thought, oh crap, if there's a draft, I'm fucked. Right? And I don't want to fucking go to war. If there was a draft, I'd be more like to not go, or be a conscientious objector, or say, look, I'll go, but I'm not going to use a fucking gun. I'll work behind the lines. You can teach me how to use a gun. And I'll go do all the basic training. But, you know, we are not men, we are Devo. So, you know, and it's nothing on people who do. It's just that I wouldn't. It's just the way it is. Yeah, and it really bugs me too when you see veterans and especially veterans that are homeless and in bad situations and treated like shit. But what really pisses me off is that our government does this to these people and then gives them very little assistance, right? And makes it so that we have to step up and fix the problems that they create. Seriously. And it pisses me off. And I see these organizations that do that. And I just think about how much of this money actually goes to those people. Because I see veterans all over the place that are in shit. Who's helping them? Right? Who wants to die in the desert? I live in the desert, so it's like, you know, there ain't no spice out here, baby. It's just all about desert. I don't want to die out here. I want to move. I want to, you know, come on, Joey, let's move to Colorado. Let's go. I'm ready. I want to build a commune in Colorado of tiny homes and little farms. Yeah, baby. Anybody remember the Dune 2000 video game on computer? Oh, what a killer fucking game. See, there you go. 3 tours in Vietnam, packing parachutes and fixing vehicles. That's awesome. You know, if you can't fight them, then join them. But join them on your terms, right? Sounds like that's what he did. Slabtown, USA. I am not near that. It's like an hour and a half or longer away. Never been there. Is that where you were? Have you been there to Slabtown? I've heard about it. I've seen photographs of it, but I have never been there. Nor do I think that I'm gonna go there, because it's out in the middle of the desert, and I would rather go to a ghost town or an oasis in the middle of the desert or something. But you really gotta hike to those fuckers out here. So there was a ghost town in just past Joshua Tree National Park in the desert out in the middle of nowhere that's attached to a mine. And it looks like it's recently been sold to somebody who wants to develop that neighborhood, redevelop that neighborhood in the mine or whatever into something. So we'll see what the future holds for that. But it's only a few minutes out of the Coachella Valley, so it could become a venue of some sorts. You never know. New prisons in the Everglades, great. Yeah, where are you, William? You mentioned it the other day. North Carolina, I think, maybe? I'm just guessing from what I remember. We talked about a bunch of places yesterday. Totally, baby. I'm going in. Cover me. Asheville, North Carolina. So there. Oh, so that's why Gus Grissom's parachute failed. Dope! Just kidding. The whole space race thing really turns me on, man. It does. I've got a bunch of space race paraphernalia here. Here's some bicentennial stuff that I forgot to show. These are some iron-on patches from 1976. Cool, huh? They're in plastic, hidden behind plastic, so they're safe. I've got 2 of those. I totally got 2, man. Apollo mission patch. From the Earth to the Moon. So this is a patch to go on a jacket or something. I gotta keep up with these things. North Carolina, tobacco country, yep. Really? Most hippie town on the East Coast, that's great. Mike Arlington lives around there. Oh, cool. That's right, they died in the Apollo 1 fire. That sucked. Right. Man, that From the Earth to the Moon is a great series. I like how it takes place after the movie. What kind of? But it's kind of like a sister movie to that, The Right Stuff. And then Spielberg and Hanks got together to create From the Earth to the Moon after they did Apollo 13, right? So that was cool. That was very cool. I like that whole series of that whole body of work there. It's great. Dragon on the patch. Oh, it doesn't have. Okay. Yeah, why not, huh? Because they was dragging their ass. Oh, no, he didn't say that. Now the patch that's on my vest is that same patch, but it has all of the mission patches, all 17 or 18 mission patches around it, right? That's pretty cool. And it's all stitched onto my vest, so I'll pull that out later when everybody's awake and throw that in here. I might get dressed today. I might not. I might just stay in my Snoopy pajamas all day with my Budman shirt. Yeah, if they hadn't redesigned that capsule and had gone further, it might have totally stifled the space program. Because the astronauts after that were like, oh, fucking hell no. We ain't getting in that thing till we get it figured out. And then, of course, the astronauts had a hand in on getting it reworked. You know. Yeah, Tom Hanks, great movie, Apollo 13. One of those few Tom Hanks movies that I like that aren't comedy. All of his early body of work I love, right? Dungeons and Dragons, the show Bosom Buddies, the film Volunteers, Joe versus the Volcano, just all of that early shit was just fucking hilarious, and he was great. Dragnet. Yeah, we don't do pajamas in public. If we go out and my daughter has to get out of the car, she'll change. If she's just going and staying in the car, she'll just wear pajamas. I don't. Women can do anything they want. Men can't. Oh, we got a high standard, us men. We got to wear our pants down around our butt cheeks so you can see the Hershey stain on our underwear, right? That's worse than pajamas. Guys running around with pants hanging way too low, holding them up, walking funny so they don't fall down. What is the point, people? What is the point? Do you not realize that came about decades ago in prisons when you wanted to display your goods, right? I don't get it. I guess I get it for them because they want to be that, but I just don't understand why you would have to have your pants that low and have to hold on to them. Just pull them up, put a fucking belt on. Grow up. Yep. Yeah, the Apollo mission was a heavy deal. We can't wear yoga pants, right? We can't because we're men. Well, we could. I live near Palm Springs, so don't tell me you can't wear yoga pants if you're a man. Don't tell me. Because you can. It ain't pretty, but you can. Of course, they call them bicycle pants, right? It's the same crap. Ooh, look, marijuana. Oh, look, marijuana. Oh, yeah. Oh, I know. I am going to go to 70s. Early 70s? Late 70s. 70s mixed. The 70s. Wow. Where is it? I'm looking for bicentennial photographs. And okay, we were talking about Cub Scouts the other day, right? So here's me as a Cub Scout. Uh-oh. Yeah, exactly. That's what I dislike about yoga pants, is that you look at somebody and go, oh my God, you can see their woohoo, right? And then they catch you looking and they get all pissed off. It's like, look, if you don't want people to look at your fucking woohoo, don't wear clothes that are painted on. And second of all, most of the time, I don't need to see that. You know, there's not a million supermodels out there. You know, come on. And when was the last time you fucking did yoga in the first place, you twit? Ugh. Yeah, exactly. You wear a couple of those long skirts. Well, I used to wear skirts at Grateful Dead concerts and Renaissance fairs. Because it's comfortable, right? All right, here we go. I am going to show you all this one because I was just cute as a button. Where am I? Here we go. Check me out. I'm a Cub Scout. You can read her lips. I hope I got the meaning of that the right way, because that's hilarious. Male camel toe. Yeah, I don't do that. Maybe in Richard Simmons I can handle a male camel toe, because he was unobtrusive. You can't do that on stage anymore. No, because we don't have any more Richard Simmonses. Yeah, and you can't look like that as a Cub Scout. Well, you couldn't for a long time. I looked like a skateboard kid. I hated skateboarding. I used to sit on mine. So I'm still looking for photographs. I should have done this before, but I'm still looking for photographs of the bicentennial, right? Because I know I should have some. I don't know why I can't find any bison. That's Fallbrook family reunion. No. Let's see. Mid-70s. Franklin House. That's Franklin Avenue in Hollywood. Oh yeah. 1980. No, I can't seem to locate the file of 1976 family photos. Oh, nice guy, huh? Historic Lake Elsinore. I don't see my pictures there. Holiday stuff like Elsinore. Miscellaneous crap. Oh, jeez, I didn't need to see that. Huh. Beats the hell out of me where those photos went. I'm gonna have to look. Dang, I look good. Yeah, right. I was a little... I was a crazy kid. I mean, mainly because I was different. I was raised different. I was put through a lot of stuff at an early age. Yeah. Man, I sure wish I could find those 1976 photos. Warren Hayes. The Dark Crystal. There you go. Okay, so here is a picture of... There we go. Here's a picture of me as Superman on Halloween in 1975. it was Machado Elementary Park, or elementary school in Lake Elsinore, California. Yes, yes, yes. Mid-70s. Franklin House. No, I just can't seem to dig up them there photos right here, right now. I imagine that I'll find them eventually. If I put my mind to it, I could probably. Family Slides 67 to 78. Let's open this up and look at these slides. And 76. Ah, there it is. Fan-tiddly-antastic. Oh, you were born in 67. Oh, that's right. That's right. We're about the same age. That is totally cool, man. It's totally cool. Okay, so here we go. This is special for me. This is the Bicentennial Parade in Lake Elsinore, California. 1976, of course. These are the soldiers, of course. Gosh, I'm happy to find this file. There is an old car. This is the parking lot of the Alamo Market back here, and that was like the supermarket in town. Here come Pack 36. I can't read that. Let's see if I can find my brother. I think that's my brother there. It kind of looks like his profile. And he was in the Weirdos, the Boy Scouts. Susie is the awesomest. You guys are all cool. You know, you guys are all like my kind of peeps. Yeah, there's Robert. There's my brother. There's an old gas station that used to be there in town. It's gone. Been gone forever. Pack 36. Something. The something. And here comes, there's Alamo Market back there. Somebody's cool old car. There's my brother hamming it up for the camera. And his friend looking straight ahead, being official. There you go. Huh? Is he still gumming it up for the camera? Yeah, we are the berries. Yeah, the dingleberries, that's who we are. We are the dingleberries. Okay, here's like a scoutmaster here. He scares me. Alamo Market. There it is. Alamo Market. Stop it. And then this is a bank. Woohoo! Look at these guys. Hey, the air went off. Who are these guys? I don't know what they're wearing. But they're not dressed up. They're just in regular clothes. I don't know what that means. I don't know what it means. But these are Boy Scouts. And then we have Cub Scouts. And you can just see me in the blue helmet here, motorcycle helmet. We're all dressed up as heroes, right? So we got sports heroes and stuff, and other assorted heroes. And if you look at me, I'm wearing a motorcycle vest, a leather jacket. It's actually one of those, jackets, jersey, one of those jackets that's got the sleeves are different, right? So it's got leather sleeves. On the back, in tape, my parents wrote the words, "The Fonz." And I was supposed to be the Fonz doing the jump over the trash cans or whatever. Yeah, Evel Knievel, exactly. But I was the Fonz because he was one of my idols. I really dug AE. Hey, it was 76, man. What do you expect? So there I am with my helmet on. And it covered up my blonde hair because you can't do the Fonz with long blonde hair. So I did that. My mother, she wanted me to be Elvis. And I'm like, how are you going to come up with a rhinestone costume that fits me? And then there's my hair, and I ain't cutting my hair. So give it up, lady. And there's me hamming it up for the camera. I think at one point my thumb is up there, and I'm going, A. This guy's like, what are you looking at? What are you doing? Quit taking pictures of that hippie kid. What is this, Pancho Villa? Probably. That's awesome. All of these different figures from the past. Who is this guy? Fibber McGee. I don't know. Is he going to drag a closet with him and shit's going to pour out? Hey, and there's my hometown, Lake Elsinore, California. There it is. So if you look right here, this blue spot is a lagoon that comes in. Comes in from the lake. There's this little chunk of water that comes in. And then there's a little harbor here. There it is right there. It's right across there. And then there's this island out here. It's not an island. It's just this little strip of land that goes out. And then the rest of the trailer park camping is out here if it isn't underwater. And all of this is gone now. It's all eroded away, and it's a tiny little spot here, and it's rarely there. But this is the place where we spent a lot of time. We were living in this RV park right here in 1975-76 in a motorhome, a Sightseer 2 motorhome. And that was my life back then. What is this last picture here? This picture would be up in the Ortega Mountains above Lake Elsinore. Hey, and here is a group photo of everybody, I think, after the parade, or before the parade, or during practice or something, and there's my brother. There he is. He actually cut his hair. We all had long hair, my brother and I and my dad. And Robert was like the first one to want to cut his hair and fit in with the guys and stuff. So, and here is me. Here. There I am. Here is me. Here. The little long blonde hair kid. Which I wasn't too completely different from a lot of the kids my age. A lot of us were Southern California kids with what you call it. So 1975, right? I would have been like 7 years old, so I would have been in like the second grade or second or third grade or something. Fourth grade in 69, right? Cute, long hair. It was in. It was cool. It was hip. It was awesome. The hair of these women say it all. Right? This guy back here. Tough guy. A tough guy. A tough guy. There you go. Wow. So that's my 1976 parade. I don't remember having a school. Yes, I did. My school picture was the Cub Scout photo. My brother's school photo was him wearing a regular shirt, and he was standing in front of a bicentennial flag. And let me see if I can dig one of these up. It's hard to find this stuff because they're just, my files are labeled by year. So, this is when we were in 1975. We had gone back to South Dakota for the American Indian Movement elections. And that was pretty heavy. We got chased out of town with Wilson's goons fucking chasing us. Was shooting at us. It was crazy. Let's see. June of 75. March of 75. 70. Gotta go on a bee run? A beer run? Really? Alright, see you in a bit, brother. I'll be here if you come back and there's a movie playing. Enjoy it until I get back. My wife should be up soon, and then I am going to eat some cereal and some hot cereal and get ready to go. Do some more stuff here. Let's see. I am going to hold off on these photos right now because I got some great photos. October of 67 or 76. Wow. Yeah, we're gonna look at photos all day long, but I really need to find that picture of my brother. Where is it? Let's go to picture day. Nope. Miscellaneous. Okay, let's go to 70s. 70, early 70s, late 70s, mid 70s. Nope. Sometimes I just can't get a break. All right. June of 78. January. Cheers. I look just like you when I was a kid. When you was a kid, James. That's cool, man. That's totally cool. Yeah, love you, William. See you in a bit. Hurry back. Let's see. Let me find a good. Some of these are kind of orange. Okay, here is. My father went out to Indio to do some job interviews for the radio. And he took me along and took me out of school. He did this a lot. He took me out of school and took me on his little adventures, which was cool because I didn't like school. And I think there was other reasons why I wasn't in school. What time is it in California right now? It's 8 a.m. Exactly, straight up. 30 seconds after when you're hearing me. So let's take a look at some. My father took me to a job interview, and then on the way home, we stopped off at the Palm Springs Skytram. I took the Skytram up. So these are photos of that day. So this is the photos from the bottom, looking at the station here, and looking from the bottom up at the gondolas going up. Well, you're quite welcome. And then, of course, waiting to get on a gondola, being scared shitless, being up there on the top of the mountain. And my brother and sister were both at school. I think my sister could be with my mother and my brother could be at school. So for the day, this is what we're doing. We're driving halfway across the state to go fuck around and then try to get back to my siblings and family. So it's snowy as hell up there. And I'm wearing a thrift shop shirt, jersey sports thing with the number 42 on it. I have short hair at this time. I don't know why. Probably had to do with my grandparents. Every once in a while, my grandmother or grandfather, somebody would take us to get our hair cut against our will. I wake up at 4 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So, yeah, I'm up pretty early. So this is just photos of me running around in the snow by myself with my father. And I'll leave you with that. That's a sweater I think we picked up at a thrift shop in town before we went up the top, because we knew it was snowy. I'm going to heat up my coffee real quick so I can enjoy it. Be right back. So let's get together and pick out a movie to watch before it becomes that time, so that we can be ready for it, and I can cue it up and get it ready, because it's yeah, I wake up before the sun. I do every day. I don't sleep well, so getting up is easy. Staying awake during the middle of the day is hard, because I can only sleep about 3 or 4 hours at a whack. So at nighttime, I try to get in at least 4 hours. 4 good hours. During the daytime, if I can swing it, I'll take a nap for anywhere from an hour to 4 hours, just to stay caught up on sleep, or I just have no energy. The only bummer is doing a split shift like that and never having an appetite. It's hard to eat. Yesterday I ate once. I ate like 3 little canned tamales, some cereal in the morning, and then a muffin in the evening. And that was all I had the whole day. And I didn't want anything. That's the deal. I wasn't hungry. So I tried to get loaded and get an appetite together and then eat something, anything. And I usually only wind up eating, 1 good meal a day, which kind of sucks because I have no energy. I got no energy. I do a protein shake and drink some caffeine and sugary stuff, which isn't great, but it's energy, A lot of hollow calories, as my daughter calls them. So I said, you know what, I'm just burned out on eating. I'm burned out on food, the taste of stuff, flavor. I said, I need to try different stuff. I need to try some like Asian food or soul food or something different, something different. I need something different. So, the days here are shorter in the summer than in north and longer in the winter. Shorter in the summer than in the north. I guess we are higher up. But right now, our days last from about 5:30 in the morning till about 8 at night. So we got a long day. It's freaking long, man. Last night we're driving around, and it wasn't even 8 o'clock, and it was still sunny. Well, not sunny, it was still light. So back to picking out a movie, some kind of visual stimuli. We've got a couple of different topics. We've got America freedom, liberty, founding father, that kind of stuff. So we've got a bunch of those. We've also got a lot of African American, Black America, really close to my heart, the whole Black America thing, as is the Mexican American story. The fact that there are Mexican families here in California that go back before the conquest of the West. It goes way back before divine manifest. It goes before that. Californios were here long before that. They're Luiseno Indians and all the tribes of Indians that we have here in Southern California. They were here before. So that's really close to my heart, and that whole story. The Aboriginal story. 4:30 a.m. It stays light until 11 p.m. in the summer. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, so that's weird because it feels like 9 p.m. is the latest it stays light here. And then that's crazy. 11 p.m. So we've got a lot of stuff to choose from. And if you guys give me a topic, whether it be Native American, Mexican American, African American, or just straight up liberty and freedom and American history as far as the founding fathers and that stuff. So, pick a genre, pick an area, and I'll read off some titles, and I'll cue that up as the next movie. I'll probably want to cue up something about an hour long, 58 minutes or so, right? So you're in the Deep South. Great. Excellent. So if this morning, if you had tuned in early, you would have seen the history of the Negro people, the Negro and the South from 1965. And wow, I was just, my mouth was like, or did they really say that? Oh my gosh, it just crushed my heart to hear a lot of this stuff. Just flat out racism, like it was nothing, Yeah, those darkies, we love our darkies here. We take good care of our darkies. I mean, like, oh God, are you kidding me? Did they really say that? And I get it. You're born into it, you're raised into it. It's just the way it is, but come on, we're beyond that now. Things have got to change. Right? So that's why I try to bring these things, our roots. One of my favorite stories. And what was really heavy was that at some point, Alex Haley Jr. got found out that it wasn't his family's story. It was an adaptation of his family's story, right? And so these people weren't, and this wasn't, and this didn't, and what it was is he was an historian and took all of this stuff together and made it his past, right? And I totally dig it. But there were a lot of people who were like, oh man, you lied. Like my father was like that, He said, that's not even real. That's not even true. And I'm like, yeah, but it is. For so many. He can call it his own story. And my father was half Native American. And because he served in Vietnam, he never had a cross word about African American people. Never used the N-word. Never made sure it never happened in our house. And I still can't put my lips around that word, right? But he would have no problem talking about other races, beaners and kikes and whatever. And it's like, oh, come on. Come on. Are you kidding me? We're only half racist? I'm half racist on my parents' side? I don't know. So, yeah. The old folks at home. Yeah. I'm telling you, man, history is bizarre. But what's really scary about history is if you try to hide it and forget about it. I'm not into cancel culture. I'm not into taking history and hiding it because it offends somebody. The states that took down statues and destroyed them, they should be ashamed of themselves. Those statues needed to go into a garden of, here's the garden of assholes, right? Don't forget these assholes, because if you do, we're going to see more of them. And what do you know? What do you know? So I think we should keep history around no matter how ugly it gets, no matter how offensive it is. We need to keep it around so that it doesn't happen again, period. Well, while that heater is cranking to decide what it's going to do, I'm going to do a bong hit. Black American Odyssey, 1987. There's one. Harriet Tubman and the Underground Railroad from 1964. Yeah, Gran Torino. I like the fact that he has a great character arc. Not perfect, but it's a great character arc. I like how he goes from being just totally against and hateful and then he finds somebody he can connect with, and that's all it takes. You know, that's all it takes. Finding some common ground. Here's another one, Of Black America, In Search of a Past. That one's in 1968, so it's right in the heart of the civil rights movement. So it's going to be less, you know, darkies and nigras and all that stuff. Another one that's about an hour long, Legacy of the Bicentennial Year, 1977. Sticking with the ones that are close to an hour, of course, to get some time in to go and chill out. Chill out. That about does it for about the hour-long ones. I can tack a couple of little ones together, but I'd rather sit and discuss the little ones rather than get up and leave. I've got a 90-minute one here that's called We Are Guinea Pigs. We Are the Guinea Pigs from 1980. And in 1980, we were talking about how we're being used as guinea pigs, right? So that one's 90 minutes long. All of these that are on my list are either on the channel now or will be posted at some point today. So there is a shitload of stuff going on this channel today. And it's pretty much this, talking about America the way we thought it was going to turn out, the way we were aiming for it to turn out, and it just never did. Some people in South Florida have Confederate flag bumper stickers that read, "Heritage, not hatred." I can relate to that as a North Carolina native. I totally get it, right? And people need to understand that sometimes the heritage is not the South shall rise again, but we shall never forget, right? And that's the way I see that flag. That's the way I see remembrances of the past and the Civil War, the North and the South. We can't just destroy the South and their history and just say, yeah, we're the North, we conquered, because it's, you know, it took 100 years for that to happen? Come on, that's ridiculous. You know, 150 years to get over the Civil War? Come on. All of those statues should never have been destroyed. They should have been put in a museum, not to celebrate them, but to remember, right? And then have the history on a wall behind the statue that explains why we can't forget. Sometimes I just don't get humans, how we're so easy to just move on and forget. But there was a lot of good in remembering these things. We had a lot of good stuff in the past. Look, in 1970 was the first Earth Day. A whole lot of good that has done, that we get together and we celebrate Earth Day once a year. Every fucking day should be Earth Day, right? And that's where we were headed in 1970 when we had our first Earth Day. I remember in junior high school watching a film from the 1950s or 60s where they had been doing studies in large cities with skyscrapers where they would just take a filter, just a regular filter, cotton filter, and stick it out on a building where the wind could blow through it. And they would leave it out there for different varied periods, different times of the year, and saw all of this pollution. And you think that then they would have really, really gone after curing it? No. What does that pollution do to us? Carcinogens get into our body, give us freaking cancers and all kinds of shit. Yeah, see, I don't know about my family's past. You had family that fought on both sides of the Civil War, Michigan and North Carolina. So, you know, there you go. I don't have a history. I think the 1900s, our family came, well, my father's family, his father's side of the family, came from Europe, right? His mother's side of the family was Native American and Irish. So she had family that had been here and probably had seen the Civil War, but probably didn't fight in it. Maybe the Irish side, the Irish, the Mackey side. But I have really no past to speak of. I don't know any of my mother's family's history. She wasn't fond of her family, so I didn't get a lot of it. Even though we lived, my mother and I both lived with her father for a while. That was weird. Knowing full well that your mother doesn't like you at all, yet you're living with her and her father that she don't like at all. It was a weird. And I've got a girlfriend who's got a kid. That was a weird, fucked up period there. Coffee. Doodly. I've had some bizarre periods in my life. Just different eras of my life that have just been bizarre. I miss my elders, but most of my elders, James, are not my family members. They're just people, older people that I grew up with that helped raise me. That half dozen families who took me in when I was homeless and young. And then the thing was is that when I got to about 19, it wasn't cool anymore, right? Because most of those people wanted to kick their kids out of the house at 18. And they couldn't do that if I was around and helping out and doing stuff, because they wanted me around, but they couldn't have me around because they wanted to get rid of their kids. So they just have to get rid of us all. So I lost a lot of families in the way of support, but I totally got it, you know. By that time, my mother and father had separated, and I wound up spending a lot of time with my father while off and on being homeless just by myself, you know, just living in a car in a tent and collecting cans and, you know, just walking around all day. And I made good money just walking around collecting cans and bottles, filling up my little convertible MGB and driving it over to the recycling place, making enough money for the next 24 to 48 hours of existence. And then I would take my car and park it in a field somewhere where nobody could see me, set up a tent, set up a camp, and have a life, you know. Grab a book, listen to a radio show, and I did that for a long time. I could go back to that life. It's so easy. I've done it many times since then until I got married. And then things changed and I had to learn to adapt to not being a nomad, you know, a wanderer. We still wandered. We still wandered around a little bit, following the work. I had a lot of character building stuff, a lot of trials and tribulations where I had to learn from other people's mistakes lest I make them myself. And I did. Somebody'd fuck up and I'm like, ooh, I ain't doing that. Ooh, I ain't doing that. My parents would do shit throughout the first 10 years of my life, and I would have to reflect on what they had done and decide for myself. They didn't do right. Everything that I learned in school and things even they taught me, they went against. And I had to, the second 10 years of my life was practical application of not following people and learning from others, but not joining them. And I wasn't the greatest person in the world, and I did a lot of stupid shit, but I did it and I owned it because it was my stuff. I didn't do it because I was following someone else. I just fucked up and made mistakes, and I don't apologize. I'm not one of those who, I'm sorry. I just, you know what? I don't expect forgiveness for shit that I did. I don't. So I'm not going to ask for apologies to anyone. If specifically I might go to someone and say, I'm sorry I made those decisions when I was so young and stupid, but you have to understand where I was coming from. Look at the way I was raised by wolves. I was a really perverted child when I was young, because the first 10 years of my life, was my father working at a pornographic newspaper, going to Black's Beach, take me into your family. Well, if you're talking to me, you're already part of the family, Joey. You know that. Take me to your leader. But I had to learn so many lessons on my own. A lot of the adults in my life were much like my parents, really able to fuck up quite easily. So I had to learn from them too, and I had a lot of great adults in my life who were above board and straight, narrow type people, citizens, right? Which my parents were never really that. So I really owe a lot to the people who raised me. And I'm sure I made a lot of my friends jealous because I was in their lives, but I also kind of made them look bad sometimes by offering to do things. Like the job that my friend Brett's mother, Pam, got me. She offered it to her son first, and he said, fuck no, I ain't going to do that. But it's summertime and you need to. She said, nope. He said, I ain't going to do it. And I said, I'll do it. And I spent the summer mowing lawns an hour away from Lake Elsinore in Corona, California, and would go and do that every day. And that was, I knew that I had to do that to help out. I knew that I had, and I would offer her money and she'd say, no, just you doing that is enough, taking care of your dogs, buying food for them, putting up a fence in the yard, doing things to take care of yourself and get yourself better. That's what she wanted me to do, which is what I try to do when I help out friends, give them the opportunity to help themselves better their own situation. Recently I tried to do it for a friend a year or so ago and just got burned. An old friend. And I can't do that again. I can't take and lose all of that past because of that idiot. So I can't do that anymore. So therefore, I don't want to be involved too deeply in anyone's lives anymore from the past. Because it hurts to lose people, especially when they're still around. I've lost enough that are just gone, but to lose those that are still around. When you were 8, your parents divorced. Wow, that's heavy. That is heavy. Yeah, my parents were together for, almost 20 years, I guess. separated for a while and then finally just called it quits. They didn't get a divorce until like 10 or 15 years after that, until my father wanted to get remarried. And of course he married someone that's like a year younger than me, which has its own weirdness. But they got along great, and I'm happy that they had that together, you know. Because I couldn't find happiness with my father, who didn't want us around, who didn't want happiness, and he kept pushing us away, pushing us away, pushing us away. And at the end was upset that because we were never around, and it was like, well, you know, you didn't want us around, literally. I tried to create the opportunity for us to be together. And he just said, no, 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 no. I just fought the whole way. And I just didn't want to fight anymore. I just wanted a place where the family could be together, you know. I was done fighting. Everybody else just still wanted to argue and fight, you know. Shucks. So Joey is part of the family, and he was here recently, and he's going to be here again soon. It's only September, and he's going to be back. He was just here in June, going camping. So, yeah, it's awesome sauce. So, yeah, come on out, guys. It's a family affair. It's a family affair. It's a family affair. No, really. It is. I'm just, you know, that's the kind of way I am. I'm reverting to my hippie past, my hippie youth. You were in foster care. Out of state. Your dad was out of state. Lived with your aunt and uncle for a while, then foster homes, and then a good Christian families. You were broken, difficult. I understand that. I was broken because I was different and I knew it, and nobody told me why. And I saw it in everybody's faces and actions, you know. So, and then I saw it in everybody that I came in contact with. They saw me as some dirt-faced, grubby little rat-haired kid. And I was an oddball. I looked like nobody in my family, which was another sign. I was emotionally disturbed, which was another sign. There were things wrong with me as I was growing up. I put the pieces together, which eventually, after my parents passed away, I finally figured it out. Why, you know. So, and that sucks. But I got nobody to go to for specific answers. I just have to, you know, yeah, I can go do a DNA test, which is probably going to happen at some point, just to find out exactly what my suspicions, you know, can be. Yeah, losing people sucks, especially those close to you. I didn't get along with my mother real well. I got along with my father, but it always seemed contrived, like he was going out of his way to not let me down, to keep me around, to make sure that I had somebody as far as family goes. And then later on, he's just like, oh, get the hell out of here, which showed me a lot, you know. But, yeah, when I lost my mother, I cried a little tiny bit, but it was like, there was nothing much there, you know. I tried to involve my new family with her, and she was like, whatever. Yeah, cute, I love the Mexican people, this, that, and the other. I was like, you know, and I could see it in her eyes that I had done something. Right? Oh, no. So, I don't know, and that's just the impression I got, whether it was true or not. I got that from a lot of family, my family. Whereas my wife's side of the family, you know, they just accept me, and regardless, you know, they just accept me. I'm just accepted, and I would think that I would get that from my own family, but I just don't. You know, I always get that look, or I get this predetermined idea of what they think I am, and they don't lose that. They've got this idea in their head of who I am, and it's that guy from way back then, and they don't lose that. And the only thing I've added to that is I'm a crazy old guy that just rah, 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 rah. And so I don't have any contact with anybody because I'm just a kook. I'm just a kook who speaks his mind and isn't afraid to speak his mind, you know. And it's not like I'm trying to piss people off or push people's buttons or something. I'm just speaking my mind. You know, there's no hatred, there's no animosity, there's no emotion. You know, I love most of the people I'm talking about still. It's just that we didn't get along. And when we did, it was usually fake. Apollo 14 moonwalk on live TV in 71. Oh, and then she passed away in 71 at 30. Wow, that's heavy, man. That is heavy, but what an awesome memory, you know, to have a memory to tie with someone from your past, because emotions are what really make those connections in your brain. You know, yeah, it's all created up here and happens up here and you remember stuff, but when you put emotions, strong emotions to that memory, you almost never forget it. So I believe highly in that. And that's one of the reasons I got off antidepressants after my daughter was born, because I was not experiencing at all my daughter's life and her growing up and all of the happy things. It was like, yeah, yay, I'm happy. Oh, I'm sad. And it was like all flat. And I was like, no, I can't fucking do this. And I had to get off of antidepressants. And then because my daughter's early life, I got no memories of a lot of the stuff because I had no emotions. So I got off of that. Took me a while to go cold turkey and be psychotic for a while. But eventually I got over it. In fact, about, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago, I did some micro dosing for about 2.5 months, a little tiny bit, twice a week. Would put myself in a nice, cool, calm room with some music on or a movie or something happy and gay and light, and would have tea and a little bit of mushrooms and smoke pot and just be happy. Just put myself in my happy place. And then after that, if I was out and would get pissed off, road rage or something, I could just go bing right back to my happy place and lose all of that, you know. And I wish I'd been able to do that when I was younger. Totally. That would have helped me so much, to just be able to rewrite my brain chemistry to go to a happy place when I get upset, you know. Withdrawal from antidepressants sucks. I was on 3 or 4 different kinds throughout the first 8 years of my marriage, the first 4 years of my daughter's life, 5 years. It was like, oh no, I can't do this anymore. I can't do it. I was garbling down antacids, antidepressants, pain pills, all kinds of shit. And finally I just said, fuck it. Fuck it all. And it was great. I wound up in the hospital a couple times with panic attacks and heart attacks and that kind of shit. But, you know, what are you going to do? But I got over it. It was hell. Going in. Cover me. Okay. I don't want to put on a movie yet. But I gotta use the restroom. I got a lot of coffee in me right now that I need to expel. So what I'm gonna do is I am going to put on something that I like to call technical difficulties. Let's see. And it'll be about 3 minutes long, and that will give me time to go. Damn it. These files. So many files you don't believe. Live show elements. Oh, come on, no. Open and close. Promos, technical difficulties. Okay, here we go. All right. I am going to put on... I will have you host, dude. Totally. I use magic mushrooms when I can, when I need to. I don't know about LSD. LSD is kind of hard to regulate. But totally. Dude, you got the job as co-host or host, or I'll turn the show over to you and I'll just direct and produce. I mean, you know, however you want to do it. All right, I'm going to put on technical difficulties, and it is almost 4 minutes long. This will give me a chance to run to the restroom, heat up my coffee, take a leak, all of that kind of stuff, because I'm doing the pee-pee dance here. All right, people, I will be back in a flash. I will put this video on, and check it out. And here we go, come on. And there it is. Technical difficulties is the name of the video, and I will be back in a flash. Enjoy. Oh. There it is. Alright, I'll be right back. Let me turn it down. Holy hell, oh, some technical difficulties there. Tylenol, huh? I don't use any pills anymore. Every once in a while I use Aleve. Every once in a great while. Every once in a great while, I'll have a aspirin. I'll have a aspirin. When I have a tummy ache, I have a headache, and I don't feel well. No, I take Bear for chest pains. I get those heart pains from my heart saying, "You're gonna die." So I take an aspirin, stick one under my tongue, swallow one. Happens all the time. No, it doesn't. Happens once or twice a year. Sometimes. Hasn't happened a lot over the last several years. Which is weird. Happened once, a little while ago, a few months back. So I just breathe shallow, drink some cold water. One doctor told me that it was my acid reflux GERD. It was that was causing it, and just sip cold water. Another doctor said that it was heart stuff. So I do both. I do cold water and I do aspirin, and I breathe shallow, and I just try to take it easy, and it goes away. Goes away. I first started having that when I was about 30 years old. I started having chest pains. But I used to smoke a lot of cigarettes too. So there you go. Ooh, looks like the house is waking up. Ain't that something? There, just make sure that the air stays on. So there you go. Management for 20 years on opioid pain meds. I was on opioid pain meds for 18 months. And I said, no. I had seen a lot of my friends get hooked on pills. And I was on a half a pill, and then I was on a whole pill, and then I was taking a couple of pills, and then I was taking and it was like, you know what? I spent all day in bed. I just spend all day in bed in pain. And the pain pills aren't killing the pain, they're just killing me. So I just gave it up. I switched to marijuana. I got my medical marijuana card after I was making long trips to get weed. I just said, fuck this. I got a reason. And I went in and got my medical marijuana card like that and started smoking pot a lot again. Before it was just cigarettes and every once in a while some weed and a lot of beer and that kind of shit. And I'll be damned. Yeah. I quit in 2013, and I smoked off and on from the age of 15 or 16. Yeah, 15. That's when I started smoking. And I was an advocate of non-smoking, even then. But I smoked off and on. I'd smoke for a couple of years, and then I'd quit for a couple of years. I'd smoke for a few years, and then quit. And smoke a lot, smoke a little. When I stopped smoking cigarettes, I was smoking about a pack a week at the most. A couple of cigarettes a day, you know. And I was just like, what's the point? We were living with this elderly couple and renting on their property, and this lady's husband was dying of lung cancer, and he never smoked. And I'm like, damn, he got a raw deal. She smoked like a smokestack, like a freight train, baby. But they hauled him away on New Year's Eve 2013, and I watched her sit there and hoof down a cigarette and do a shot, and she's like 70s or something, right? These people were old. And I took that cigarette, half a cigarette down, I put it out. I took the pack of cigarettes out of my pocket, looked down, about half full. I gave it a twist, and I threw it in the trash. Didn't say anything, but I never looked back. And that was it. To this day, I could still start smoking like that. You know, why? Because it's easy to go back to smoking cigarettes. It's like falling off a bicycle. You know, it's easy to do. You remember that easy. It's all muscle memory, man. Speaking of, smoked like a chimney from 16, 45 years. Yep, it's a wonder we're still here. That's why I'm still here. If it wasn't for that, I'd have freaked out and killed myself decades ago. I had a smoke voice. Did you hear that? Totally. I'm glad Joey doesn't smoke. I'm glad my daughter doesn't smoke. I just don't get into it, you know. Edibles are cool. You know, it's not going to kill you to do an edible. You know. It's kind of sugary, but other than that, shit. I can take 3 of those things and they don't affect me. The average person, probably 1 or a half is good. You know, those little 10 milligram gummy deals. Those are great. They do all kinds of stuff for you. They got some that are appetite suppressants, some give you an appetite, some that make you sleepy, some that kind of speed you up. There's all kinds of strains of weed that do all kinds of stuff. I'm constantly doing this because I'm always switching strains because I don't want to get used to smoking one thing, you know. It helped you with your asthma. See, that's funny. That's hilarious. Because it opens you up. It's like coffee, cold coffee. Opens up the bronchioles, you know. Hot coffee, cold coffee. I guess either way. I saw it in an episode of something. Most of my life lessons I've learned from TV. Sativa's great. I'll do anything. Right now I'm doing sativa. I think before that it was indica. I think I had a couple of indicas. Yeah, indica and indica. So right now I'm doing a sativa, and I got a little indica left. I just like to bounce around. Otherwise my tolerance is like, whoa. And then I just don't get anything out of it, right? And then I also change the way that I smoke. I'll use a one hitter, I'll use a bong, I'll use a different bong, I'll use a pipe, I'll smoke a joint once in a while, just because the high is different when you do it different ways. It is. It totally is. How did you like that technical difficulties? Did you go take a pee break too? You have ADHD and take Ritalin twice a day, and it helps. That's awesome. That's awesome. I don't subscribe to the idea of medicating everyone for everything. There are some cases where it does help, but there was this educational film that I just put on my channel recently, and it was called like every other child, only more so. And it was about putting kids on medication and kids having to go to school and feeling different and being talked about as different, you know, hey, pillhead, you know, hey, this or that. And I totally got it because I wasn't on medication when I was young. I probably should have been and would have gotten along in school better. But it was because I was different, and the kids treated me differently, and the teachers and everybody treated me differently. So I felt different, right? Totally. But yeah, for me, when I found marijuana, I found the thing that helped me socialize. It helped my grades in school. It helped me get along with adults of authority. It helped me find friend after friend and actually have the ability to date girls. You know, it helped me do a lot of things that normally I wouldn't have. I would have just stayed at home. I'd have just stayed at home, watched TV, listened to old radio, you know. yeah, I mean, you find, like my family finds me a lot easier to live with because I'm on YouTube. It's like a medication for me. It allows me to voice my thoughts that I can't throw at my family constantly. You know, they don't want to hear all the stuff that I have to say that they've heard over and over again, right? So this allows me a forum, but it also allows me therapy because I can talk about my past, my history, my likes, my dislikes. You know, I try not to get too political most times, but sometimes I do. And that's just what I need at that moment. I need to vent about something. And I try to do that here, and I try to do it in a forum that will allow other people to vent, but it also a way that just allows me to, you know, move on, you know. I don't forgive and forget. I move on, and I'm willing to start over, right? But that's it, you know. Right on. Well, I love it when I can make a connection with somebody, you know. And it's great that I make a connection with Joey, and he's you know, less than half my age, and we're able to communicate and contact each other on a wavelength that's very similar, because we are very similar in a lot of ways, and it's very, very cool. So thanks. I totally relate to where you're coming from. In a lot of ways, I wish that I had found marijuana early and had stayed on it my whole life, but had not smoked it, had found ways to get it into my system other ways, right? Because it really has been my savior in a lot of ways. The last, 15 years have been because of pain, but I also, after, realizing a lot of life's pains and woes that have been thrown at me, that the only really way that I've been able to get along with myself and therefore get along with other people has been to smoke a little weed and relax and chill out, my daughter said the same thing when she has a gummy. She says, wow, it makes me feel normal. It makes me feel relaxed and no stress and no anxiety and all that stuff, and I'm thinking, oh man, would it have been good to have introduced her to something like that when she was young and in school and stuff? But no, because she was able to work through it and make friends, and mainly because we didn't drag her. Had we dragged her around 2 or 3, 4 schools in a year like I had to go through, she would have probably wound up with a lot of the same head trips that I did, and that would have sucked. In her first year of school, second year, first grade, she went to a couple of schools as we were trying to find ourselves. But from the first grade on to now, she's been in the same place, same friends, same school system, same county. It's been great. It's been freaking great. And I think that helps her having that structure and that familiarity with a place and people in a community, that I never had. I never had that, so much so that it was so hard for me to make friends. Having to make friends twice a year, 3 times a year. My brother could walk into a room full of kids and go, yeah, let's go. And he'd be outside playing. My sister would walk into a room and everybody would gravitate toward her, right? I'd walk into a room, they'd look over their shoulder and go, ew, and they'd turn around and everybody would keep playing, doing whatever. And the teacher would physically have to pull me in, sit me down with others, and force the others to interact with me. So I was none too excited about school at any period, because it was almost always like that, and that you see it in my eyes in a lot of the pictures of me when I was a little kid, and if we take a look back at picture day, where's picture day? Where the hell is picture day? It's down here. Okay, so I'll go to picture day. And, where are you? There it is. Okay, so I'll go to picture day. And let me skip over to pictures of just me. So I don't have to embarrass any of my siblings who may happen by this video at some point. So here is a picture of me in the, I'm going to say the 6th grade. Okay. Be forewarned that this is going to freak you out. That's me in the 5th grade. That is a solid black denim shirt with really short collars and this weird front that came down. And you can just see the stitching. You can just see the stitching here, right? And this is a denim shirt that's black and kind of faded that I got at a thrift shop because that's where I was allowed to shop. Wow, it's lunchtime there. Woohoo! Nice. I haven't even had breakfast, so there you go. But I don't get hungry, so at some point I will, and I'll get something going on. But as of now, I'm not quite hungry. So this is in the 6th grade, I believe. And this is me in, I think, the kindergarten or the 1st grade, with my little Western shirt. Oh, look at that little part on the side and that long hair. Little girl. I was always called Michelle. And everybody said I had blue eyes, but they weren't. They were gray. My eyes have always been gray. In some pictures, they look a little bluish, but most pictures, they're gray. If I'm stoned, when I was young and stoned, nice. Roast turkey and cheese. Yeah, when I was really stoned young, my eyes would kind of get blue and red, and I would say, hey, look, I'm red, white, and blue, man. But this was pretty young. Oh, and here is the 8th grade, junior high, 8th grade. So you could really see it in my eyes here where I've grown up, I found my own. I spent the last 6 weeks of the 7th grade ditching. I had a whole summer of being on my own and being independent and strong. So I found myself, you know. And in the 8th grade you could see it. I just didn't give a shit anymore, you know. And that was my cool brown leather jacket. I love that jacket. It was like a Hollywood jacket. I think I got it at a thrift shop in Hollywood. And at that point, it just barely still fit me. And I was so bummed that I was going to lose it because I was growing up. And then we got the Cub Scout photo. Cub Scout, Cub Scout. Let's see, we go. Oh, and he's twins. Reworked there, but there you go. There's some crazy. Thank you. I love these old photos. Thank you to my sister. She let me borrow a bunch of photos and allowed me to copy all the family photos. So that was very, very cool. Lousy backstory behind the end of that, but I moved on by just moving on. I don't forget, but I move on. So yeah, that's totally awesome. I'm thinking about something to eat here at some point. I'm thinking some hot cereal would be good. It's only 9 in the morning here, so I can get away with that. And I think I'm going to put something on to watch during the interim. Any ideas of what we would want to watch for about 30 or 40 minutes while I gather up some food and get it into me? Like I said, we've got like American history, revolutionary stuff, Black America, Native American stuff, Mexican American stuff, and just all kinds of wide variety, a wide range of things. So give me a topic, and then I'll kind of shoot a couple of things at you, and we can take it from there. Because that would be cool if we could. Well, you know what I mean. You know what I mean, Jelly Bean? My mother used to say that. Hee 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 hee. You know what I mean, Jelly Bean? And I just have like a million of these educational films on a file here, ready to look at. I kind of sway towards any of those three topics. Black America, please. Okay. Let's see. Let me grab something here that looks like something along those lines. This file that I'm looking at here is a lot of American, and here's one called it's from 1968. It's called Black History, Lost, Stolen, or Strayed. So let's take a look at that one. Let me cue this up and roll it, and it's going to pop on here really quick. You'll hear it. And here we go.
Black History, Lost, Stolen, or Strayed.
I am going to put off my mic and camera and turn on my monitor. I'll be back. Thanks for hanging around, James.
No, I could never fit in that. Never get in that at all. This is more like it. Now, what's the whitest thing you know? Whiter than the driven snow, whiter than the whites of your eyes? Sugar. Non-integrated, non-black, sweet sugar. But you see, there is a black man in your sugar. His name is Norbert Rillier. Norbert Rillier in 1846 invented a vacuum pan that revolutionized the sugar refining industry. Now, you have to dig to find that fact. I mean, it's not much history, but it's still history. Now, what do you stand in? In your shoes. Now, there's just you and your shoes, isn't there? Nope. See, there's a black man standing in your Oxfords with you. Sharing your soul and your heel is a man, his name is Jan Ernst Metzelliger. And in 1863, this is a drawing by the kids, Metzelliger invented the machine that made mass-produced shoes possible. Now, you have to dig around for that fact, too. And again, it's not much history, but it's history. Am I coming in clear to California? I mean, is this TV signal driving through a pass in the Sierra Nevada mountains and slipping into San Francisco? Okay, well, I want to thank you, Jim Beckworth. Jim Beckworth out of St. Louis, hunter, trapper, and honorary chief of the Crow tribe of Indians. We had trouble finding you, Jim. Though you helped open the West, you didn't make the books. Chicago, right here, where the Wrigley building is. Young fellow by the name of Jean-Baptiste de Sable. Jean-Baptiste, he founded Chicago, when he traded with the Indians. And of course, there it is right there at that particular time. It was called Chicago, or Stinking Onion, by the Indians. And de Sable, he didn't even change the name at all. Now you take the Lewis and Clark expedition here, right in there, you'll find a black man named York helping to open the West. Those men are trying to wash the black out of York. That's what you might call historically significant, because a lot of people think we ought to wash white, but we ain't gonna, you see. Texas, coming to you, Texas, right down the Chisholm Trail, right here. Right down there with 5,000 black cowboys who never made it to the Hollywood Western. Did you know that, huh? In this same group, there was one black outlaw. His name was Deadwood Dick, who claimed his soul brothers were Bat Masterson, Billy the Kid, and Jesse James. Deadwood Dick used to ride into the saloon, order 2 drinks, one for himself and one for his horse. And here's his horse drinking a shot of red-eye with a straw. And how about the 186,000 blacks who fought on the Union side during the Civil War? 38,000 died. How about Teddy Roosevelt's charge up San Juan Hill? It wasn't just the Rough Riders who made it. 4 black regiments went right up with Teddy. They didn't get lost going up the hill. They got lost in the history books. How about the North Pole? Snow White? Well, the first man there was black, Matthew Henson. He spoke Eskimo. And he was Admiral Perry's navigator, and although he made it first to the pole, it never quite made it to the history books. And how about your heart? Can we get there? All right. Daniel Hale Williams first performed open heart surgery successfully. Now, this list could go on forever. Blacks who made it, blacks who made history, but who didn't get into the history text at all. And the strange thing is how little there is about us in the textbooks. Napoleon once said history is a fable agreed upon, and the fable agreed upon up to now is that American history is white on white. But sometimes we did get into the history books. All wrong. Now you take this one. The Growth of the American Republic, 1942 edition. Samuel Eliot Morrison, Henry Steele Commager. Quote, as for. This has to do with slavery. As for Sambo, Professor Morrison. Sambo, Professor Commager. As for Sambo, whose wrongs moved the abolitionists to wrath and tears, there is some reason to believe that he suffered less than any other class in the South from its peculiar institution. Peculiar institution means slavery. Although brought to America by force, the incurably optimistic Negro soon became attached to the country and devoted to his white folks, unquote. Those lines were written by 2 Pulitzer Prize-winning white Northern professors. Slavery. That's the place everybody likes to start Negro history. You have ignorant black men being brought over from Africa in chains. Terrible thing, slavery. But this way slavery is taught, it sort of takes the sting out of it. Because the way it's usually taught, people think that we Afro-Americans started with nothing but little grass skirts like the kids in the Tarzan movies. And though America gave us slavery, America kindly gave us religion and a lick or 2 of education. And when we get more jobs and more education, then up from slavery. But we had something before we left Africa, something more than rhythm. I mean, we had a high culture. Culture was so high that great artists in the world are still borrowing from it. Now, here's a sculpture by an unknown African artist. And here's what Paul Klee took from him. Now, here's a work by an unknown black African, and Pablo Picasso liked what he saw. Another African design, and Modigliani swiped it, or he was influenced by it, or whatever polite word you want to use. Another black African artist, and Picasso didn't change it very much. I mean, when you look at this copying, you got to give us a little more than rhythm. You got to give us style. Now, if you tell the history of slavery right, you got a big problem on your hands. The slave trader didn't take some savage out of Africa. He took a human being. He sold him like an animal and separated him from his family. America invented the cruelest slavery in the history of the world. It broke up black families. After slavery was over, America kept breaking up the black man's family. And that's some awful history to teach. Now, if you want to look history right straight in the eye, you're going to get a black eye. Because it isn't important whether a few black heroes got lost or stolen or strayed in America's history textbooks. What's important is why they got left out. Now, this country has got a psychological history. There was a master race, there was a slave race. And though there isn't any political slavery anymore, those same old attitudes have hung around. I mean, the burning part of Burn, Baby Burn is right here in this classroom. We want to thank Mrs. Lovely Billups and the whole gang here at the 4th grade for the brilliant and intelligent artwork that they've done here to make this whole broadcast sing. I want you guys to keep pretending that I'm not here. You're doing a great job, and just keep on drawing and reading and writing, doing what you have to do, because I'm going to talk about some other kids. Not you, Mary, John, and Bob. These are kids from other schools. Did you know in some states it used to be against the law to teach blacks to read or write? Nowadays we're getting these integrated schoolrooms, and most people think that if we get enough teaching and enough jobs, everything is going to take care of itself. But there is a scar of history running right through kids as young as these. It tears you up if you know how to look at drawings kids make, because kids shouldn't know much about history and anything about discrimination. I mean, nobody hates little black kids, but why do some of them cause so much trouble? And if you ask black and white children to draw themselves, or trees, or houses, some strange things happen. We asked some ordinary white kids from ordinary families to make some drawings for us. Like, well, let's call him John. John's white, and we asked him to draw himself. This is John. This is his house, and this is his tree. Then we asked a black kid, let's call him Ralph, to do the same thing. This is Ralph's drawing of himself. This is his tree. Now, why should two kids of the same age draw so differently? Enter the expert. This is Dr. Emmanuel Hammer, psychiatrist specializing in children's therapy.
Well, let me illustrate it for you. Let's take these drawings. No matter what a child draws, he's really picturing himself. Ask a secure child to draw a tree, and he's likely to draw a bountiful, spreading tree. A black child drew this tree, cut off in its growth, stark, bare, ungratified. It works the same way with drawings of people. Normal children, average drawings. The mood is happy, the child feels capable, the drawings are complete, and the arms are developed to emphasize strength. These children were old enough to draw complete figures. The significant fact is what they left out: arms, hands. A child may sense that a situation in life is so powerless that he himself is equivalent to an armless man. My own study reveals that armless people appear 3 times more frequently in the drawings by black children than those by white. The faceless beings suggest that these youngsters not only feel themselves to be less than they might be, they don't even feel themselves to be. The black child who is forced to live in a hostile world may disappear in self-defense. He drifts through life feeling like a shadow. He stops caring, and he stops trying. A child who has this on his mind cannot be a child. A child who has this on his mind could want to burn down cities when he gets older.
The whole confusion was summed up by a black 9-year-old in these 2 paintings. This is a 9-year-old boy draws a white man, Robin Hood maybe. And this is how the same boy draws himself. And this is the consequence of deformed history.
Linda, close the curtains. Brian, lower the screen. Bonnie, lights, please.
In the past 50 years, 33,000 feature films have been made in the United States, and about 6,000 of them have had parts for black actors. For the most part, The black portraits have been drawn by white writers, white producers, and white directors for a white audience. Most black parts were the way white Americans wanted them to be. The black male was consistently shown as nobody, nothing. He had no qualities that could be admired by any man, or more particularly, any woman.
When the sun goes down, the tide goes down, we dark gather round and they all begin to shout, hey, hey, Uncle Doug did feed the...
White people didn't like to think much about them, sort of like a relative you got in a rest home. I mean, happy darkies, dancing and singing was all they wanted to hear about. Being good Christians, the whites out front liked to think the blacks out back were kind of happy. Uncle Tom's Cabin was one of the first movies made that tried to say anything about black people. Uncle Tom was changed a little each time it was put on the stage, and all the parts were played by white actors, and by the time they made a movie of it in 1903, Uncle Tom was just the white man's idea of a good nigger. You might say he was what H. Rap Brown ain't. They made this picture 5 times, and by the time they finished with it, Mickey Rooney could have played Uncle Tom. Minstrel shows started as the black man's entertainment for himself and the plantation owners. When they were filmed, though, they were done by a white cast. You figure that out. They were done as sort of a joke, and the black entertainer couldn't even get a job making fun of himself. The first really vicious anti-Negro film was called The Birth of a Nation, and it was a honey. And the second worst thing about it was that technically in 1918 it was the best movie that had ever been made. A cat named D.W. Griffith produced it, and he knew how. See? Birth of a Nation pretended to tell the story of the Civil War and what happened afterwards when the slaves were freed. A white woman couldn't walk her own sidewalk, if you believe the picture. In the South, Negroes got the right to vote, and the movie showed black vote collectors refusing to accept white votes, and black people sneaking in extra votes. And if these black bad guys don't look very bad to you, it's probably because they were white actors wearing burnt cork. Negro legislators took over in the South, and in the film they were made to look like apes. And this was the movie version of how it looked in the Southern state legislature. They drank whiskey, they ate chicken with their hands in the State House, and they put their feet up on the table with the shoes off. And of course, they passed all sorts of crazy laws according to the film, like anybody could marry anybody they wanted to. It was obvious to anyone who saw this picture that Negroes weren't fit to govern themselves or anyone else because they really weren't people. This film is 50 years old, and it may look silly and out of date now, but it didn't look silly when it was made and seen. Several million Americans who saw it were propagandized to believe that this is the way things would be if they weren't careful. So they've been pretty careful. Colonel Cameron, a former officer in the Confederate Army, is all upset over the way Northerners and the freed slaves are changing his South, taking the mint julep right out of his mouth. So he takes a walk one day while he's worrying about it, and he sees 2 white kids playing, and then 4 black kids come along. Being hardly human and naturally afraid of ghosts, the black kids run. Colonel Cameron sees the whole scene, gets his great idea, and with this, that great white all-American organization, the KKK, was born. Cavalry and the bedsheet has come to the rescue. The South is saved. In this picture, the Ku Klux Klan was the good boy who saved the South. Most Hollywood films, though, even the early ones, weren't really nasty. Nobody was sitting around saying, hey, let's take care of the niggers. What producers were doing was making money. And to make money, they made pictures that white ticket buyers would enjoy. They showed Negroes the way most Americans like to think of them. To blame Hollywood is like throwing a rock at the mirror because you don't like what you see in it. Burt Williams was one of the great vaudeville performers. He couldn't get parts in white pictures, so he made a lot of short comedies. He played the part most Americans consider typical Negro. He wasn't bad, really, just lazy, stupid, and happy the way he was. And his feet hurt. He was afraid of most everything. And when he was scared, he shook and his teeth chattered. Unlike a scared white man, the black man's eyes could pop out of his head. When he was scared, he was so scared he couldn't talk. He was also so scared he couldn't run. Black women, on the other hand, were steady and imperturbable. They stood like a rock on the face of things that scared black men. Another strange physical characteristic was when they were really very scared, the guys turned white. When you look back on these old films, the patterns come jumping out at you. The most consistent thing about them was the attack on the black man. He was never even given the privilege of being a man. He was a boy, as in, you know, here, boy. They had a lot of other great qualities besides being cowardly. For instance, they stole chickens.
Who's in there? Who's in there? Ain't nobody in here but us chickens.
They shot craps.
Dice, your papa talking to you now, Dice. Come on. Just hit them one more time.
And lions weren't the only thing they were afraid of either. They were afraid of gorillas.
Wonderful. Is that you next to me? Wonderful. Is that you next? Now, come on, Wonderful. Now, don't stand around. Come on, tell me the truth. Is that you next to me? Wonderful, please say yes, that's you.
They were also afraid of ghosts and skeletons.
Jeff? Is that you scratching my head? Jeff? Jeff! Now, come on, now, what are you looking at?
What's your hurry, boys? Even when they were little boys, they had these characteristics. Farina in our gang was the boy. The tradition of the lazy, stupid, crap-shooting, chicken-stealing idiot was popularized by an actor named Lincoln Theodore Monroe Andrew Perry. The cat made $2 million in 5 years in the middle 30s, and everyone who ever saw a movie laughed at Steppin' Fetchit.
Come out, wherever you is, wherever you be, wherever you do. Come out, wherever you am. How's the government looking for you? Where you going, stranger? You scare somebody stiff like that. I'm looking for hillbillies as you were. I ain't saying I am and I ain't saying I ain't. Well, that's close enough for me, because I'm tired of walking myself. The government told me I got to bring in a hillbilly, so you come go with me to Washington. I ain't a-going. That's the color of another horse. Well, I tell you, you won't go for me. We go for the Navy. No! I go for the Navy. Well, I tell you, go for the Army. No, I won't go for the Army. No, I won't go for
It's too bad he was as good at it as he was. The character he played was planted in a lot of people's head, and they remember it the rest of their lives as clear as an auto accident.
What's that? Are you an Indian? Yes, man, you don't know. I'm Indian. I got 1 for the Cherokee, 2 for Seminole, and I got 4 fifths Hiawatha. Wait a minute. Hiawatha was a woman. I can't help it. I got 4/5 of them.
He played in movies with other actors who were as American as Mom's raspberry jello. If they accepted the stereotype, how wrong could it be?
Judge Ricky, can I see you some, please?
Well, I'm pretty busy.
Yes, sir, but I just want to ask if you heard about it.
Hear about what?
About over at my house, night before last.
Oh, another baby?
Yes, sir, you sure guessed it, you heard.
What's his name?
Oh, we call him L.R. Elias Rigby Livingston.
Oh, named him after me, did you?
Yes, sir, Elias Rigby. I told my wife yesterday, I said, honey, I know Judge sure gonna be gratified.
Well, of course, yes, I appreciate the honor.
Yes, sir.
I suppose a compliment, and I ought to do something for you.
Yes, sir, that's what I thought.
You come over to my place tomorrow, and I'll give you a job.
Job?
Raking leaves.
I asked him to wait.
All-American little Shirley Temple played a lot of parts that involved her with black actors. She was always real nice to them.
Oh, James Henry, you always do it wrong.
This is an imitation Step and Fetch It named Willie Best with Shirley.
Come on, Miss Virgie. I just won't budge. I'll show them I'm not
The cute little white girl was brave and strong in the face of danger. And the big black man was stupid and cowardly.
What are you afraid of them for?
Oh, honey, child, them Yankees is mighty powerful. They can even change the weather.
Yes?
Whenever they come around, I never know whether it's winter or summer. I'm shivering and sweating at the same time.
James Henry, serve these cookies to Master Harold and wipe his chin.
Yes, ma'am, Miss Bird.
She was good to them, and they were good to her. Sort of a master and pet relationship.
How would you like to see Uncle Billy dance? Oh!
All right, James Henry, let's get going, son.
This is Bill Bojangles Robinson, one of the great ones. But if he wanted to work and dance, he had to come into a picture through the servants' entrance. Shirley was good to children, too. They loved their little mistress, and she treated them real good.
Hello, Sally Ann.
Just like they were equals.
Go on now, Sally Ann.
Miss Virgie, please, ma'am. We all done come here to wish him many happy returns. That's it, many happy returns of the day. And we all done made you a dollar. Here it is. Miss Virgie, there was more I had to say, but I forgot it. Don't you worry. This is the very nicest present I got. Thank you ever so much.
Yes, indeed, children. It was very thoughtful and sweet. Come now, dear.
I'll see you later. See me. Oh, we'll be waiting.
I suppose it might have surprised a lot of Hollywood producers to know a scene like that could actually make a lot of people, mostly black, sick to their stomach. The newsreels that were shown along with feature films knew a good thing when they saw one, catching their place. Nobody black ever did anything very newsy in it. They did things like eat watermelon in watermelon eating contests. Then another favorite for the newsreel cameraman was to film people throwing things at them. Good sport. Some college football publicity man decided this was a good idea. And there were a lot of very funny golf pictures. If you weren't black, they were funny, I guess.
Lie down. Just right out of your mouth.
Don't miss, boss, don't miss.
Well, you keep still, see? Otherwise, you'll have flour in your room and you won't smell them. Oh, boy. Oh, wait, hey.
Everything suggested the black man was nothing. Hollywood adopted a sort of British attitude toward black natives of other countries. They were always sneaking around the bushes, you know, carrying stuff on their head. White men weren't supposed to get caught sweating. I've seen a picture called Prestige, and it stated the colonial attitude.
Don't let it break, Andre. Take to him your race for a wedding gift. The prestige of the white man. That means everything you stand for, and it is the only weapon you two will have. Prestige. But it is enough to preserve you.
Yes, sir. And I'll try to remember it. If you'll kiss me.
Even though most non-white natives of any place were savages in films, it often pleased white producers to endow a few chosen blacks with the virtue of great loyalty to him, the white man. Here's one defending Anne Harding to the death. There was always one loyal and true black man who would do anything for his master. Some of them were wonderful people. You know, if you really get a good one. Mostly, though, Negroes were not heroes. They were a bit part servants, railroad porters.
Watch your steps, sir. Now, this is your destination, folks.
They made very good chauffeurs. Looked good in their caps.
Good morning, Colonel, sir.
And they were great at serving all kinds of drinks.
That cough of yours stays with you like poor relation.
What's that you got there, Libby?
Your sassrous tea.
Wherever there was a thirsty master, there were they also. They played Aunt Jemima.
Will you have enough? I don't know if I can stretch one small chicken, but as long as the water's running, we'll have soup enough.
Lottie, will you take Kay upstairs and wash all that goo off her face and give her a good...
And one question they never answered. When the Negro woman was taking care of the white woman's kids, who was taking care of hers? They did all kinds of odd jobs around the picture, like walking horses. When they weren't walking the horses, they were out back playing craps, of course. Recreation. They met people at the station for their masters.
Is you folks,
We've come all the way from Ireland. Mr. Milford's expecting us. Mr. Milford.
Yes'm, you is which I'm looking for. I'm Mr. Milford's boy.
His boy, you say?
Yes, sir. Murphy's the name, sir.
Did you say Murphy?
Yes, Miss Murphy. They calls me Walking Murphy.
Walking Murphy?
Yes, sir. Most of us Murphys down here just sit. I walk.
They make wonderful servants, all kinds in pictures. Dumb but loyal.
Jacques, isn't it a beautiful night? I just love parties, don't you?
I beg your pardon?
Thank you kindly. Yes? Hello? Oh, this is the Berrigan residence.
And things were getting pretty tough during the 30s. And a good thing for a lot of black actors was that they made a movie called The Green Pastures with, like they say, a cast of thousands. It gave a lot of people work, but it had all the old stereotyped characters. It was clever and funny and all black. But it was a white man's picture.
I'm the Indian. Henry, you sure got the prettiest wings.
Oh, they just my old ones.
Cigar, gentlemen, cigar. Just have yourself. Cigar, gentlemen, cigar. Oh, Lord, the smokehouse is empty. Oh, Lord, let me get them groceries. Oh, Lord, let me see that little six. Where? Come on, you gonna feed me or not? Hey!
Why, you just a little boy, gambling and sinning and chewing tobacco like you was your own pappy. And you've been drinking Sonny Kick Mammy wine, too. You gamblers ought to be ashamed of yourself leading this boy to sin.
Well, he's the best crapshoot in town.
You find my mammy, do more than I can.
While Hollywood was turning out films, radio came along and decided to get in on it, too. Two white fellows from Chicago invented two black characters they named Amos and Andy. They played their parts on the radio for 30 years. This is them doing their bit.
Well, Brother Crawford looks pretty good since he's been here at Palm Springs, don't he? Yeah, looks like his wife done beat him on the...
When radio moved over to let television in, Amos and Andy went with it. These two white cats couldn't play Amos and Andy where you could see them, so what they did was they had a black cast. The cast was different, but the stereotypes were the ones that the white people had come to know and love. They were shady characters with money.
Well, I got the books right here, and they're open to each and every brother complete inspection. Get your hands off of that thing there. So you want to see the financial books, huh? Yeah. Well, there it is. There it is. You done see them. The meeting's adjourned.
They were still slow and lazy.
Are you sure they're not here?
Oh, yes, sir. They told me so themselves.
Have them report to our office right away.
I sure tell them all right.
I got to see them first.
They had trouble with the English language. Misused words a lot.
And Mr. Brown, my new secretary here, ain't gonna have no time for no extracurricular activities.
And I'm telling you now, as long as you have that secretary in your office, I'm going to work as a secretary myself.
Oh, give me an ultimatum, huh? I'm putting my foot down.
They had trouble with women. And it was always the women who were dominant.
Come on, Herman.
Mostly black actors aren't playing the old stereotypes anymore. There are people who say they're playing a new stereotype. Sidney Poitier is always helping some little old ladies across the street, whether they want to go or not. The black people in this country got a bum deal for a long while, and it won't hurt much if we see a little of that now and then. Stanley Kramer has let us use some scenes from Guess Who's Coming to Dinner. You look at these and remember Birth of a Nation. This is the opening scene when Catherine Hutton is bringing Sidney home for the first time.
This is Dr. Prentice. John, Miss Matilda Binks.
Pleased to meet you, Miss Binks. I've certainly heard a great deal about you.
Katharine Hepburn and Spencer Tracy are the girl's parents.
Thank God he's right. She's 23 years old, and the way she is just exactly the way we brought her up to be. We answered her questions. She listened to our answers. We told her it was wrong to believe that the white people were somehow essentially superior to the black people, or the brown or the red or the yellow ones, for that matter. People who thought that way were wrong to think that way. Sometimes hateful, usually stupid, but always, always wrong. That's what we said. And when we said it, we did not add, but don't ever fall in love with a colored man.
Sidney tells it like it is to his old man.
You and your whole lousy generation believes the way it was for you is the way it's got to be. And not until your whole generation has lain down and died will the dead weight of you be off our backs. You understand? You've got to get off my back. Dad, you're my father. I'm your son. I love you. I always have, and I always will. But you think of yourself as a colored man. I think of myself as a man.
By the time the world of movies and the world of education get into the streets of black America, some strange things happen. Because what history and the movies have told the black man is that he's nobody unless he joins the white world. The white world only comes into the black ghetto by messenger. The message used to read, black is nothing, white is beautiful. For this reason, a lot of black people have spent their lives trying to be white. For instance, hair. Some people still call straight hair good hair because it looks like white hair. Kinky hair is bad hair. The man on the right is having his hair cut naturally. The man on the left is having a process. What the barber is doing is applying harsh chemicals to his head so he'll have straight hair, like all those movie stars have. It's a painful, long job that costs about $6 and has to be looked after every couple of weeks. These days, many young black men find the whole process demeaning. It's going out of fashion, even in the ghetto. It takes pain to become like a white man, and more pain when you know you can't make it. For a while, it seemed to the black community that the way to escape was to get as rich as possible and look as white as possible. And as affluence came to some black people, all the lessons of history and all the lessons
call
of
you
the movie
Mr.
seemed
Tips.
to be succeed on the white man's terms. So, the middle-class Negro took the white man's dreams and tried to make them his.
Totally, I'm here.
Today, many middle-class Negroes have the
I had to eat
education and
breakfast.
the money to provide themselves with all the white man's dreams but one, universal social acceptability. He has not yet been able to join in any normal or casual way the white man's affluent society, so he has his own. The white man's attitudes still exclude the black man and the black woman.
There's a fallacy in this country that says that any man by his merit can make it. That is not true.
It's not.
Do not believe that. It is not true. Because any man in this society cannot make it. That's where the whole fallacy is.
It's class.
The white man keeps saying to you, if you just stop being
And race
black,
has a lot to do with
if you
class.
just stop shooting your people on Saturday night, you just stop talking Negro dialect, if you clean yourself up, get yourself a job, you're going to make it in this society. It's not true. I know for myself, I have a master's degree in social work, and I know that people won't accept me. And I was an honor student, and I know I can make it. They won't accept me. They don't discriminate against me because I'm a Christian. They're discriminating against me because I'm black.
The
True
message
that.
down here is coming in stronger. It's be yourself, be black. The new generation of black young Americans is asserting itself in a new and possibly disturbing way.
What?
Many black Americans are giving up on American society. If you can't wash white, even if you have the money, if you can't wash white because you are basically black, what you do is react, sometimes radically. Here is a measure of the reaction to white is beautiful. This is a storefront school in Philadelphia. The children are being given a black preparation before they enter the city's schools. They're not especially gifted children, they're just from the neighborhood. One black man named John Churchville put it all in finance.
Right? You understand that? All right. A number is a concept of quantity or an amount. That is wrong.
No. No.
A number is a concept of quantity or an amount. That is dead wrong.
He's not only teaching new math to children whose ages range from 17 months to 5 years, he's decided to give them the emotional armor they need to protect themselves against the education they're sure to receive when they start kindergarten.
Anybody tells you something
Yeah.
wrong, are you going to do it?
No.
All right. What do you want, Janelle?
I want freedom.
When do you want it?
I want my freedom now.
No, you have
I
to
think
wait
I
till next
remember
week,
that
Janelle.
Malcolm
You can't
X.
have it now. How can you wait till next week? Okay. Sit down.
I believe I only saw it once.
All right, young man, stand up.
Emotionally heavy.
When do you want your freedom, young man?
I want freedom now.
You can wait till next week, though, can't you?
No.
Michael, you'll just have to wait till next week. You can't have it now. Are you willing to wait till next week?
No.
Suppose I said that you have to wait till next week. Now, you're going to wait till next week, aren't you?
No.
How are you going to get your freedom?
I will use any means necessary To get my freedom.
Any means necessary?
Yes.
You know, all right, sit down. Young man, what is your name?
My name is Eric Houston.
That's pretty heavy.
Devontae. What is your nationality?
My nationality is Afro-American.
What is freedom?
Freedom is black power.
What is black power?
Black power is...
Come on.
Do you know what black power is?
No.
Well, then you should never should never make any statements if you don't know what they mean.
Nice.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
All right. How old are you, young man?
I am 4 years old.
You're not 4, Eric. Now you tell me your right age. How old are you? How old are you?
You just had a birthday?
I am 4 years old.
Are you sure you're 4?
Yes.
You're going to let me turn you around and tell you you're some other age? You're 6 years old, Eric.
No.
I can't hear you, Eric.
No.
Are you being frightened by me?
No.
I'm a teacher. I said you're 6.
I am 4 years old.
All right, then. You stand up for it, then. You shouldn't be weak. You stand up and say it. You ought to scream it in my face if I try to tell you different, right?
That's heavy.
Yes.
Have a seat. Stand up, young man. Are you a Negro, Travis?
No.
Are you a flunky, Travis?
No.
What are you?
I am black and beautiful.
And what else are you?
Of course, Malcolm X
boy?
got screwed at the
No.
Oscars. It's all political.
Oh, man.
What kind of man?
Black and beautiful man.
Or what kind? Are you an old man or a young man?
Young man.
Very good. Very good. Are you going to let somebody just make you a boy?
No.
No.
All right. Suppose I tell you something wrong, Travis. Are you going to do it?
Yes.
You're going to do something if I tell you when it's wrong?
No.
Have a seat, young man. Eric, you're going to be reasonable, aren't you?
No.
Come here. Here you are, fine young man, right?
Yes.
Are you going to be scared of me?
No.
Are you going to be scared of some president of the United States?
No.
Some mayor?
No.
Some policeman?
No.
All right. You're a Negro. Yes! You're a Negro, Eric.
No.
Somebody pass me my stick. I said you're a Negro, boy.
No.
You're getting mighty soft. You're a Negro.
No.
Very good. All right, sit down.
He's a human.
You, young man, you come
He's a man.
Your nationality is American Negro. Yes.
No.
Your nationality... Now, look, don't play with me. You're a Negro.
No.
I am...
No.
Suppose I threatened to beat you, what would you say? Aren't you a Negro now?
No.
What are you?
I'm black and beautiful.
What is your nationality?
My nationality is Afro-American.
Suppose I had some money in my pocket. Suppose I gave you $1 to say that you're an American Negro. This is money now. Money talks. Money talks. This $1. And if you don't say it, you don't get it. You're an American Negro, aren't you?
No.
You won't have any money. You know you need money, don't you?
Yeah.
You need money to live, don't you?
Yeah.
All right. All you have to say, Leon, is that you're an American Negro. Aren't you an American Negro? Are you an American Negro?
No.
What are you?
I'm black and beautiful.
What's your nationality?
My nationality is Afro-American.
Very good, man. Keep it up. Go
This
sit
is
down.
heavy.
You had to think about that a minute, didn't you?
The kids have to be
All
primed
right. All right, everybody.
to get along
What
in
is
the
your
white man's
nationality?
world.
My nationality is Afro-American.
Good. All right. What they're going to do to you in different ways when you get out of the school. They're not going to just come right up to you and give you $1 or say, if you say that you're an Afro-American, if you say you're an American Negro, I'll give you $1. But they're going to be very nice to you, some of them, and they're going to try to, get you not to love black people. They're going to try to get you to, be something other than you are. They're going to try to make you
make it seem as though you're different from the masses of black people. And they want you to go away. Now, I'll tell you, I'll give you special things if you just come along with me and do what I say. But you must reject that. Now, you know what that means? That means you're not going to have the money you'd like to have, and money is not important. We need money, we have to buy things with it, but money is not the thing that we're living for. The only thing that makes a person worth living is being a man and being a woman, being strong in character, being straight, telling the truth, and living in the truth and doing the right thing. You understand that? So no matter what happens, I want you all to always tell the what? You may not get the marks you're supposed to get in school. You may be doing the work, but because the teacher doesn't like your attitude, and she'll always tell you, I don't like your attitude.
There you go. I got that a lot.
Because you're independent, but you're not going to school for grades. You're going for what?
Little girl picks her nose.
All right. And what kind of people is everybody in this room going to be? Tell me the kind of people you're going to be.
Black and blue.
What else? You're already that. What are you going to be? You're going to be stupid?
No.
What kind of people are you going to be?
Excellent.
You're going to be excellent. And what else? Yes, ma'am.
Strong.
And strong. And what else?
Whatever I want to be.
Good.
And good. And what else?
And genius.
And a genius. And what else?
Nice.
I'm looking for another word. All of you are geniuses right now, and you'll be better than that. What else? I'm looking for a word that begins with a B. Brilliant. Brilliant. And brilliant really means to shine. And all of you,
that kid right there is learning hard. He is learning hard right there.
How does everybody feel now? You ready to get ready for lunch?
Yeah.
Who's hungry?
Well, that's kind of like brainwashing. Or is it?
Yeah.
I mean, can you blame us for overcompensating? I mean,
Programming.
when you take the way black history got lost, stolen,
It's more like anti-programming.
When you think about the kids drawing themselves without faces, and when you remember the fine actors who had to play baboons to make a buck, I guess you got to give us a sin of pride. Pride. Hubris in the original Greek. There's 300 years we've been in this American melting pot, and we haven't been able to melt in yet, and that's a long wait.
Wow.
Listen, we've been trying all kinds of parts to make the American scene. We've been trying to play it straight and white, but it's been just bit parts. Now, from now on, we're going to play it black and American, because we're proud of both. Hubris. I'm Bill Cosby, and you take care of yourself.
Here's my coffee.
All right. What is a set?
A set is a connection of objects.
What is a subset?
A subset is part of a set.
What is a member?
A member is one unit of a set.
What, in terms of set comparison, does larger mean? Everybody together. I'm going to ask you all the questions. Let's see if you can do it. All right? What is arithmetic?
Arithmetic is the science of numbers.
What is a number?
A number is one unit of a set.
What is, in terms of set comparison, what does larger mean?
Larger means a set that has more than the n.
In terms of set comparison, what does smaller mean?
Smaller means a set that has less than n.
All right. All right, now quickly, look up on the board, relax, but think very quickly, you understand?
Yes.
All right, in terms of set comparison, we want to compare two sets, and I want you to tell me which is larger. The first time.
A number is a concept of quantity.
And there you have it. Black America, stolen, lost, or strayed. Yeah, that was some cringe-worthy stuff there. I had a hard time watching a lot of the Stephen Fetchit material. A lot of the Shirley Temple stuff that I used to enjoy as a little kid. Didn't get it, didn't understand. But I love how Bill Cosby, who then was an American icon and hero, who has since fallen from grace, how he walked us through it all, you know, and and let us know, that there are mistakes going on. There's still mistakes going on, and kids have to be, black kids have to be ready to deal with that when they get out in the world. And I totally get that. I totally get that. It's the same thing with just about any minority out there in the United States. If you're other than white, you have to be expected to be treated other than white, basically. And it's not with kid gloves. Since I put the movie on, I've had a chance to eat. I had some cream of wheat and lemonade, and I've got the rest of my coffee here, a couple of more sips. And here's a bong hit, baby. I really enjoyed that. I hadn't got a chance to see it yet, and I really enjoyed the whole Bill Cosby thing. I've got a shitload of Bill Cosby on record. Probably the comedian that I have some of the most of on LP, and probably Richard Pryor on 8-track is probably the most that I have on 8-track of one comedian. But Bill Cosby has always been at the tops for me because of I Spy and his work unobtrusively with the civil rights movement, and unobtrusive means that he lets you know what he's about, and he's about black Americans standing up for black Americans, but he's not going to he never rubbed your face in it, right? Denzel Washington gets really heavy about that, and sometimes he can be a little off-putting because he just gets so, and I can totally get it. It's visceral, you can't hate him for, being passionate about his own race, right? I want to get to the point to where all of us are more about the human race and less about the individual people, more about people in general than classes, So I don't know. So that was pretty cool. That was the first, the second, because during the pre-show we did a film, Black History. What was it called? It was called History of the Negro People, the Negro and the South, 1965. And that was, I was like on a constant cringe during the whole thing. Going, oh man, she said what? He said what? They did what? They looked at what? Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Yeah, he loved his women as long as they were comatose. There you go. Some guys, they're just not into conversation. That's horrible. I know. I'm a bad man. My wife, she got up, grabbed a coffee, made waffles with strawberries, fresh strawberries. So when my daughter gets up, she'll have some waffles to heat up. We went by the grocery store again yesterday because we have to go to a couple of different grocery stores at the beginning of the month, and then during the month we just occasionally, like every day, every other day, go to a different store. I don't like going to Walmart. In my head I said Kmart. I don't like going to Walmart simply because of their policies on people, which is why I stopped going or never went to Chick-fil-A. I never went to there. And then I heard about their policies and social and political policies, and I just said, yeah, you know what, I don't need it. And I just walked away. Some guys have all the love. Some guys have all the pain. Some guys do all the something, and some guys do nothing but complain. Woo, woo. Right? Is that the song? I guess it is. Maybe. I don't know. Well, there's a little song for you, baby. Back in the day, I would have watched much of this stuff and would have been left like slack-jawed, like, oh, are you kidding me? And one of the biggest things to really change me was Roots, right? Once I saw Roots, I was from then on, I was changed as far as looking at other races, right? Before, I didn't know what to think. I knew that people were looked at differently, talked about differently, treated differently for some reason, but I didn't know why. I didn't know why. I didn't know why black people were treated like this and talked about like that and accused of being this and, you know, stereotyped as this. I just didn't know. And then I saw Roots, and it all started to make sense, right? And it all kind of changed from there. And I had seen firsthand the American Indian movement in the 1970s and what they were trying to do, right? And it was a similar thing like the Black Panthers, right? But I knew nothing about the Black Panthers. What I did know is I knew AIM. I knew about AIM as a little kid, 5, 6, 7, 8 years old. Those are the years that I knew about the American Indian movement, and I was the only kid within 100 miles in Southern California that knew who Russell Means and Dennis Banks were, or Dick Wilson, and all these other guys, you know. And those were the people that I heard about and talked about and thought about, you know. It's all about propaganda. It's all about programming. It's all about people being told over and over and over again that they're worthless, and pretty soon they believe it. And you can get others to believe that those people are worthless because of nothing less, nothing more, nothing other than the color of their skin. That's it. I mean, I would see advertisements, you know, from the 1920s and late 1800s and even in the 1700s, and it's just ridiculous, you know. Kunta Kinte, totally, eh? When I was younger, before I was even a young man, when I was just an older kid, Kunta Kinte, the actor's name, I keep saying Pierce Brosnan, but the actor's name eludes me. But that actor, LeVar Burton, there you go. I know you're typing it right now, LeVar Burton. That actor right there, he was one of my idols, one of my heroes. He did this movie called Dummy, where he was deaf and dumb and illiterate, and he couldn't communicate. He had no way of communicating. And it took Paul Sorvino, his attorney, after he was accused of rape, it took his attorney, who was a deaf man, who taught him how to sign. And the trial took years just so that he could teach this kid how to sign and explain his side of the story, because it was unfair to try him without being able to hear from him in his own words. And that's what his lawyer got him. And that made-for-TV movie called Dummy with LeVar Burton and Paul Sorvino was so heavy, man. You're back. What's going on, dude? What's up? We just got through watching that movie, and it was pretty heavy. It was an educational film, and it starred, the narrator was Bill Cosby, and it was great. It's great. It was great. And I have to go through here in my file and I have to mark it as being watched so that I don't pop up that thing again. Black History, Shreds Lost. There we go. I think next, because I'm talking about the American Indian movement, we should maybe watch something along those lines. And let me just kind of browse through my list here really quick and see. Most of the stuff that I have has already been preloaded onto my channel. Indian Mainstream, the Aztecs, Totem, Hopi, Songs of the Fourth World, Land of Geronimo, Tatanka, the Navajo, a study of, I didn't write it down, Medicine Man, Modern Medicine Man, The American Indian Speaks, Indian Rights, Indian Law, Arrow to the Sun. That's an animated one, I believe. Maybe we'll watch that one. And then some other Black History ones. But yeah, we've got a lot of American, Native American stuff. Mainly because I grew up in the throes of that in 1973 and Wounded Knee, and my father was working for a radio station at the time, and he actually got the means to go to Wounded Knee, and got a guide and snuck in and took some 16mm footage and a couple of photographs and interviewed a bunch of people and then escaped. So it was a pretty heavy deal, and it's always been a part of my family's history, my family's lore, was that Wounded Knee experience and being captured by the feds and chained up in a yard inside of our motorhome and chased out of town. It was heavy. It was heavy. And then subsequently, for 10, 12 years after that, being kind of chased around the country because the feds are keeping tabs on you. Hey, does so-and-so still work there? We'll just call in to see what's going on. Is he okay? Hey, man, the FBI called today. I wanted to know about you, man. Why is the FBI calling? You get out of here, man. I don't want the FBI calling me, man. And we'd be off somewhere else. Which explains a lot about going to a lot of different schools, going up and growing up, and my parents selling drugs under the table to get by, because you can't have a legitimate job when you're being chased around. You got to stay down below, and that's what we did growing up. It was like that until I was in my late teens, and finally just said, fuck it, I don't care anymore. I ain't leaving, I ain't going, we're just not picking up and moving anymore. It's just the way it is. I want to go to this school. I actually have friends. I'm not moving. No. You guys want to run off and hide, that's fine, but I ain't doing it. I remember in the mid to late 80s, we had a school bus that had never really gotten fully converted into a motorhome, and we would drive that thing around. Had no license plates on it. We'd drive it at 3 in the morning, and we would drive it on back roads, and we would hide it in the hills and in the mountains and on side roads and stuff, and live in that. And I got so sick of that. I finally just, I said, I can't do this, I need to move on. I need to move on. And I did. Geordie LaForge. Oh man, okay, so the coffee's gone. I got the air back on pretty much because of the heat that's starting to build up in here. And it's a nice sound buffer so that my family can do their things, have their little conversations, watch TV and stuff, and they don't have to fear they're being recorded or anything. So that's cool. So I try to keep this air on as a noise filter. A little white noise never hurt anyone. It might put me to sleep, but it never hurt anyone. So happy 4th of July, everybody. Yay! It is the 4th of July, 2025. We're living in the future. We are living in the future. It's a weird future. It makes me want to go back. I want to bring a bunch of people back to the past and learn the lessons that we learned when we were young. And let's relearn them, right? Yeah, let's party. It's a throwback, man. Put on your powdered wigs, you know, and your ruffles, and your velour. Right? And let's do it, man. Let's party. I've got some great stuff about America, 1776, Freedom 2000, a bunch of stuff, you know, capitalism, poverty in America, Bound for Freedom, which is really great because it's like a movie, and it's about two kids coming to America, indentured servants, slaves, but they're white kids. So it's even weirder because that happened too. Yeah, man, peace and love, and an all-inclusive America, right? It's not much to ask for, really. It isn't. Okay, I am gonna pop this thing down here, and I am gonna go to video time machine, and I am gonna go to tonight's video time machine, and I am gonna go into the file of stuff that I uploaded because I want to watch one of the animated things that I put on the video time machine. So I've already gotten the quality control check on this, so it should be pretty cool. Did I really get to use a fight back with David Horowitz? I think I did. I don't know. So here's a cool animated short that was just a promotional thing for the United States Department of what you call that? Department of Commerce. And I just think it's the coolest. It's got a little bit of flashy light stuff, so if you get weird around flashy lights and strobe stuff, it might get a little weird. It might give you vertigo. So this is some good party stuff. So here we are. If you're gonna get out there, man. You can take me along with you if you want. That'd be great. I can't get out there because I'm tied down to this. I'll get outside and assist with the burgers. I may look outside tonight at some fireworks. But this is how I'm celebrating this year. I am gonna hit it like this all day and all night and watch great stuff, fun, exciting stuff. I may have to take a nap during one of these films, but I'll be here. I like how they do all of the cheeseburgers and hot dogs and stuff. Look at these kooks. What are they, on acid? Oh my God. Hey bird, what's up? It reminds me of that bird on the Muppet Show, the big eagle guy. Bird, whoa. Bird, bird, bird. Ding dong, ding dong. Oh. Did that bell just come out of his ass? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, don't even say it, don't even say it. You said it, you thought it, didn't you? Don't say it. Hey, ever been to Mount Rushmore? There's somebody missing. Hello. I've been to Mount Rushmore. Totally. There you go. Cars. Hamburgers. Televisions. Hot dogs. Baseball. So these are the things that make us American, right? Okay. roll, baby, rock and roll. It's bicentennial, baby. Does that mean recycle? We recycle. Bicentennial. We'll never make it to the tricentennial. It'll be nothing like this. It'll be nothing like the country was back then. It'll be all fucked up. It'll be all big businesses and slaves. People starving, people dying, people begging for a work at a shithole fucking factory. It's just more credits. It's just more credits, baby. Yeah, product of the United States Information Agency. And it's one of those strobe lighty things, so it'll probably give you a seizure anyway. There you go. There you have it. There it is. A little break. Sound like the Allman Brothers? Really? You gotta sing with the Allman Brothers, man. I kind of did, huh? Wow, man. No, I'm kind of past at this point. I'm kind of over going out and doing stuff on holidays. I just barely have the energy to do this kind of shit most of the time. This takes a lot out of me. You can see by the bags under my eyes. Fucking Walking Dead here. So that's a fun one. That is a fun one. I've got another one that's got some, I believe it's like an alien or futuristic look at America. I don't want that mouse, I want this mouse. But let's see if I can find that. And back. Here we go. Freedom 2000. Yeah, I think it's, and it's another one, Chamber of Commerce of the United States from 1974. And it is an animated dealie. I probably would be arrested if I went out, because I would wear the shirt that on the back of the shirt across the shoulders it says Mexican Lives Matter. So of course I would get tackled and beat up and arrested and deported for having those improper thoughts. These days, especially in California, how dare I care about the people who belong here. So yeah, it's heavy. It's heavy. So at some point I can put on this other one. It's an animated thing. I think it's, if I remember correctly, it's aliens coming down and looking at us. And it's kind of a look at ourselves from the outside. MLM. I don't know. Major League Mushball. I don't know. I don't know what that means. I haven't got a clue. Martin Luther Martin? Martin Milner. Martin Mull. Right, I've actually got some Martin Mull comedy on record. Funny stuff. Not really. Actually, I think he's got half of it is music. Him playing music. He was a singer-musician. I'm not kidding. I'm going to go get it. Martin Mull. And I will go ahead and do it like this so you can see my ass. Stack and bring them over and talk about these stack of records. A lot of these are from my father's record collection, so I'm just going to leave them here in my lap and start them off from one side and bring them up and talk about them. And we can check that out. And I think eventually we'll get to Martin Mull. Alright. So, in fact, let me turn them around so I can bring them out the right way in front of the camera. Okay. And let's do this, and let's do this, and here we are together. So this one is right from my father's collection, and it is Laurel and Hardy, Naturally High. And it's just a great collection of skits, and I always love this cover. And it's a collection of skits and songs. A dog bit me. I love that one. Spell it. He bit me. B-I-it me. Bit me. So that is a great one there. I love that one. Oh, here's another good one. All in the Family. And yes, it has the theme song, and it's got some great stuff from the pilot episode. Did you know that on this All in the Family, there were 3 pilots before it got picked up? Did you know that? 3 frickin' pilots. And each time the song, the theme changed a little bit. And this has got the full song on here from the original show, from the original pilot. So it's longer than what we see on the credits. Let's see, this one here is Monty Python's previous record. And it's just a weird cover, of course. You can't read any of it. It's just weird. Okay, here's one. Stephen Wright. There you go. There's some Stephen Wright for you. I Have a Pony. And he's that sad guy that would talk really depressed and would just not want to be there. And okay, I'm going to go over here and die. Mom's Mabley. I have not heard this yet, but she is a old black lady comedian that was supposed to be the funniest shit in the world. So, Mom's Mabley breaks it up. I gotta hear that. Here's an unopened, one of my many unopened records. This is Modern Scream with Lily Tomlin. She does these various female characters, and it's really cool, really good. This warning, enlightened people have determined this record will not enhance your full self-experience. Great, awesome. One of my favorite lesbians. She's awesome. Another one of my favorite females is Gilda Radner. This is one that I had to get that was not in my father's collection when I got it, and it used to be. So this is one that I went out and got specifically because of Talk Dirty to the Animals. Totally. Martin Mull, Friendwood Tonight. Stephen Wright is a genius. He was such a kook. I love these guys. Here we go. Flip Wilson, Red Fox, Bill Cosby, and Dick Gregory. Just for Laughs, Volume 1. And it's just skits from each of these guys. 4 skits, that's all it is. And it's really cool. Another one of my favorite comedians from back in the day was W.C. Fields. This one had a pop-up poster inside. When you bought it, you get this pop-up poster inside, and I don't have the pop-up poster. But it was supposed to be really, really cool. This here is actually, this is radio usable quotes. So, she's all dressed up like a well-kept grave. She was killed in Upper Sandusky, run over by a pie wagon. One of those hit and gallop away drivers, right? Like hit and run, hit and gallop away. Anyway, quotes. I don't know why. Maybe for my father's radio stuff. He was a DJ for a while. There's another W.C. Fields. There you go. Original broadcast stuff. Just fun stuff to listen to. Little excerpts from movies and radio stuff. He did a lot of radio. Had his own show with, oh, what's his name? He was John Bickerson on the Bickersons. Don Amici. Don Amici was the announcer host guy for the W.C. Fields show. Called him Bill. Always laughed at his jokes. Here we got Bottoms Up, the Ritchie Brothers, adult comedy for laughs. These mugs here on the cover say it all. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Here's some of my favorite stuff. Bob Newhart, The Button-Down Mind. That's a great one. It's hilarious. And a lot of it is just him talking, like he's talking on the phone. And it's just ridiculous, the conversations he has. The Button-Down Mind on TV. The Last Goon Show of all. The Goon Show was a collection of a handful of British comedians on British TV and radio, and none other than Peter Sellers were on this show, and it was great. And I think they even had some Dudley Moore in the Goons, if I'm not mistaken, or that might have been Monty Python, where you see Roger Moore a lot. But nonetheless, this is a great one, The Last Goon Show. And then my name, Jose Imanes. I want to be an astronaut. Yeah, just a crazy guy. Bill Dana was a weird guy, and he did a great. And here's Bill Dana's face. More Jose Imanes. Yeah, Mexican people used to laugh at this because he was funny. He was funny. Okay, here we go. Here it is. Martin Mull. No hits, 4 errors, the best of Martin Mull. There you go. And that has got all kinds of cool stuff. A lot of his music, because he, like I said, he did music. All songs written by Martin Mull, except where indicated. And then they're all indicated as not Martin Mull. No, just kidding. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool, baby. So we got Martin Mull music here, a little comedy. Here we've got some Sex and Violins, Martin Mull. I loved him on TV. I just love to see him on anything on the TV. Stop, my alarm. He's a funny guy. Funny guy. Bird's Gotta Swim. Like it shows you how to open it and use it. It actually has, he's actually got instructions on how to open the record and play it. That's great. That's beautiful. I've never seen that before, and that's genius. That's comedy genius, man. It's totally comedy. Okay, Woody Woodbury, I'm not familiar with. I like the cover. I'm a booby guy. Boobies. So the cover's cool, but it looks like it's Saloonatics. So it's got to be bar stuff. It's got to be pretty raunchy stuff for that period, I would think. Here we go. Bruce Baum. Born to be Raised. A lot of these are DJ copies of stuff that would have been promotion copies. This one says it's licensed for promotional use and sales unlawful. So, yeah, those diapers. This is one that's got music on it. He did music too. Marty Feldman Eyes is on this one. Anybody out there? Hey, Joey, what's up, brother? Anybody who's... I'm back too. I was gone for a little while, had some breakfast, and we watched a film together. Marty Feldman Eyes. That's a great one. Let's see, let's catch up. Benny Hinn. I'm not familiar with. Arthur 2 on the Rocks. Yep. I'm thinking Benny Hill, right? We'll leave the light on for you. I love that one. Motel 6. Hi, this is Bob Odette, and we'll leave the light on you here at Motel 6. Bob Odette. Oh man, the other day I put on the video time machine. Pardon me, I have to leave that there. Some more Woody Woodbury. I put on the video time machine some Cal Worthington. This is Cal Worthington and his dog Spot. And I'm here to sell you a 1978 Ford minivan. It's about 18 feet long. It's the short one. Let's see. Smash it over for Santa Monica Civic Auditorium. Here we go. Maharashi Yogurt. Rocky Graziano as Maharashi Yogurt. Okay. Rocky Graziano. The new guru. That's crazy. Imus, before he was that crazy broadcaster guy with his own talk show, he was a kook. He was a kook way before. Not recommended for children. It's rated X. So there you go. There you go. It was a different time. There was a lot of different stuff that I'd listen to now, and I'm like, oh my God, that is not funny. But I got to laugh because back then it was funny, and I'm from back then. So I try to embrace stereotypes because in my life, that's what I've had, you know. So I learned a lot about people with stereotypes, and then through that was able to get to know people and find out that that was just a stereotype. But still, without the stereotypes, I wouldn't have been encouraged to meet and talk with black people, gay people, Mexican people, Indian people, anybody, right? But I had these humorous, funny, you know, stereotype people on TV. Ooh, I want to know that guy. You know. The Fire Sign Theater, waiting for the electrician or someone like him. And I have no idea what this is, but it looks pretty weird. Side 2, Band 2, W.C. Fields Forever. That's weird. Okay. It is weird. We got a little bit of Smothers Brothers here. Smother Brothers were okay, but I didn't like the idea of one smart and one stupid, and the stupid one, while he often got back at his brother, he had to be a moron, right? Oh, you're going to have a little fun time, right on. All right, well, you guys take it easy. Love you. I'll see you in a little bit. Whoever's still here, hey, hi, how are ya? You're just going to miss the good stuff, man. We're getting into Cheech and Chong now. This is a great one, man. Cheech and Chong. Let's open it up, and it's a car. And there's the inside of the car. Look now, they're all fucked up in there. Orale, orale, orale. And then we gotta turn it over. And then there are old ladies on the back. Hey man, my old lady. And it's got a bunch of up his nose. That's a great one. Basketball Jones. White World of Sports. That's a great one. Oh man. The Strawberry. Sergeant Stadanko. Of course, that one's with Miss Sister Mary Elephant, her first appearance, I believe, or one of her appearances. And then I've also got Cheech and Chong's first, just Cheech and Chong. That's a classic one. A lot of these skits from the first couple of albums made it into the movie, so that was pretty cool. One of my favorites, the Wedding album. It was pretty cool. It had a full-blown Wedding album inside, so you could thumb through it, see all of the crazy, weird photos. And then, of course, they're Siamese twins, so they marry some poor wretch. Cheech and Chong's Wedding album. And then, of course, here's one, Big Bamboo, which when you opened it up, you'd get a full-size paper that you could use to roll one of those big, giant joints from Up in Smoke, right? Totally. I sent my brother one of these albums with the paper in it. Told him, don't use it. Here's one that came with a video. This actually came with a companion VHS that I actually have somewhere around here in all of my collection of crap. So that is maybe a quarter of some of the stuff that I have here in the house. This is a quarter of what I have here in the house as far as comedy, right, on LP. So I will dig out some more. I better take these headphones off or I will thrash everything. Let's look at some more of that later. I grew up being a kid of the 70s and 80s. I grew up listening to comedy on LP. A lot of comedy. A lot of Richard Pryor and Steve Martin and Bill Cosby. To just name a few. It was awesome. We'd sit for hours and hours and listen to this over and over again. And then, mimic the routine back to somebody at school or something. It was crazy, man. I owe much of my ability to use humor to defuse a lot of life's bullshit. I owe a lot of that to the comedy that I listened to as a kid. And I just had to learn how to be quick and witty and funny. Otherwise, I would get pissed off and I'd be an asshole. So, which was much of my early childhood. Somebody would say something to me, and I just freaked the fuck out. I had to reboot my comments here. Here we go. I would literally just freak the fuck out. Come on, comments. Where'd you go? Okay, and then back, and then here. Comments. I'm not getting comments on my phone. Why? Am I not live anymore? I don't understand. I can't see my comments there. I'm going to have to switch computers to see anything going on the show, because all I get is a full page monitor here, and I can't see on my phone, and I can't see any comments. Live chat. Let's go to live. I can't get to a live chat either. I don't know what that means. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to go before YouTube says you can't do this anymore. I'm hoping that it's 24 hours that I can record live at a whack. If it's 12 hours, I might lose something or have to reboot or something. Let me go ahead and bring up the show on my computer so I can see the chat now, because for some reason I've been given the boot on my phone. Here we go. Okay, and Joey says I'm still live. It's just that my phone won't let me see my chat anymore. So there you go. I'm going to unplug it from the charger and go here and go to just push on some buttons and won't let me take anything. Comment. Yeah, won't let me go to a comment or anything. That's heavy. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to sign out on my phone and re-sign in to the... Oh. There we go. Need to back out, and now close the program, reload the program, find my live feed, and go back to it and see if I can go then. Tilt it sideways, and there's my comments. The first 12 hours of a stream is what Joey is saying I'm allowed to save. So that's that's good. I went live at 4:30 this morning, so I need to take a break at about 4 just to be on the safe side, and then start a new live stream. So it'll be part 2 of the celebration, which is great because it'll be kind of the evening crowd, and I'll get to do another feed and another repost on Facebook to let people here, to let people know that I'm here and I'm back and I've been here all day and yada yada yada, like that. I'm expecting that people are going to be, for the most part, out doing what people usually do on a day like this. What I used to do on a day like this was we would literally pack the car full of stuff and go somewhere for the day, usually the lake or the beach, someplace with some water, or someplace, a big park where they're going to have some kind of festivities. And that's what we used to do. And our daughter has since grown, and while she's still at home, she's not cotton to them ideas. She's not up for that, let's go out and do that whole thing. Maybe she would have dragged her friend with her or something. But for the most part, we try not to force her to go along and do things. Of course, we just went camping, and I didn't force her, but we agreed throughout many conversations that having the van would be great to camp in, and that if we went camping, would she feel comfortable staying in the van with the dogs and that kind of thing. And she said yeah. So we did that, and she had the van conversion, and a bed in the back, and the TV, and just had a blast. And she only spent the evenings in there hanging out, being a couch potato, which was cool. And the rest of the time she was out running around doing stuff with Joey, hanging out, and that was cool. But we didn't force her to go, and so I'm not likely to say, okay, well, you got to do this, it's a family function, you got to do it. If it's something like that, usually we'll agree that, okay, this is something we all want to do, let's do it, let's plan it this way. While nobody really wanted to go camping, I am the only one who really wanted to go camping. Everybody was okay on board with it because we had lots of time to plan it, and we planned it well, and I think it was executed pretty decently. We could have had a few things dialed in a little bit tighter, a better setup for the dogs, something a little shadier perhaps, and a little bit more entertainment to do while we were there. But other than that, it was pretty lazy and laid back, and so laid back and lazy that I didn't even want to read. I just laid around most of the time and kind of stared at nature, which was my intentions fully from the start. So thanks for going, Joey. That was awesome. We'll have to do it. Maybe we'll do a little overnight something somewhere when you come out next time. I know you guys are going to Chicago, but I figure if you have a little time after or before, we could do something. We could do something, man. I don't know. The beach would be awesome. That would be great. If we can swing it, we really need to try to plan a family Yosemite trip, because my wife has wanted to go for decades, and I haven't been in 30 plus years, so I'd love to go. So Yosemite, or any national park that's got a wow factor, right? There you go. Yeah, the good old 4th of July. We've had some really good 4th of Julys. My little family, my wife and daughter and I. We spend a lot of holidays together. From our own families. So we usually tried, when our daughter was younger, tried to do things that were really memorable, right? Joey says Yosemite is nice. He was just there when he came out a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, to visit California, and he stopped by for the first time. So that was very cool. And he got to go to Yosemite, and that's awesome. And I haven't been since 91. No, I'm sorry, 87. 87, 88 was the last time I went. We drove through Yosemite on our way to our Grateful Dead concert from Mammoth once, but we didn't stay. It was last year, yeah. So I would love to go again, stay up on outside the valley, because you can have dogs up there, right? And just do some serious camping, right? Stay a week, a couple of days, 3 days would be perfect. 3 nights. Do it during a time when it's not too cold, not too hot. Stay up in the trees, so it's really nice. And just explore, just explore. I remember we were watching, my wife likes to watch those shows where they ask questions. And they were asking a question, it was the Cash Cab, and it was about the Sierra Club, a founder of the Sierra Club who, if I'm not mistaken, he evaded the Civil War draft by running off to California and hiding in the mountains, right? And I'm thinking, oh shit, I know who that is. That's John Muir, the John Muir house at Yosemite, and the John Muir who took all of those photos, and not to be confused with Ansel Adams, right? And then my father, when he went to UCSD, he actually attended the John Muir College there at the campus, which they have a bunch of different colleges there at a university. So I was like, oh. My wife's like, shut up, you don't know what you're talking about. John Muir. She's like, huh? Ding, 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 John Muir. There you go. And of course they were in the cab and they couldn't get it. They were native Easterners, and they knew nothing about the Sierra Club and California history and the national parks over here and all of that stuff. Because in California, like other places, you're taught your local history, right? Your state history, your local town history, and that kind of stuff. So that was big. Those ed films about your home town or your home city, your home state, those were pretty cool. I like those. You can find quite a few of those on my channel in the Monday Movie Memories file, which is where most of the films are, unless they somehow didn't get posted to a playlist, right? But usually everything is organized. All of this live stuff, I have to go through all of my live stuff and post it to a playlist, because it doesn't do that through this program. So I got to go back and open up each file, edit it, put in the stuff I want to put in, and then save it. And that can be tedious. I used to keep a written log in a database of every video that I posted on my channel. And I got into the hundreds, and it just got so tedious, because I would upload like weeks and months at a time, all at once. Just these upload over and over and over, and it just got. I would just go back every couple of weeks and catch up, and I couldn't do that. I can't do that now. It would take me a full day to go through and catch up with cataloging all of the videos that I've uploaded. And it's just for my own head, for my own OCD crap. you know, so that I know I can just pull something up and look at it there rather than have to go through video after video after video on YouTube to see the list. I can just pull up a list and go right to a specific date, right? Or pull up a list of just educational films and dates of their upload, right? And it's just one of those kooky things that I do. I try to run it as professional as I can for it just being some guy with a bunch of crap, you know. News on 11. Totally, man. So I just have fun. I just try to have fun doing all of this crap. Joey knows. Joey was in here trying to sleep while I was doing a couple of shows when he stayed. I'm just a kook. I'm just a kook with an unusual kind of therapy. That's it. That's all there is to it. So it looks like after about 11 and a half hours, I'm going to freeze on out of here and start up a new live feed. And what I'll do is I'll close this one out as stay tuned, right? And I will start a new one with an ed film playing so that I can do a quality check on the live stream. Because when I start a live stream, sometimes it comes and it's on really good, and then after about 10 or 15 minutes it just goes. So putting on a 20 or 30 minute something to watch or listen to is really helpful when I first get a live feed going. Especially in the morning, first thing. Gives me a chance to make coffee, take a leak, get situated, brush my hair, put on a shirt, gather up my thoughts, you know. Wow. Happy Independence Day. It's just about 11 o'clock here. I think if all goes well, I'm just going to keep doing this right here and maybe showing you some stuff and looking at some things and sharing some stuff until about noon. And then at about noon, which is just about an hour away, I'm going to put on something that's going to last, about an hour. And then, and I'll be watching it with you on my monitor here. I'll take my little phone, which got everything, and I'll turn the volume up, and I'll watch it along with you. And then I'll grab myself some lunch. And at some point later on in the day, I may actually put on a 90-minute something and actually lay down and close my eyes for 60 minutes while we're listening to it. While I'm listening to it and you're watching it. So I'm going to try to be here all day and all night, and as long as I can go on. And because it's Friday, I don't have to get up in the morning and do this, which means I don't have to get up at 4 in the morning. So I can afford to do this as long as I can physically manifest the energy and the drive and the will to stay here and keep doing it. And I have really picked out such a huge 60-item collection of educational films that any would be perfect to watch on this day. So, and the choices are American history, African American history, Native American history, Mexican American history, and mainly 1776. So there you go. And anything from 90 minutes, 2 hours, to a couple of minutes, 15 minutes. So all kinds of stuff to watch. So if you just want to shout out, hey, play a short about Native Americans, then I'll do that, and I'll dig something up, or whatever. But until we break it off for lunch, I am probably going to dig up something from my endless piles of stuff. And I tried not to plan too much. I wanted to be as as honest and as what do you call it? When it happens just out of the blue randomly. See, that's when I try to get a good thought going, and then I can't find a word, and the word eludes me, you know. So there you go. But I try not to plan any of this. I try to just go into it and just let it happen, you know. I just ad-lib the whole thing, just, you know, just let it happen. Don't plan it. There's so much to talk about that, I don't know, I think over-planning tends to stifle what I can talk about. And I tend to just like to ramble. I pick a topic and talk about that and let it take me to where it takes me next, and then talk about that. And sometimes I'll do a half a thought and then get sidewinded onto a tangent and go 3 tangents over before I come back to finish that thought. And it's just the way my brain works, you know. All the years of marijuana smoking doesn't help, but an early childhood injury to the brain didn't help much either. And then some other shit that's going on up there. So there you go. But don't we all have something going on up there, right? So, you know, shame on you for looking down on someone because of what they got going on up there. Because you got something going on. Everybody does, right? It's just your own thing. Own it and respect others' ability to own their own thing, whatever it is. And I, you know, do the crazy, because that's what I am. I know it. I know it. I know I'm kooky. I know I'm different than anybody else I know. My wife knows it. My daughter knows it. The dogs fucking know it. The dog just sits and looks at me and goes, look at this fucking guy. So I know it. It's my whole life has been like that. People scratching their heads, looking at me. What the hell is it? I don't know. What is it? I don't know. Should we ask him? No, don't ask him. Don't even look at him. My God. Look at him. Look at him. Don't look at him. Don't look at him. Yeah, I got that my whole life, so I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. I've rather come to embrace my strangeness, you know, especially since I start doing this show. I figured that was my best quality, was just being me. You know, just having my own brand of weirdness. Of course, by the viewer count and subscriptions, you can quite understand that I'm not everybody's cup of tea. And I get that. I don't blame anyone for watching this and going, oh, hell no, and then unsubscribing. I was really nice. I subscribed to this crazy old weirdo. I looked like a really nice guy. And then they watch one of my shows and go, oh, hell no, unsubscribe, dislike, whatever. I get it. I get it. It's not nice, and I feel slighted, and I feel misunderstood. But it's okay. I understand. I've been like that my whole life, you know. People just look at me and go, oh, no. I don't understand that at all. No. So I don't try to force them. I don't try to coerce them or humor them until if you don't get it, you don't get it. If you don't like me, you don't like me. You know, I hope you don't hate me, but if you do, I don't care. That's you. That's all on you, man. That has nothing to do with me. Your feelings towards me have nothing to do with who I am or what I am. That's just your interpretation. And that's the way I look at other people's bullshit. That's on them. If they hate me, that's on them. They're hating something about themselves that they must see in me. Because they know nothing about me. All they know is this little tiny glimpse, little tiny couple of words here or there, and all of a sudden they know me and they hate me. So I've known people like that my whole life. I still know people like that. I see people like that on Facebook. I just had to tell people to unfriend me on Facebook because I didn't want to have anything to do with people like that who could just blatantly dislike somebody because of their opinion, you know. And it's your actions You know, if you're going to act like that and post hateful and racist stuff and comment hateful and racist things and divisive, you know, then I got nothing to do with you. I don't need that. You know, I just don't. I don't need to put in the energy into hating you or hating myself for hating someone. I just don't need it. You know, fine. If you're going to unfriend me because I have different thoughts and views, that's fine. You know, I'm out to try to change people. And if it means that if you come at me with your hate, right, I will do whatever I can to ram it down your throat and convince you otherwise, and if not, punch you in the fucking face. And if that's the post I gotta make to shake people up and shake the apple tree and see which rotten apples fall out, that's what I gotta do. And I did that recently, boy, and some rotten apples fell out. Some rotten apples fell out. And good riddance, you know. If I could, I'd paint myself brown and move to Mexico. I could, if I would, I could. If I could, I would. What the hell did I say? You know? But I love this country, and I love the idea of what this country should stand for. You know, not that it does, because it doesn't fall anywhere near the standards that we set. This falls nowhere near the standards that we tell other countries that we have. Yeah, we're the best country, they got the best of this and the best of that, and then other countries look at us and go, you guys are so fucking up. You know, and that's where you really see what we're doing wrong, is when you look at this country through the eyes of other countries that are starting to get it right, starting to put the pieces together, and they're looking at us and they're like, God, you guys are going backwards. What's wrong? What is wrong? You know? And so my whole idea of today is to hang out and play educational films from as far back as the 30s into the 80s that have to do with what was going on in America back then and how we've strayed from that, you know, because there were so many opportunities for change, and there were great opportunities, and we changed so little, you know, and now we are changing in such a weird direction that I just don't know anymore. Right? And all I can do is just keep looking to the past, just keep looking to the past and trying to share the past and explain to people, look, we can't cancel the past. We can't keep going forward like this, but we can't cancel out the past. We need to think about what's going on and not just react emotionally and viscerally to what we've been programmed to react to, right? There's no reason to hate the person next to you simply because of the color of their skin, you know? And that's all I've tried to say over the last couple of years with a lot of what I put on the channel. Whether you're young or old, black or white, rich or poor, we all need to be treated equally. And all that theme right there shows in the videos on my channel, the educational films. So look through the list of hundreds and hundreds. I've got over 1,600 videos on my channel, and many of them are educational films. So enjoy, learn lessons of the past that hopefully will guide us in a better future, because the lessons that we learned between the 80s and the present, we lost something there. You know, we were really hitting it in the 80s while big business and big hair and big music and stuff was taking over. We were really starting to figure it out. And then we lost it. Maybe somebody can tell me where the hell we lost it, because I don't know. I keep exploring. I keep traveling back in time to figure it out. You know? You know? I don't know, you know? So, yeah. I had planned to bring it. Maybe I'll bring it over in a little bit, but I've got this American flag. Maybe it's going to be too hard to pull out of that area that I have. And I've got this great American flag in the corner. And at some point I was supposed to put it over here, just at the corner of one of my camera shots, so it would look really good. And I neglected to do that. I apologize. Prop master, you're asleep. I got these bone spurs in my elbow, and one elbow is really smooth, right? And the other elbow is sharp and jagged and has this mountain ridge that looks like the Andes, or feels like it. And it's just all bumps and gnarly points and jagged edges. And if I rest that elbow on something, it'll shoot pain all through up and down my arm. It's wonderful. I don't know when that happened or why it started happening. It's just one year I started getting this pain in my elbow. I had to go to the doctor, have it x-rayed, checked out, and yeah, basically the doctor said I'm getting old. Yeah, stuff's gonna start hurting like that. Fucking country doctors, right? Well, you got a touch of arthritis, a touch of that osteoporosis stuff. You got a little calcium deficiency, and you got some little bone spurs. And you've been banging your elbow a lot when you was young. So, yeah, exciting stuff. Woo, woo. Yeah, baby. So look, it's after 11. At noon, I am going to, because I have to stay on a regimen of eating every couple of hours, or I'll screw up and go 6 hours, 8 hours without eating anything, and then I can only eat a little bit, and then I'm sluggish for a couple of days. So yesterday was that day. I only ate a little bit. So today, since it's the 4th of July, it's cheeseburger day. So at some point today, I'll be helping out at the barbecue and hopefully putting in my teeth and having some cheeseburger. I'm not exactly sure how I want to have it, right? I think I'm going to have it plain, actually. I think I'm just going to have the patty and the cheese and maybe a bun. Or maybe just the patty, some cheese, and some baked beans, right? And try to keep it simple. And I think with that, I should be able to eat it relatively easily and enjoy it. Texture-wise, eating with false teeth is not really fun in my anywhere near my world. So I guess I'll get used to it. It's hard for me to get used to stuff, so, you know, not having a cord on the telephone is hard to get used to. In fact, let me take this charger, and I am going to plug this charger in. And it is at 54%, and I use that to charge my monitor phone because it doesn't work on the cord anymore. The cord doesn't charge the phone. So I have that, and I have another charger here. So I'm going to use this one and that one. This one's my backup. So I'm going to let that one charge back up because that one lasts longer, and it takes a little while to charge. This one charges pretty quick, but it only charges like twice, I think. Whereas the other one will charge like 4 times from like dead. So I'm going to plug that one in. And we are at, this one is at 63%. Or is that 39? Ah, crap. Anyway, it'll be enough to keep that one active and charged. And if it's topped off, it'll stay topped off for a while. Once I pull that out, I can let that one charge, you know, and leapfrog these puppies and keep my power going. At noon, I'm probably going to do like 45, 50 minutes of something, maybe an hour, close to an hour, and then have some lunch, come back, hang out, play for a little while, and then at some point I may feel like I want to take a nap, so I may just put on something about 90 minutes long and lay down and listen to it and just close my eyes and try to get my head some rest. Because I only normally sleep about 3-4 hours max at night. So a normal day for me is to take a 2 to 4 hour nap during the middle of the day. That's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to it, sonny. Going in. There you are. There you have it. There it is. Wow. I've been on for a while. Pacific Standard Time, I've been on since 4:30 this morning. So there you go. And that's fun. I used to be able to go on for 6-7 hours and still want to go on, but have to go do something, right? And I kind of miss those days. I kind of miss the days of being able to just stay on and stay on, which brings me to an idea I've been thinking about recently, and that is to get a headset speaker, headphones and microphone that's wireless with a Bluetooth plug on it, a small pin, so that I can do this, right? I think I'd have to have a splitter, because one is a microphone, a stereo microphone, and it doesn't have the outlet for the what you call it, the speaker. See, he remembers those days. It's like totally wow. So that way, if I had the headphones and the mic, I could do kind of a more of a radio blog type thing, and I could even simulcast on 2 feeds, this video and the audio, and that would be cool. And then that way I could set up cameras around the house, go outside, do stuff, and the show could still follow me, and I like the newer stuff where you can put on a node, and not only does this camera follow you, but if you walk out and into another room, another camera picks you up and follows you, and you're automatically switched to that camera. Like Ring has that program adaptability right now for live viewing, and that's like, wow, that is cool. So you could literally do that in your own home. Just walk around your house and have your own live, this is me live show, right? A little bit more than what I'm doing here. This is me live, but you only get to see what I let you see. And that's basically this room. In earlier seasons, the cameras were here and looked there, and you saw that side of the room. And because I wanted a living room where I could hang out with my family instead of a studio, I decided to move everything over into this side of the room, squash it in this little room here, and open up the living room for me and the girls and the dogs and stuff. So I still am able to cram a lot of history into this little room, which is very cool. And I love it. I totally dig it. I love it. I love it, baby. Yeah, every once in a while I just gotta take a breath because I talk a lot. I grew up doing humor, right? Just trying to make people laugh so I could be accepted. But I never really got to talk about me. And if I did, people would laugh at me or ridicule me or go, oh, yeah, right. Yeah, right. Like my brother was always like, yeah, right. You don't feel like that. I used to, until I told him, don't tell me what I feel. Don't tell me what I think. Because he used to always do that. You don't think that. You don't feel that. You don't like that. You don't hate that. It's like, dude, stop telling me what I think. Of course, it made him mad until he understood. But it's true. Let me have my own thoughts, my own likes and dislikes. And take me out of that image that you have of me 30 years ago, because that's not me, right? That's the guy you remember, but that's not me, right? I'd like to get to know you as you, not that same guy that you're trying to be because you see me as that guy that I used to be. So we're missing something here. For a little bit, that's nice. It's nice to have that time trip, like, hey, remember this, remember that, yada yada yada. But no, I wanna have, I wanna say my thoughts without somebody getting pissed off. How dare you say that, or have my own thought without it being misinterpreted. So, yeah, poor me. But just I never really had the ability to just talk. I never wanted to go to a shrink, even though I did. I did a couple of times, a school shrink and a social services psychiatrist. And it just felt weird, contrived. It's their job. You got so much time, talk until I tell you to go. And it was like I never got anything out of it. It was easier to talk to a really, really good close friend. I could talk to my wife all day about anything. She never judges me. She never looks at me cross-eyed. She asks me questions. She cares. She never judges me. And as soon as I start talking, I see judgment come across people's eyes. Which is great for this because I can't see people's faces when I'm talking. Because I could just imagine the people that tune in and are watching the show and they just go, oh, God. Are you kidding me? I'm out of here. This is fucking... and then just go, they're gone. And I get it. But if I could see your face, I would get it a lot quicker. Right? Because I've seen that look so many times. In adults, my family's friends, school teachers, police officers, social workers, other friends, family members. You're bringing home what? Yeah. Well, that's okay. That's okay. It's the few people that you find that accept you, even though you're totally different. It's worth it. I don't get that from my own, just accepting me the way I am. I don't get that from family. I don't get that from old friends. Sure, I'm a nut, but aren't we all in our own little way? If you were going to pick up a gun and go shoot people, would I not be a good friend to try to talk you out of it and take that gun and put it down and make sure that you couldn't do that, hurt yourself or someone else, right? That would be a good friend, right? So when I'm talking to people about hate and racism and division and stuff, I get pretty pissed off about it, right? Because I've seen it firsthand and it's come at me firsthand. And it's upsetting. But would you let somebody just go on and scream at somebody's face when you know it's ridiculous for them to? Or hate somebody because of the color of their skin? Try to talk them down, man. Try to talk them into a better way of thinking. What makes you any better than them? The color of your skin? Where you were born? Right? Who your parents are? And none of that really matters in the scheme of things. We're all the same. If you were on a hospital bed dying, you would take that person's blood. Wouldn't you? No, I wouldn't. Bullshit. Here, give me the blood. Give me the blood. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Give me a break. So, we're not any different than the person across from us that looks completely different to us, all right? Sure, they talk different, they look different, they act different, they have different speech patterns, and they've got different ways of talking that might piss you off. What are you getting all screaming at me for? Oh, it's just the way we are. Well, okay. You know? But to just look at someone and go, ugh, brown, right? Oh, that just kills me. It just kills me. So it's my responsibility as a human on this planet to try to help everyone get together. And if I gotta scream in your face to stop screaming in somebody else's face, stupid propaganda bullshit, I'm gonna do that, you know? And believe you me, it's hurting me worse than it's hurting you. All right? Because I do not want to scream at someone's face. I do not want to use anger to try to get my point across. You know? And I don't want to expel energy on anger. That's the stupidest thing in the world. I want to spend the rest of my life being as nice and as happy as possible. And looking around me, seeing happy, smiling faces. That's what I want to see. Not people screaming with masks on and red in their eyes. And, it just sickens me. It saddens me and it sickens me. You know? That we can't just all get along. We've been doing this decade after decade after decade. And they keep throwing shit at us, making us fight over it, making us hate each other, and then standing back going, if you vote for me, I'll fix it. No, if you vote for me, I'll fix it. And we keep voting. We keep going one way or the other. You know? Let's get somebody that can really fix the problem. Right? I don't know who the hell that is. I'm not into politics. I'm not into picking a side. I'm into humanity figuring it out together and coming together as one people and picking the best of us to help figure it out for us, right? Nowadays we've got these phones that connect us all together. It's so easy to get together. But then again, it's so easy to divide us too. All people want to do anymore is sit and watch these stupid fucking videos all day long. All day long. All day long. Little 1 minute, 30-second, 15-second fucking videos about stupid shit. Click in the comments to see the full video. Go to my site to see this. Look at, you'll find more stupid AI pretend bullshit that's as fake as fuck, but I'm gonna believe it. Right? I'm so over it, right? And even the people who are trying to teach you morals and lessons and, you know, courtesy and all that stuff, the videos are so stupid and contrived and fake. You know, God help us. God help us. We're going down the primrose path, right? We're being led into oblivion by our own stupid egos and hubris. And once again, everybody, it saddens and it sickens me. It's just horrible, you know? And if you hate me for what I'm talking about, then you hate peace, you hate love, and you hate unity. Because that's all I'm talking about, is to try to get us all together on the same page as humans, as one species on this planet or in this country or in this neighborhood or in this house. We're all the same species, human. It don't matter what color her skin is or his skin is or their skin is. It don't matter. If you can't look at them and see your fellow brother and sister, then there's something wrong with you, not wrong with me. What do you learn in church? You know, brotherly love. But it's the brother that you choose, of your race, of your want. Come on. You know, Ben Harper of Innocent Criminals, who did a solo album. One of the lines from one of his songs, a song called Slavery, was, you're either a Christian or a racist. You can't be both. Think about that. I'm not into people drawing a line and saying my people on my side and your people on your side. I'm just not into that, right? I'm not into people holding back goods and necessities from people because they're not your kind of people. I got to get some water. I've got some severe dry mouth and the coffee's gone. I'll be right back. I can still hear you. You can still hear me. So we're still here together. We're all together. We're all together. I gotta drink one of these protein shakes here because I must. Here we go. Trevor Borens, tell that to the Trump supporter. You know what? I don't intend on telling them anything. I hate to say it. You can't fix some people. You can't fix stupid. You can't fix some people who just hate for no reason. You can't tell people who are programmed so deeply for so many generations to think anything different, right? Sometimes you can, but very seldom. No, I'm sorry, Trevor. Thanks for hanging out, but none of this is directed at Trump supporters because there's no getting through to them. And it's sad. It's a shame. I wish there were some people on the Trump supporter side that I could really talk to, but they just keep speaking rhetoric. They just keep talking points and things that they hear, and they don't think anything through. Tell me the logic in what you're saying. I know you've got all these fancy ideas and stuff, but tell me the logic. And they can't, and they won't. They just more hate and more stupidity and more violence. And yeah, the people on both sides are fucking up. There's violence and stupidity coming out of both fucking sides. That's why we have sides, so they can keep us divided. If we didn't have sides, we wouldn't need to vote in somebody to support the government and not us, right? They work for the government. The government works for itself. It supports itself, self-gratifying, you know what I'm saying. But the whole idea that you can tell one side or the other right from wrong is just ridiculous. I wish I could, but I can't, and I won't try. My father, before he passed away, one of his best friends from Texas was a Trump supporter. And he got along with him just fine because they didn't talk politics. And I thought, what a shame. My father, university educated, very intelligent, very bright man, used to read all kinds of, read a lot of history, right? He should have been able to talk to this man intelligently and change him, not from a Republican to a Democrat, but from whatever that is going on in the country right now, to an actual human, a part of the human race. Because what's going on right now is it's separating the human race into two categories. All right, you're either a smart, hateful person, or I'm sorry, you're an ignorant, hateful person, or an intelligent person who can see past racism, right, and see past color and division for the sake of politics, right? I mean, you've got people who were friends in high school who hate each other because one guy voted this way and one guy voted this way, and it's just ridiculous. Friends and families torn apart because somebody understands in the family what the hate is doing, and they stand up, and the rest of the family goes, "Oh, get out of here, you freaking, brown-skinned lover," or whatever. And I got that from actual friends on Facebook, If you love them, go be with them. Oh, man. How pathetic and sad. From so-called friends who turned out to be racist Karens. I'm so glad I called people out to find out who they really are. Because now I will not... I'm 50-50 on the reunion now, the hometown reunion. Because I don't want to see anybody that's like that. I don't want to go give somebody a hug and then realize that they're wearing a Trump shirt underneath there, or I hate Mexicans or something. That would kill me, and it would infuriate me. And somebody would wind up in the hospital, somebody would wind up in the morgue or prison or something. It would just go bad, because, no, you can't do that. And if people don't stand up against the people who are hating, and that goes on both sides, you can't just go into a protest and start throwing shit and burning shit. Whether those people there are planted there by a certain faction or not, it shouldn't happen. And if the good people are there, they need to grab those fuckers throwing bottles and tackle them to the ground and turn them over to the police. Not to ICE, because California Highway Patrol has been through all of this, all of the protests, only to take care of traffic violations and people-on-people violence and that kind of stuff. They're not there to turn you over to ICE. Very few towns do that. Very few city police do that. There are some city police who are working with them, but then there are others who are not. I hope that in my area they're not, because I'd hate to see that kind of shit. There's just no need for it, There's no need for that kind of violence, that kind of hate, tackling people in the streets. And that's what they want. They want to get us divided. They want to get us pissed off at each other. And it's kind of funny that it's happening. So that it's happening. I predict that something's going to happen today that's going to be crazy, right? I'm just saying, because I've been looking and I've been seeing the signs, and I try not to look too hard. I just pop in every once in a while, check things out, and then withdraw myself from the news. And I see that things are kind of aimed towards something happening, some kind of thing where they're gonna make us want to decide on something, or pick a side, or they're gonna want to infuriate us somehow, or make us sad or scared, right? And that happens so frequently over the last 30 years, where they just say, let's do this and see what we can get them to do, see how we can get them to react. Can we control them in this manner, right? And people who have been paying attention know what I'm talking about. Was it Charlie Hebdo? All of these little things are connected. Columbine, Sandy Hook, Oklahoma, everything. Hey, baby, how's it going? Yeah, it's going to be warm out there today, so I don't even want to be out in the world. Not even. Yeah. 87 out there right now. I don't believe it. It's got to be 90 at least. But I'll be inside all day. Not that I've required them to, but my wife and daughter are still sequestered in their rooms. My daughter is still asleep, and my wife is probably going to come out about noon, when I'm going to put on a video and go have some lunch. It may be noon, 30, I don't know. Hey, take a nap, brother. Take it easy. See you later, Joey. Come hang out when you wake up. Like I said, I'm going to kill the show at about 4 and start a new feed, because YouTube will only record the first 12 hours. So I want it to be recorded, so I have to back out of here at about 4 o'clock, which would be at about 11 and a half hours, just to be on the safe side. And then it'll take me literally 5 minutes to come back and start a new live feed. And at that point, I'll probably put on a 15-20 minute or so educational film to watch during the pre-show, because I need a little bit of warm-up time to be able to make sure that my live feed is running correctly. I don't drop any frames. I got a good strong signal. Everything looks good. I'm not using too much CPU, right? Yeah. Too early. So yeah, Joey, he works nights. He is the man with the plan where he works. So he works nights, and which is why we found each other, because he was always listening to something, watching something to unwind from work. And there we go. Perfect timing, so to speak. The burgeoning of a new friendship. Nobody uses the word. I use a lot of words that people don't use, just because I watch so much old crap and read a lot of old crap and think old. So I get quite wordy. I can use some really weird. In fact, sometimes I use words and my daughter will go, "That's not a word. You're just making shit up again." And I go, "Yeah, you're right. I'm just making shit up." And then I'll go there. And she'll go, "Oh." But I do that to her on purpose. I'm always throwing stuff out to make her think, is it real? Is he fucking with me? I don't want a gullible kid. I don't want somebody who's going to fall for something, right? Somebody comes up and gives them a story. I want her to be able to look through that and see the reality, or the possible reality of what they're talking about, and just go, no thanks, bye-bye. No thanks. Hey, you want to... No, you know. Sometimes somebody will do that, right? Like, hey, if you donate, you know, and I'll go along with it with my daughter there, so she'll see what's really going on, and then I'll explain to her, you know, the Hindu Buddhist monks in Las Vegas who would walk around and hand you a necklace, put a necklace on you, and then put their hand out. And then if you don't put enough money in their hand, they want more, and they want more, and they want more. And then they want you to sign in their, they want all this weird, they want, and it doesn't become a donation anymore, right? And so I walked my daughter through this once so that she could see what was going on. And I have the necklace hanging up in the thing, right? And I said, okay, well, I'm going to play along with this. And I gave the guy a couple of bucks, and I only had a couple of bucks on me, right? And so I gave him a couple of bucks, and he wanted more and more and more. And he wanted me to get up to like $60 or something. And I'm like, he wanted me to beat out the last person who had and I'm like, what? And I almost said, take the necklace back and give me the money back. But I knew that wasn't going to go well. So I just said, okay, thank you, goodbye. And I just turned around and we just walked away. And then I explained to her what was going on and why he was doing this and yada, yada, yada. But it would have been nice had he actually been an actual monk, you know, who actually wanted help, other than wanted you to just keep filling his hand until it felt like the right amount. And that was horrible. And it makes me think of religions and Jimmy Swaggart and all those other guys out there that just stick their hands out and expect you to fill it. And they get richer and we get poorer and things get shittier and nothing ever happens, you know. But from what they tell us, God is happier because you've unloaded a bunch of cash in his pocket. And that goes for all religions for me. Organized religions. I think religion is the greatest thing in the world to happen to humans. But it was created by humans for humans. It's therapy. It's instructional. It's educational. teaches you how to be a good human on this planet. Of course, a lot of the stuff was outdated, you know, treating women like chattel and stuff. But for the most part, the Bible is designed to keep people nice and get us out of the Middle Ages and wanting to kill each other and run around pissing shit on each other and raping and killing. So, and of course, the kings and the lords and stuff, they wanted power. And what better way to have power than to be the representative of God on the earth? And let's write a book that says so. King James. So Susie says she came to the channel here when she had insomnia. I always have insomnia. I've had insomnia since I was a little kid. All right, that little kid in that cowboy shirt with the blonde hair. Look at those eyes. Those eyes were like bloodshot with bags under them. At that time, I was having nightmares and not sleeping well. And from then on, no. Yeah. Insomnia is lucrative. Comment pops up here that I'm out of pace whisk. Yeah. Take a breath here. Totally. Yeah, so I told my wife and daughter, look, I'm going to be doing this all day. We planned for 2 weeks not to do anything on this day. Religion, right? Insomnia, religion, right? They both make you crazy. Or they can. Yeah, it is very lucrative. And that's what really pisses me off, is that religion, it claims to be one thing, but totally goes against, it's like do as I say, not as I do. It's like talking to my grandfather, right? So that's, you know, that's where it gets out of skew from itself. And I'm like, what the hell happened here? You know, right about the time that I was thinking about some kind of religious life, like mainstream religion, all of these things were coming out about priests, and then preschools, and scout leaders, and all of this, and I'm like, oh my God, what is going on in this world? All of these people that we look up to, that I'm supposed to look up to, that have looked down on me like I'm a piece of shit, they're all just evil. Nice. Nice. I gotta, well, pardon me for a second here, but I gotta stand up and readjust my, my beach blanket bingo party going on in my pants there. Things got a little out of whack. But I totally get it with having like a special blanket or a special item that you kind of need with you. I will take this with me wherever I go. Concerts, you know, court, wherever. I'll take this wherever I go. And it's got my little sneak-a-toke pot thing in there. And I've had this for 30 years. And I don't always smoke out of it. When I take it with me, I don't always use it, but I keep it with me. It's like a crutch, like a blanket, you know. There are very few things that I have from my childhood that I've been able to keep with me. One of them is my Kramer guitar that I bought in 1987. And that's, yeah, I love this little dugout. I bought it at a head shop in Oceanside, California, right around the time I met my wife. And I've had it and used it ever since. I've changed the little smoky thing a couple of times, but it's pretty cool. But, oh, I forgot what I was talking about. Yeah, I hate it when that happens. I better have some more energy, right? I'm gonna smoke some more pot. Okay, so while we're on this subject, of when I first met my wife. How about if I tell you when I first met my wife? Have I told you this story yet? Yes? No? I'll tell you anyway. So, I'm living in Mammoth Lakes, California. Mammoth Mountain. Ski resort, ski town. There's lots of work in the winter, working on the ski resort. In the summer, you got to find a job in town, something in town. So a lot of people work 2 jobs. They work some kind of job in the summer, and then in the winter they would switch over and they'd work on the mountain doing some kind of ski related job, right? I tried to do that. I couldn't do that. Too many rules working on a mountain run by Mormons. So I didn't want to shave, cut my hair, and follow all the rules. I did twice, 2 seasons. Once in '91 when I went up there with my friend and girlfriend, and we worked on the mountain, did all that. And I cut my hair and looked all clean cut and everything, and it was okay. I finally just said fuck it, and we left. Because I just couldn't handle the rules anymore. My girlfriend couldn't get a job on the mountain because of her haircut. She had sides of her head shaved, so she just had nothing to do all the time. So then we didn't have enough money between the 2 of us, and so we just left. The second time I worked on the mountain, it was in 96, 97, I believe. And it was after that. It was before that. It was like 93, 94. And it was, once again, it kind of sucked, But I was there off and on until 98. The winter of 97, I left and went down and moved to Carlsbad, California with a friend. And he was going down to work for a friend of his that was manufacturing plastic displays. And he had a little factory with a bunch of employees, and he was moving from one building to another. And he said that he needed help, and that I could come down and help him move from one building to the next and help him get stuff set up and do some painting, and I'm a painter and yada yada yada. So I'm like, all right, I need a change. And at the time I had been working for a painter in Mammoth Lakes, and while I had no problem with people being gay, right, I never have, I had an employer who was a closet homosexual, who was married, who had to hide it from his wife, but he would take his employees out and drive them up in the mountains and try to hit on them, right? And it was just all really weird and disgusting, right? I mean, had I been gay, he wouldn't even have been attractive to me. So it was all just weird. So I finally had to tell him, listen, I gotta quit. It's your fault. Give me some money. I'm leaving town. And I did. And I didn't feel guilty about saying, give me some money or I'm taking your ass to court, right? It's like we settled it. It was over. I never looked back, never talked about it, never talked to anyone else about it who didn't already know, right? And it was like that. So in 97, I decided I'm leaving. By 98, I was living in Southern California in an apartment with the friend I had traveled down with. And in the closet boss, yeah. It was crazy, right? And it taught me a lot. So I got this apartment, and of course, my friend and I, after the lease ran out in the apartment after 6 months, we were like, no more of this. So I bought a little RV that was gutted and lived in it, just threw a bed in it, and threw a TV in it, just treated it like a little tiny living room. And I lived in that outside of the place that I worked, and I worked there for a couple of years. And I met my wife there. When I first got there, we walked into the warehouse where he had everything set up. And he was like, okay, we're going to get the rest of the stuff over here and finish setting this up. We walked into this warehouse. There was this wall dividing manufacturing from warehouse and shipping, right? And I hear a bunch of people talking, and I hear these girls laughing and talking in Espanol, and they're just going on and on, and this girl kept laughing. And I turned to my friend, no shit, I turned to my friend and I said, I could marry a girl with a laugh like that. And as it turns out, I did. After getting to know all the girls there and finding out this is the girl that's got the laugh, and talking with her and dating for 8 months, we got married, you know. And it was like the weirdest story, but for me it's the most awesome thing, because sight unseen, I just felt like that's her. I could die a happy man hearing that laugh for the rest of my life, you know. And every single day, without fail, no matter what is going on, no matter how fucked up things are, she always has that laugh. Like the best thing to ever happen in my life. I'm gonna do this bong hit while I pull myself together. I had written off a relationship completely. I had had my heart destroyed so many times. I was over it. I didn't want to share my life with anybody. I was just like, no, I can't trust anyone. And now I have 2 people I can trust, my wife and my daughter. I trust unconditionally. You were told you were going to marry your husband before you even met him. That's great. That's great. I'm still a little broken up here. My wife, she's like, loco, what are you crying about? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué llorando? Muchacho, no llores, pues. Okay. I'm an emotional guy. I can't help it. My daughter's an emotional girl. Almost every single time we go to a concert together, she cries. She makes me cry. She cries at every single concert. At some point, she finds herself crying. Sometimes she'll cry through the whole concert. ELO, Jeff Lynne, she cried. 1975, she cried. Harry Styles, Paramore, Motion City Soundtrack, every Fall Out Boy, every single concert we've gone to, she's cried. Lucas Nelson, Promise of the Real. We were both sitting there bawling during that song, Smile, and it's just, oh, it kills me. If you don't follow Lucas Nelson, follow Lucas Nelson. I'm telling you. I can't wait to get out and see some of his solo stuff. But I'm still reeling from the whole band thing that he did for 10 years. I better drink some more of this. I gotta drink this before I can think about having lunch, because this kind of steals my appetite. And then if I try to eat too close to drinking this, I don't want to eat. Well, alright, so that's how I met my wife. So, I'd like to thank everybody involved. Andrew for taking me down there, introducing me to Dan for allowing me to work in your place, and my wife, of course, Hilda, for marrying me. Horace Wimp. Anybody? Yeah. I cry when listening to some Jerry Garcia and some Grateful Dead too. I cry listening to old commercials. So I just about anything will make me cry. Episodes of the Waltons, Little House on the Prairie. Just so much. So I got the nickname when I was a little kid. In my family, I was the cry baby, because I'd cry, you know. If you'd fuck with me, I'd cry. I'd get emotional, you know. And if you really fucked with me, I'd get enraged, man. I'd turn red and just start smoke coming out the ears. So, crybaby. If you call me crybaby, it was because they were trying to make smoke come out of my ears. Yeah. Yeah. Totally, man. Totally, man. Totally, man. Well, that's gone. Good. Now I can start working on my lunch appetite, because it's almost noon here on the Pacific West Coast, and it is still the 4th of July. I have been on live since 4:30 this morning. It has been 7 hours, 21 minutes, and 25 seconds. Yep, exactly. I was the middle kid. Older brother, younger sister, tougher brother, baby sister, you know. So I was the middle kid, and I, like I've alluded to before, I don't really think I was a full member of the family. I think I was a stepson. I think I was a half-brother. However that came to be, I'm not quite sure yet. But that's the way the picture looks. That's the way the pieces line up. So, yeah. But that's okay, you know. And then having a lot of mental hang-ups because of that, and because of my possible creation. It's alive! Yeah, I was hard to deal with. I was pretty hard to deal with. Which leads me to think that's why my father was constantly yanking me out of school. You know, take me out of school for the whole day. Twice in a week, multiple times a month, right? And his claim was that he needed me to help him with stuff at the university, and I was the only one who could help him, right? I did help, but there had to have been somebody else who could do the stuff that a little 4th, 5th, and 6th grader was doing, right? Right? But I think during that time period, I was really struggling with socializing. Hallmark or traditional holidays in years. Yeah, I hear you. I don't really do that anymore. It is for people with money. And people, you know, do they really know what they're celebrating? That's what this whole day is all about. Every time the 4th of July comes around, I keep looking around at, why are these people celebrating? Do they even know? Do they understand what's going on? And if they do, why are they screaming at the person next to them just because they have brown skin? You know? Or for whatever reason. You know, because they have less money. Whatever the reason is for the hate, you know, it doesn't line up with my idea of patriotic, free, liberty, all that kind of crap. It just doesn't line up. So at any point, anybody during the show can ask to see any of the films that I have loaded up for today, and any of the films that are already loaded up onto my channel in the past. I loaded up a bunch of Native American stuff on Thanksgiving and on Christmas, and a bunch of African American stuff, Mexican American stuff. Yeah, public school was a real living hell for me. And I think he either saw it or he knew the reason why. And you know, I don't hate anyone. I'm not into forgiveness and all of that, you know. I mean, you do what you do. You are what you are. You make those decisions because of the time period that you're in, the things that you've gone through. So I don't hate anybody, you know. I don't exactly like the things that have happened, but I'm not going to hate anybody. So therefore, I can talk about these things, and not really, you know, put too much emotion into saying that. I wish he had been more upfront with me about why. I wish he had told me the truth about more things, you know. So I get pissed off about that stuff, but I don't hate anyone, you know. I can't put any real effort into something that's so past that I can't do anything about, right? So that's the way I look at most of my past. People from my past who are still fucking with me, I just exercise them out of my life. You know, okay, well, you're over there and I'm over here. You know, if they want to show up here and have a conversation and stuff and reminisce, that's fine. But that's about as far as it goes most days, because with family and friends, I'm the oddball. I'm the black sheep. I'm the misunderstood. I'm the black sheep in a black sheep family, right? Or the white sheep in a black sheep family. I don't know. I'm just the odd duck. I'm the ugly dumpling, the ugly duckling in a black sheep family, right? I'm just, you know, an octagon trying to fit into a square peg. It's just not working, you know. It just ain't working. Occipital lobe. Yeah, baby. I remember that from Star Trek, The Next Generation. He's having trouble in his occipital lobe, sir. Totally, eh? So at any point, you guys can give me a topic or an item that you want to look at from, like, say, the 1970s or 80s. I'm still a little stuffed up from being teary-eyed. And I'll see if I can dig something up in this room, even if it's opening the encyclopedia and reading about it. But if you give me a topic, an idea, a thing, an item, a person, something from the past, a piece of trivia. I got a trivia book over here. Where's my trivia book? There it is. I'm going to grab my trivia book, and we can poke through that too. And you can just ask me about stuff. It has to be something from the 1980s or earlier, right? So anything in my house. Your dad wasn't expensive or demonstrative. He was just there for you, right? And that's cool. As sometimes we're lucky to get that, right? Because there are a lot of people out there who don't even have that. They have parents that are like completely uninvolved. 95. Oh, he's not here anymore. So his birthday would have been, he would have been 95. Yeah, rest in peace, Henry. Okay, so here's my trivia book from, I believe, 1982. It's the Trivia Encyclopedia, 1977 edition. So this is really early stuff. Here we go. Little Orphan Annie, ageless, pupilless little girl created by Harold Gray, debut in New York Daily News, August 5th, 1924. Her dog is named Sandy. Her adopted parents were Mr. and Mrs. Silo. On radio, Orphan Annie was played by Shirley Bell, and Janice Gilbert played in the 1932 movie by Mitzi Green. Right? So this is before the Daddy Warbucks version in the play and the theater and the movies, right, that we know. Tomorrow, we love you, tomorrow. I do remember him saying Sue. Excellent. That's a great, message to give your kid. I try to leave my daughter with as many little insights as possible. Last night we went out driving. She has to practice driving to get her license. She's almost 21, and she's been so into school, she just hasn't had time. So the plan is to just drive every day this summer and just get it done, and then just go in. You know what? You're fine. Let's go in and take your test, and then just do it. And like, okay, so if you don't pass, you don't pass, you come back, do it again. You know? So, there you go. There you have it. It's great when parents, you know, at least leave you with some lasting impressions, you know. That's great. So anyway, Little Tough Guys group formed from dead-end kids to work at Universal Studios. Hunts Hall, Gabriel Dell, Billy Hallop, and Bernard Punsley. Anyway, I've got a million of these little weird, obscure things around the house, so if you're interested in anything of the past, pre-90s, shoot me a comment and I'll dig something up. At some point today, this evening, we'll do some Apollo mission stuff. The 80s weren't exactly easy for auto workers, farms, auto workers' families in Michigan's. You had to bust ass. Yeah. I believe it. I believe it. I'm just racking my brain right now trying to think of, do I have any automobile, auto worker stuff? I probably have a couple of 8-tracks around, which were the sample 8-tracks that would come like in an old 76 Ford LTD with an 8-track player. It would have an 8-track with it that had music selected to listen to through the awesome stereo of a Ford or Chevy or whatever it was, Cadillac. So you'd get these demonstration tapes, and they were great. Those are really classic. I'm sure I've got some of those around somewhere. I wouldn't know exactly where. I would imagine it's probably out there, because most of what I have in here is stuff that I would want to listen to, right? Old classic rock and roll and blues and you know, stuff like Tijuana Brass. Just weird stuff, baby. Let's see. Have you ever heard of a movie called Freeway? Honky Tonk Freeway. That's what it was. Honky Tonk Freeway. So the movie Honky Tonk Freeway is about a small town who lives in Florida. There's this little tiny little town in Florida, and it's a great little place. The only thing is there's a freeway coming through, and the freeway is going to eat up the main highway that used to come through that area, right? It's taking over that highway. It's now going to be a freeway with on-ramps and off-ramps, not lanes to just pull over and pull off, and then a place where you pull up to a stop, and if it's clear you go left or right, crossover, that kind of thing. It's going to be an actual freeway with on-ramps and off-ramps. And this little town gets voted out of having their own on-ramp and off-ramp. So this is in Florida, by the way. They don't know what to do. They don't know what to do. They're totally upset about this. So they decide to take matters into their own hands, and eventually what they do is, over the course of one night, they knock down signs and put up signs that say, here's our town, come stop, right? And there's this overpass there, but it doesn't have any on-ramp or off-ramp. It's just an overpass. So what they do is they blow up the overpass and block it and make the people come out off the freeway. Oh, roadblock, everything's bummed. They make the people come off the freeway and through town so they can utilize the Capitol. And it gets crazy. There's a crazy biting horse or something. It's just a bizarre fucking movie. There's a different kinds of, kind of like a Cannonball Run type movie, where a bunch of different types of people have all of these stories in the beginning that all come together because they wind up in the same town, and they have to deal with this town who just wants revenue, right? But that's, I don't know why I thought, I guess autos is why I thought it. I've always got a tangent for everything, baby. Let's see. I still got the sniffles. Darn it. I'm still a little sniffly. The overpass to nowhere, right? It was like the off-ramp to someplace. There's someplace here, please come to us. I came from small towns and stuff, so I could totally get it when everybody else is getting their fair share and you got your little community and ain't getting nothing because you're off, you know, like when highways and byways and shit bypassed Route 66 and a lot of towns just dried up and died, you know. That sucks. Let's look up Route 66 here. It's probably going to say it's a TV show. Don't talk about it anymore. Hear me now and talk about it later. Shazam. Remo. That's it. Remo Williams. Real name of the Destroyer. Detective novel in a series by Sapper and Murphy. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. God, what the hell was I looking up? Shit, Lord help me. I forgot. I know I'm in the R's for some reason, but Susie, what was I looking for? There's roads and bridges in my county still washed out from the hurricanes. That's crazy. Where was the bridge to nowhere? Where was the bridge to nowhere? I don't remember. Wasn't that the bridge on the Truman Show? Oh yeah. I almost remembered why I'm in the R's here. For some reason I just totally lost it. I'm on the Gulf Coast in Charlotte, Manatee counties. Ooh. Neato. That's totally cool, man. I don't know. For some reason I'm drawn towards the RA. But we'll just wing it and maybe somebody will remind me. Yeah, Truman Show, that's a good one. Totally. Raggedy Andy. There you go, Raggedy Ann's boyfriend, created by, in the comic strip, by Johnny Gruel. Let's see. Yeah, I don't remember. It was RA. It was R is something that I was going to look up in this. I hope I said it, because I probably didn't. The Red Baron. Nickname of Baron Manfred von Richthofen. Wow, German aviator. That's a great name. Baron Manfred von Richthofen. Yeah, World War I. 80 victories. Ooh. Red River Valley. Red Rider, Red Pennington. Red Stockings. Red Skull. Reindeer. Regret. Regulation Dartboard. R. Okay. Remo Williams. Razzmatazz. I just made that up. It's not here. 3:15 and you heard a firework. Wow. That's great. They were booming out here last night. Boom. Boom. Just, yeah. I don't like it, you know. Not in a neighborhood, right? If you want to go to the park and do that off, you just want to run into the field and let one off and run away so nobody knows it was you in case it catches fire. That's wrong. That's juvenile. That's crazy stuff. That's just crazy. Rhubarb. Rhubarb was a cat who inherits a baseball team. In 1951, played by Orangey. Really? I knew nothing about Rhubarb the cat. Okay. I did know about Richard Diamond, right? Private detective show, played by Dick Powell on the radio, and David Jansen on TV. That was cool. Totally. It's annoying, not going to stop now for the next 48 hours. Totally. That's it. Going on forever. Oh, here we go. Rikki Tikki Tavi. Mowgli's Pet Mongoose. Rudyard Kipling's The Jungle Book. That one. I just watched that recently. That's one that's in my digital collection. Just a bunch of digital files on a hard drive. Yes, indeed. To which I just added the 1976 movie. I think it's 76. Shadow of the Hawk with Jan Michael Vincent and Chief Dan George. Great, weird, obscure, scary movie. Rinso White Girl, a little girl on radio who advertised Rinso White laundry detergent. She sang a jingle, and she was cute. I don't know. Tex Woodward Ritter. He is John Ritter's father, and he was a singer, and he had radio shows and TV shows. I've got some of his TV shows. Look on the Video Time Machine. I think I've got a couple of his episodes of the Country Western show or something. Great stuff. Great stuff. Let's see. Road Pictures. There we go. I was just talking about Bob Hope and Bing Crosby and Dorothy Lamour and Road Pictures. Road to Singapore, 1940, originally titled The Road to Mandalay. Road to Zanzibar, 41. Road to Morocco, 42. Road to Utopia, 46. Road to Rio, 48. Road to Bali, 52. Road to Hong Kong, 61. Wow, that's 20 years of making the same franchise, I guess. That was a pretty good franchise. Wow. So instead of Bob Hope and Bing Crosby, it was supposed to be Jack Oakey and Fred McMurray. Wow. That's crazy. That's funny. Funny stuff. The Tiki Ricky. Yeah, I saw Rikki Tikki Tavi in school. It was funny. Mowgli means bald frog. Jeez, it's not what I used to call my parts, Mowgli. He looks like a bald frog, man. Put your pants on. You look like a bald frog. Totally. I know I have a horrible sense of humor, but it's mine and I own it, and it's okay. If you knew my father back when I was a kid, Mr. Raunchy. I'm lucky that I'm not as raunchy as I should be, because oh my goodness. Sometimes I would cringe, and it would be like, I don't want to be like you. You're disgusting, you know. And it was only because he was just perverted, you know. And I didn't want to be like that. I would try to be like that because I think that was normal, and my friends would look at me and go, oh, what the hell is wrong with you? Sheesh. Put that away. Don't. Rocky, 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 Rocky. The nickname of Jim Rockford's father, or the Rockford father. Rocky the Bobcat, Mercury Bobcat Television. Rocky Fortune, detective on the radio, played by Frank Sinatra. Rocky Jones, Space Ranger, on TV, by Richard Crane. Rodan, Flying Pterodactyl Monster, 1957, Japanese motion picture. I love this old book. Mickey Rooney gives a bunch of his works. Yeah, baby. He got started in Our Gang when it was silent. Roger Wilco. Message received. Will comply. That's what Roger Wilco means. Rolling Stones. Original members: Mick Jagger, Brian Jones, Keith Richards. This is Keith Richard. Keith Richards, Charlie Watts, Bill Wyman. Group recorded for the British Decca label. Wow. Well, Ronald McDonald. McDonald's Hamburger's Clown, originally played by Vito Scotti. He wears yellow shoelaces. McDonald's theme song, composed by Barry Klein, 1963, is my favorite clown. I got to meet, since Joey's gone, he's heard this story, of course, because he's seen almost every episode of my morning stuff for the last year and a half. So I actually got to meet the real Ronald McDonald in person, on stage during a gift giveaway in Watts, California, in Compton, where we were living at the time, and I was going to Compton School, Watts Elementary, Manchester Elementary School in Watts, and one of very few white kids there in the school. But there was this giveaway, a Christmas gift giveaway for underprivileged kids. And so, of course, we went. How underprivileged can you get, right? So we all, one at a time, every kid in the neighborhood, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of kids, one at a time, got called up onto stage. And oh, bless Ronald McDonald for standing up there and going through this all day long and being a sweetheart to every single kid that came across his big fat shoes. It was one of those memories, you know, one of those memories. And I don't remember what he gave me, but I was the happiest kid in the world because I got a gift, and I got it from Ronald frickin' McDonald. You know, it was awesome. It was frickin' awesome. At some point, I have to try to get my appetite together here because I got to eat. The kitchen's open. It's happening. There's stuff going on. I got to eat. At lunch today, kind of an early supper, we're going to do barbecued burgers. So I got to be ready for that, which means when I do take a break, I'm going to, at some point, put my teeth in and have my teeth in so I can eat a burger. And then probably take them out relatively soon after because it just gets crowded in there with all the food that gets stuck in the wrong place. So I know. You're like, why is he telling me this shit? Because this is my show and it's the realest reality show out there, man. I'm telling you. If I were to fart right now, it would be scripted. Hey? No, really. It wouldn't be. It would be, because I'm talking about it now. And I would have to force it. Or 5-sit, because it'll take a while. Totally. Okay, people. I can't believe it's 12:30 already, and I've been doing this for, I'm going on 8 hours, right? My back is bugging me a little bit, because I don't sit back enough. Oh, that feels pretty good. I should do this more often. There you go. Sounds like something's getting heated up. I don't know what I'm going to eat for lunch. I imagine I'm going to try to keep it simple since I'm going to have a burger later. I'll probably just have a bowl of soup, maybe just a cup of soup, and a buttermilk biscuit, and just keep it simple. Nothing too taste extravagant, nothing too heavy on my stomach. I don't eat a lot of meat anymore. I eat a lot of processed meats that's been cooked down, which I'm trying to avoid. We're going to start cooking our own meats so that I can eat better. Baruchi Pip Perambo is beyond me. Yeah. Tembo no sa Rembo Chari. But I bet you took you a little while to figure out how to spell that, huh? My goodness. Did you copy and paste that? Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna eat or when. I drank that protein drink a half hour ago, and it kind of quells my appetite for a little bit. So what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just let my wife do whatever she's gonna do for lunch, so that I'm not holding her up and she's not holding me up. So let that happen for a little bit, and then microwave. And then I am gonna probably try to find something. I think it's gonna be soup and a little lemonade and a biscuit, and do that. I don't usually eat lunch until about 1 or 2 because we're usually out cleaning a house until then. So I just don't get hungry. It's not something I'm liable to do, is to, man, I'm hungry. People get hungry 3 or 4 times a day, and I'm like, nah, once a day I'm like, oh, I gotta eat something, man. And then that's it. As long as I eat something substantial, some kind of substantial dessert before I go to sleep, I can make it through the night, and then make it through up to like 8 or 9 in the morning. I love coffee. Coffee. Yeah. It's one of the greatest inventions, coffee. The crux of the biscuit is the apostrophe, Zappa. That's awesome. Frank Zappa. Talk about a crazy dude, man. I'm more of a all-around crazy dude guy, you know. I like a lot of different crazy dudes a little bit, rather than a couple of crazy dudes a lot. Right? I like to dabble, like the comedy records that we were looking at this morning. That was like a fourth of what I've got over here in just LPs. So that's pretty cool. Maybe I'll go grab at some point, throw down here a couple of boxes of 8 tracks, one of which is filled with comedy stuff. Yeah, coffee and a little bit of food, a couple times a day, and a lot of pot. A lot of pot to keep the pain away, and to keep my appetite up, because without it, I'm like, hey, what's up, James? You're back. What's going on, dude? Yeah, you know, as long as the pain is at bay and I got an appetite, I can eat. If not, I just want to crawl into bed and go to sleep. The other day, I almost got into bed for a nap, just because I didn't have the energy to feed myself. And it was like I laid down, and it's like, oh, I gotta get up. CC Ryder. Frank Zappa fan, totally. Coffee and cannabis, baby. That's it. That's what it's all about. I've been doing coffee and bong loads for most of my adult life. That's how my mornings are. I've been doing it in high school, all my adult life working. Get up, coffee, bong hits, go to work. Go take lunch, have a good lunch, a couple of bong hits or a pipe load or something, go back to work. You know, take that long ride home, a couple of tokes, the time you get home, you're like, what's work? What? Yeah. That is one of those things that, like your blanket, you have too much of an appetite to tend to overeat. I wish I could overeat at this point. I used to overeat a lot, mainly out of comfort food. We were talking about your blanket, right? Your Linus blanket. And mine has always been the ritual of getting high after I eat. That's always been my go-to comfort time, is to eat whatever I'm going to eat, even if it's like a bologna sandwich and frickin' Kool-Aid, right? The crappiest food in the world. If I can have that couple of hits afterwards and think, okay, I'm good, everything's all right. And now, I mean, I can't eat until I smoke, and then after I eat, I have to smoke, because it's my stomach. My stomach just doesn't care for food anymore. That's okay. That's okay. I'll smoke. Yeah. Cigarette. Yeah, you got to replace them cigarettes with something. I replace cigarettes with marijuana. I just like, okay, no more cigarettes, very little booze, if any. None of this, none of that. All I'm doing is pot. That's it. Because that's what I get. You know, I get more out of pot than anything else, any of those other things. Cigarettes did nothing for me. Booze, it didn't really do it for me. Pills, nope. You know. But pot, it would take care of pain, stress, anxiety, depression, you know, just about everything. And give me a friggin' appetite, right? Give me my music, set lists, coffee, cannabis, and I'll be happy in the afterlife. You know, that'd be great if we could just set up everything so that, like the Egyptians, what we set up here in this life is waiting for us in the afterlife, right? That would be great. That would be awesome. I'd want this whole room to be there. You know, I'd want all of my belongings. I could wait for my family. I wouldn't want them killed and thrown in with me. I'll wait. But, boy, I'd have a lot of time to read and listen to music, huh? Wouldn't that be great? That was my ankle popping. Totally. A Coke. Yeah, I'm telling you. Totally gonna listen to Jerry. Totally. I used to have a collection of bootleg tapes. I don't know where they went. I might be able to dig them up somewhere. Things come and go. And I do have a shitload of cassettes. So I'll just have to dig and dig, try to bring them out here one day and share them with you. There was one I had, a recording that I made at the Shoreline, no, I'm sorry, at the Las Vegas Jack Murphy Stadium show that I went to. And it was a Sunday show. I'm sorry, no, it was Shoreline, because I remember being up and seeing the colorful stuff over the stage. But I recorded most of the show on a tape and had it with me for a long time. I don't know where that tape went. It'd be nice if I could find that somewhere, somehow, someday. Maybe the label has fallen off and it's just one of those blank tapes that I have lying around. I don't know. I'll bet you guys just have the greatest collection of bootlegs. I had friends that just had the most awesome collections. I hope my friend still has his, because it was some great stuff. I was in love with all kinds of these set lists, you know. Totally. Yeah, I was a taper once. I did one show. I don't know what happened to that show, but I took a tape deck in with me and recorded it. It was great. Put it under my chair. Yeah, and I cried during that show. I actually cried. I was listening to a song that Jerry was singing, and I heard his voice crack. And when his voice cracked, I heard this emotion that just made me sad, right? I mean, really, really sad. It just struck such an emotional chord. And I cried. I fucking cried. I don't remember what the song was, but when I cried, I also thought to myself, I'm never going to see Jerry again. I'm never going to see him alive again. My friends were going on the final tour. They didn't know it was the final tour. And they were going on that tour, and they wanted me to go with them. And I couldn't. I said, I want to, because I don't think anybody's going to see Jerry finish this tour. And they were like, no, get out of here. You can't say that. It's Jerry. You can't talk about Jerry like that, right? And I was like, hey, I feel what I feel, you know. And he finished the tour, but 2 days before my friend's birthday, who followed him on tour that year, I found out that he passed away. And a couple of days later, a week later, my friends who were on that tour showed up at my doorstep, at the doorstep of our bus, our school bus, in a trailer park in 1995. And they showed up there just looking like the road. And we just sat together and cried. It was heavy. But I just knew when I heard his voice crack, I just felt it. It's just like a knife right in my heart. This is going to happen. And I didn't think that he was going to live the tour, honestly. And I didn't want to be out on tour somewhere and have all of that happen and have that emotion. So I just said, no. And once I told somebody and they said, don't say that, you can't say that, don't do it. I didn't tell anybody, I didn't talk to anybody about it. But when it happened, my father woke me up and said, Jerry Garcia died. And I was like, fuck. I knew it. And I just spent the rest of the day in a haze, just a black fog, right? And then at some point I was listening to something somewhere, and I just cried, you know, because of all that time that I had spent with that music and people and stuff. And it was just, now it was wrapped up. It was a package now. It was final. It was in the can. It was done. And then it was really done when my friends showed up. And we had that. And then people were talking about doing other things and further and other Dead collaborative stuff. And I was like, I had friends who were into Fish, and I just was not into Fish at all. Could not get into the music, did not understand the concept, the lyrics. It was just, it's beyond me. Sure, they want to act like they've got a Dead thing going on, following and fish heads and all, whatever, that's fine. But it's not for me. And a lot of my friends turned to that. A lot of them turned to Widespread Panic and Further and all kinds of other Dead stuff. And that was about the time that I washed my hands of music altogether for about 10, 15 years until my daughter brought it back to me. And now I can listen to the Grateful Dead again, and I can listen to all the music from my past, and I can listen to new music now. And I couldn't do that for a long time. Yeah. Yeah. Little moment of silence there. I keep looking at that comment there, Susie. So heavy, man. And there are just so many periods in my life where I just go, that was heavy. You know, that was heavy shit. Like our trip to Yosemite in 97, 98, whatever it was. On my friend's birthday, the same friend who showed up 2 days after Jerry's, whose birthday was 2 days after Jerry's death. We went to Yosemite together, and on his birthday up there, we were hiking up at Bridal Veil Falls, and somebody had fallen jumping on rocks and had crushed their rib cage, and there were a couple of paramedics there to pull him down off the mountain, but they only had a couple of guys, so they recruited us 4 kids and a couple of other hikers to help get this guy down off the falls. Show on your channel 23. The Dead and Bob Dylan, Jimmy Herring and Joan. Oh, I'll have to check that out. I will check that out. If you say it's sick as fuck, I'll check it out. So there we are at Yosemite. We had just had lunch. We were eating MRIs, ready to eat meals. Meals ready to eat. Army rations, pretty much. So we're up, we're eating this stuff. We finish it off and we're hiking down and we get drafted into helping this guy. And it was one of the most cool things that we did, right? And basically we all stood in one position along the trail coming out of these rocks, just boulders, just crazy boulders at the bottom of this falls. And we have to get them out of these boulders to get down to the trail. And for an able person, it'll take you 5 minutes to scramble down out of the rocks. Carrying somebody who's injured, it's going to take people forever to get down there. So what we did is we all took up a position along a path that we planned out along a portion of the rocks, and then we handed this guy down to the last set of people, and then everybody up here would go down and take up another position on the trail that we decided on, and we would just keep passing this guy and leapfrogging him down out of the mountain. Once we got him off of the rocks, it was the trail, and we all just took turns sparing each other. All right, you need a break, I'll take over, and somebody'd walk for a little bit. And we were, pretty much scrawny little teenage kids who weren't real tough, but it was one of the most rewarding things that we ever got to do as kids, and on my friend's birthday, no less. So it was pretty cool. So it's one of my weird, one of those things in my life that I'm just going, what? Yeah, I had a lot of bizarre experiences growing up. A lot of weird shit happened. A lot of weird shit. Nothing too crazy. Just bizarre out there stuff. Like the time my mother was fishing off Santa Monica Pier back in the 70s, and she pulled up this weird fish thing, right? To this day, I don't know what the hell it was, but it was weird as fuck. Yeah. I've seen some weird stuff. I mean, my parents used to transport marijuana out of Mexico in a motorhome with the whole family in the motorhome as a disguise. So I've been through some weird shit. I've seen some weird shit. The same motorhome went to, Wounded Knee in 1973. That was all bizarre. That was weird. So many things throughout my end. One time we went to the Grand Canyon. My father went out to Arizona to go to a church out in the middle of nowhere, a Jesuit monk church, and it was really big and Gothic looking, had a big courtyard and everything, big giant building, and Brother Geode was the guy who ran the place, right? And we were going out to meet this guy at this church, and we went out there late at night, left late at night, so we'd get out there early in the morning. We got out to the Grand Canyon. My dad said, get up, wake up, go out and look at the Grand Canyon. It's like, you know, the sun hasn't even barely starting to come up, and it's foggy, and all I see is fog, right? And I'm looking out, and there's fog, and I'm like, I gotta go take a piss. And I walk out into the fog and stand there taking a piss. And as I'm looking off into the fog, taking a piss, I'm looking out like this, and my father grabs me by the shoulder and pulls me back and says, you almost fell. And I'm like, okay. I come back an hour later when the sun has come up, and I look off that same place where I was taking a leak, and it just drops hundreds of feet, right? That was a weird experience. But Brother Geode, he was this Jesuit priest in this monastery out in the middle of nowhere on an Indian reservation, or near an Indian reservation, and his biggest clientele were Indian kids, to get them to come out and go to church and listen to him talk. He had this whole room filled with candy. Every kind of candy on the world was in this room, and any child that showed up at the church could walk into that room and pick a piece of candy, any kind of candy they wanted, and it was pretty heavy. Pretty heavy. He was a kind of a kooky guy, crazy, a little wacky, zany kind of a guy. Let me see if I can dig up a couple of photographs from that period in my life. I'm going to scroll all the way up to the first one of slides. 76, no, I'm going to say 73, 72. 69, 73, 75. Let's do 73, because that pretty much, that's my hippie period, when we were living in counterculture hippie area, and Sierra Madre Canyon. It was just all hippies, all counterculture stuff. So let's take a look at some of those hippie photographs. And when I'm talking about Wounded Knee, the story behind Wounded Knee, where my father found out about what was going on at Wounded Knee, and he decided to ask friends, look, you guys want to go out and go to this thing and bring the story back and check it out, right? And everybody's like, yeah, let's go, woo, 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 woo. And as soon as he said, okay, well, look, I got a motorhome, I got some money, I got some equipment, let's go. And everybody was like, nah, I can't do it. I can't leave my job. I can't do this, that, and the other. My father was willing to give up everything and walk away and do this, right? And so he did, and he found one guy, Fat Mike, a drug dealer friend of his, to go and bring a bunch of money and drugs to help foot the bill. He had another drug dealer friend who gave him a motorhome for the trip. Same motorhome we used to transport drugs from Mexico, right? And then the school, the college in Pasadena, gave him some movie camera and audio equipment and stuff to take with him. And then he would phone in the story from where he was at, right? So when we first went out in 1973 to go back to Wounded Knee, we met up with my my great-grandmother, his mother. And there is my father and my baby sister. At that point, she's 3 years old. My gosh, I for the life of me, I can't remember her name. I just can't, so I won't hazard a guess. We got a little, okay, so this here is the Oglala Sioux. This is this is the reservation. We're getting close to the reservation. We're getting close to national park stuff where a lot of Indians have died. Here's roadside snow that's packed up like several feet high. In order to get around out there, you had to have a snowmobile because it was packed up several feet high everywhere. A lot of snow back then. So my brother was usually in charge of the camera, and at the time he would be about 7 years old. Oh, thank you for enjoying them. Awesome. I didn't say I enjoyed them, I just said they was nice. National Park, National Forest. This is from inside the motorhome, the Sightseer 2 motorhome. We are young kids. There it is there. This is one of those national parks that's pretty much a parking lot looking out over a plain or prairie or something. And that's pretty much it. And it's covered in snow, so there's even less to see. Right? One of my biggest memories during this whole adventure here was looking out the window while we're driving down the highway. And the side of the highway looked like this. You look out and it's white. All you see is white. And one of my favorite things that happened during this trip was I was looking out the window as we're driving down the highway, and I look off into the field of snow outside, and right alongside of us, out in the field, 50 yards away from the motorhome, galloping at full speed, keeping up with us, is this buffalo covered in snow, a white buffalo, just charging with the snow and the steam coming out. And I was literally 5 years old, and I was just dumbstruck, right? It was awesome. One of my favorite memories. Of course, a couple of years later, we went back, and I stuck my head out the window during a snowstorm to look at buffalo, and got a sore throat, tonsillitis. Another story. So, this trip was crazy because it was all snowy. The snowstorm had just happened, and it was good for us because my father, who needed to get into Wounded Knee, needed a cover to get in. And he was only a couple of years out of Vietnam, so it was still fresh in his blood. There's me. There is me in 1973. Yeah, I don't usually look too happy in any of my photos. Sometimes I do, but it's usually a mask. So there's my brother and our dog, Gypsy. She was a police German Shepherd that my mother rescued when it got hit by a car. And this dog hated its owner, so it came to live with us and lived with us until it got old and died. That motorhome, my brother, that dog. There you go. Old 1973. There's my father outside talking to somebody, probably asking directions. It's upside down, so, but he's probably asking directions, looking for a guide. And then we come across, oh, here's Fat Mike. Here's the guy that went with us, right? And we're driving down this highway at some point, and we pick up a hitchhiker, and he's this Indian that's like 6'7". He's this tall Indian, long brown hair, no hair on his face. He's wearing a t-shirt, jeans, and a pair of boots held together with duct tape. And it is freezing outside. And he's out there standing there with no jacket on, like it's summertime. Of course, my parents pull over and pick him up. And his name turns out to be Goodfoot. And I think this is my father and Goodfoot talking. And as it turns out, Goodfoot was born and raised in the area and knew everything and had been out to Wounded Knee, and he knows how to get out there. And he can get my father out there, and for $10, he'll take him out there and get him back. So they agree to do that, and there's Goodfoot there. I think we're passing him hitchhiking, and we're like, oh, we better get him. Okay, so this is, some of these pictures are out of sequence. This is a picture of us in the motorhome being escorted away from the national park where we were parked. And we were there during Wounded Knee waiting for my father, who had gone off with Goodfoot. And when this happened, the next morning, the local Dick Wilson Goon Squad, the police, the tribal police, the FBI, and the National Guard showed up in APCs, no less, and a tank right outside of our motorhome, and took us into custody and made us follow them into Rosebud. I think Rosebud or Pine Ridge. I don't remember the particulars. I'd have to look on the map because nothing has changed much over there. And put us in the fenced-in yard where they impound cars. So we were a family, and they couldn't arrest us, so they impounded us. They put us in the motorhome and told us to stay in the motorhome. We stayed in the motorhome for a day, 2 days, until we heard back from my father over the radio and cryptically let him know what was going on and where we were. And the plan was that my mother would tell them that we were out of food and that we would park. We would go get groceries. And they said, okay, well, we'll follow you down to the grocery store. They made us park out on the street and open up all the curtains in the motorhome, and then allowed my mother to take us into the store and go shopping and bring the stuff out. And she said, I'm going to make them dinner right now. And she did. She made dinner in the motorhome. The cops who escorted us there left us there and would drive around the block and come back every 10 minutes and drive around, because you're just around the corner at like an Alpha Beta or something right there in Pine Ridge, and the police station is right around the shop. So they just, okay, go back and check on them, go back and check on them. They drove by. My father ran up to the motorhome, jumped in, started it up, and we tore off out of town. And we had a 10-minute lead on them. And we got chased out of the town, we got chased out of the state. We went up north to Washington and came back down south, which of course gave them plenty of time to find out who we were, where we were at, and they were waiting for us when we got home. And we were on, like, we were being watched from then on. And there's my mother, and there's my father wearing his black leather vest. And we went back 2 years later for the American Indian Movement elections, the AIM elections. And of course KFC, one of our favorite places to eat back then, Kentucky Fried Chicken. I had a model train set, and one of the buildings in the model train set was an actual Kentucky Fried Chicken. And the little town that I made was like a replica of one of those little towns that we went through in the Southwest on our way back and forth from South Dakota. And you'd go through the little town, with a little river running through it, and a little train, and a couple of stores, and cabins and stuff, And I always loved the idea of that, And of course McDonald's, that's another one. And if we look at the background, let's see, can I flip this? I would have to do it with some other program, probably, right? Rotate. There it is. Okay. So this shot here, this kind of looks familiar. It's the storm back here that looks familiar. Sambo's. Wow, that's a great photo. Because I don't know where it is. This is one of those shots where we're pulled off alongside the road somewhere, and it's like, we got to get out, we got to run the dogs, we got to run because we're kids, let us out. And so we'd pull over, and my brother would just grab a dog and run. We'd just grab a dog and run, and just run up into the hills, you know. And that's the way it was. That's the way it was, baby. That looks like my sister, actually. No, dog, big dog. Maybe it might be my sister. Because it's usually Robert taking the photographs back then. All right, I love this photograph. So the house that we lived in Sierra Madre, okay, this is almost a carbon copy of my father's hooch in Vietnam. In fact, he even painted his room olive drab green. In 1972-73, we lived in the Sierra Madre Canyon in a cabin, a little 2-bedroom cabin with a living room that my father converted into, portioned it off and made a room for my sister, a nursery. And it was nice. Those were some of the happiest times of my life. But my father was still in Vietnam mode, you know. Everything to him was like a mission, including selling drugs. And I think the adrenaline of going back and forth to Mexico for pot and hash and coke and stuff was, you know, a lot of Vietnam vets were doing that. This is his famous triple beam scale, and the big scale for big stuff. This drawer usually contained opened bricks of marijuana, broken up and fluffed out, right? Just open up, throw it in the drawer, and pull it out, bag it. We had a wall with a curtain in front of it in this house, and behind the curtain, it was just a wall of kilo bricks of marijuana from Mexico. It was great. It was great. When I was a kid, I used to clean marijuana. Here's the front yard of our cabin here. We recently went back there, and there's a giant 2-story house on this piece of land now. The bridge behind the house is still there, but the house is gone. Here's our street in Sierra Madre Canyon. It was all canyon, baby. I don't know who that is. That don't look like me. Gilly Galt, Ransom. I don't think it's Robert. There's my dad. The canyon is still overgrown with just every kind of piece of foliage you could imagine. It's freaking awesome. I really want to we haven't been there in a couple of years. We went back recently and checked it out, walked up and down through the place. I really want to go back. It's just so beautiful there. The smells just take me right back. All right, so I guess that is me. That is me there in that blue. There's Robert, there's Brandy, my sister, and there's my dad, Dale. And that's us, way back in the day. Way back, and there's an old pickup. I think that's Uncle Gary's pickup. Which he was not our uncle. Okay, here we go. So this is back in South Dakota again. Like I said, they're a little mixed up. And there is Goodfoot. Alright. Alright, so maybe he wasn't 6'7". He's standing a little in front of my dad, and he's taller than him. So he's over 6 foot. And he was just a really nice, good-natured guy. You know, sure, I'll take you in, no problem. $10. And my mother, she always said that she felt bad for him because of his shoes. She wanted to buy him a pair of boots, and she just wished that she could have bought him a pair of boots. And this is literally the night before they go in, because that night it snows, and that's what allows them the opportunity to get in. This, the cover of the snow, and the fact that it was so cold that on the 4 hilltops around Wounded Knee, where they had tanks and artillery and APCs set up, every hour they would start up all of their machinery for 20 minutes to charge their batteries and to warm everything up, right? And during that time, they were able to sneak in, making the sound in the snow, but using the snow for cover. So that's how they got into Wounded Knee. And back in Sierra Madre Canyon, and they're outside the cabin. And at that time, my mother is a redhead. She kept changing her hair color, eventually settling on blonde. Blonde. I think to make me feel comfortable, because her hair was brown. All my siblings' hair was brown, and my hair is kind of a dirty dishwater blonde. Yeah. Goodfoot walking away. One of those, this is the house. This is the house up on top of the hill where they were set up looking out the windows with surveillance equipment. That's the house. And there's Uncle Gary and my dad driving, and somebody in the back there. And that's the old Willie's Jeep that my father used when he was going to Pasadena City College to get his Associate of Arts degree in communications, and then eventually going to UCSD. All right, here are some great shots from inside the cabin in Sierra Madre. I love these photos because my parents, I never saw my parents as being very social people, but during this period they were highly social, mainly because you got to have people coming over a lot if you're going to be selling drugs, right? And they were like the hot spot in town. They were like where you went to get your weed or your hash or something. So our house was always filled with people. Here I am on the lap of our babysitter, a redhead girl, Susie, I think. I think this is Robert here, and this is me here. And probably Mom's finger. I don't remember this guy, but he's funny looking. And I don't know, do I look like him? Dad, is that you? I don't know, it could be. I thought I was a party baby or a rape baby or a car sex baby or an oops baby or something. Gilly Galter Ransom, one of the neighbor kids who was crazy and rowdy and always up to something, and taking Robert along and doing stuff. My father worked at a veterinary hospital at this time, and he would just bring home random animals that were going to be put to sleep. And if any animal was going to be put to sleep on his watch, he would just say, okay, I'll take it, I'll put it to sleep. And then he'd take it and put it in his car, and he'd bring it home. That was it. And so we always wound up with three-legged rabbits and one-eyed dogs and a litter of puppies, a litter of kittens, right? And he would just bring them home, find a place for them, and somebody would eventually... There were always people coming by, and it was the perfect place for somebody to come by and go, oh, this is the cutest little bunny rabbit, I want to give it to my girl. And there you go. People would bring by animals. Well, I can't keep this animal. Can you find a home for it? Right? Of course, the same guy would take me with him on the trip in the car to dump an animal off in the middle of somewhere. So I always had mixed emotions about his care for animals. There were some times when I was a kid that I hated my father for taking me on those trips, right? And there was no reason for it, you know. There's just no reason for it. This guy hated to have his picture taken. He hated for people to know who he was. He was the guy that when I was in the room, I would stare at him, and he would say, hey man, tell your kid to stop staring at me, man. He's freaking me out. There's my mother. Now she's got brown hair. This was a great old cabin. It was a handyman's mountain hunting lodge cabin that we got for like $40 a month. And we just put it in the mail. We never saw the guy. Kathy Lankus, I believe, one of my mother's friends. My sister, again, playing in our room, me and my brother's room. It had this giant round water bed in it, and the walls were painted red and white, and I think there was some blue on the ceiling or something, and stars. It was a weird concept, but look at polka dotted. Here's me pretending to be happy, mainly because I'm probably listening to Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head or Puff the Magic Dragon, my two favorite songs at the time, and I had them on this little Fisher-Price record. I remember this plane. I remember this plane being broken. I think here's the wing back here that used to be here. Fisher-Price, dude. Yeah. This is the room here on this bed looking toward the camera where I would have those reoccurring nightmares of a figure in the doorway. And it could have been one of these people at the parties who was coming in to frickin' molest me for all I know, right? You never know. You never know. But I was scared shitless. Especially when there was a party going on and I'm in there sleeping. Isn't that cute? But I wouldn't be surprised if that's what was going on. Parents were too busy to notice somebody sneaking into a room. That's crazy. He's crazy. It's all crazy. I don't remember what that was. A tapestry hanging on the ceiling. And there's my mother. She's so nice. She hated me. She totally hated me. I tried to love her. And she tried to love me, I guess, but we just never got along. This is one of those drawers filled with pot. You could see a big sack of weed there. Yeah. She was an odd duck, but then again, so was I. Bit of a wackadoo. But I guess everybody in the canyon at that time was. Big old giant clock with the bells on it. Isn't that great? I love this material. This material is everywhere. She's got these chunks of weird material everywhere. It's just awesome. I do the same thing. In this room, I'm looking at a chunk of weird material. I keep, like this blanket here, this Mexican blanket, another chunk of weird material. I keep chunks of different types of stuff around. And that's just one of those things that I get from my mother. Look at this. I'm talking, and I'm not even showing the photos. So we're going to go back. I'm going to go back, and we're going to look at some of these things here, because I thought I had the photos on, and I didn't. I don't know. I must have pushed a button that was wrong, trying to pop me in there like that, and made everything go away. So I'm going to go back. There's my father. And we're going to zip through the photos that I was talking about. I sometimes don't pay attention to what I'm doing, mainly because I just get lost in it all, right? So there I am, probably listening to the music with this little plane here that was broken, but I got sad about it being broken, right? Here's the water bed that I had my nightmares on. That's crazy. Kathy, my mother. My mother did a lot of these photos where she was like, it's like she's dressed up for it, right? And she's not. The crazy kid from next door. The crazy guy from up the street. Jimmy Gemini? Is that who that was? I think that is Jimmy Gemini. Totally. Parents, my mother doing laundry, which she didn't do a lot of. A bunch of the people from the neighborhood, my mother hamming it up. These guys totally oblivious. Babysitter. This girl here. She was cute. I remember her. And I just remember her being cute. At this point in my life, I had already seen a lot of weird shit, right? I'm like 5 years old, and this is before Wounded Knee, but drugs in and out, transporting drugs, dealing drugs, watching my parents do all of this stuff, the sexuality that was everywhere, parties, sex, it was crazy. It was crazy. There's my brother and me and a cat and a record player, some plants, more material hanging up. Kids, there's me again. I remember that yellow shirt. Babysitter. One of these girls was the babysitter. I think it was a babysitter, and then one of the younger girls. I think this is her baby. Might be Brandy, my sister, but I don't know. There's my brother. There's the babysitter lady. And this is my sister, and this is me. Looks like it's about Christmas time. This old stone fireplace in the canyon house there. Ooh, kitty cat. Kitty cat, kitty cat. And then a rabbit would be chasing the cat around. Yeah. I don't remember what this is. An oven? Is this some kind of oven and this is part of the kitchen? I don't remember. Kind of looks weird. Babysitter. She was the girl when I zipped up my wiener in my zipper. She's the one that pulled it down for me. Yes. This is the guy. Don't look at me. Get your kid to quit looking at me. And then there's my sister looking at him, and he's like, oh, get him out of here. He did not like, he was there to pick up cocaine or something, and he was a paranoid fucker. Hey, I don't remember this guy, but he was always cool. He was always cool. One of those Chicano biker type guys. We had everybody come into our house, every single walk of life come in here. And they could bring their kids and dogs, and it was like a hippie community. It's totally, feeding the rabbit. Feeding the rabbit. Furniture that came with the cabin that was made out of logs here in the canyon. It was great. What's this? Booze? Don't feed the rabbits that. There's my father, my mother, my brother taking a photograph and getting his thumb in there. He had a lot of thumb photographs. This looks like it's from inside the bed, or, yeah, on a bed or couch with a cat and a blanket and stuff. This is a post here, so it's probably a bed. It's probably my parents' room. There's Gypsy. There she is. We had her for like 10 years. And she was retired police dog when we got her. So she was pretty old already when we got her. And then she lived for another 10 years with us. And she was the best dog in the world. Very smart. She used to watch us. My parents would say, watch the kids. And she would sit there and literally watch us. And then if anybody came around, she'd walk up to them and make them stop before they got to us. She'd put her nose right in their crotch and she'd lift up. If they didn't stop, she'd do it again, lift up and growl. If they did it again, she'd look at them and show her teeth. But she wouldn't let them near us. You know, I've got a dog like that now. He's a small dog. But if I raise a hand at my wife, he jumps on me and grabs my hand before I can even bring it down. He's like, nope. And if she does that to me, same thing. He's like, no violence, please. This is Gypsy. She hated cats and small animals, and my father taught her to care for smaller animals. She loves to eat cats. When we first got her, she was known for going around the neighborhood eating cats. And she changed. It's my brother's bicycle with his banana seat and monkey ape hanger bars. It's my sister again. Cat, rabbit, rabbit, box of something. Oh, it's a box of pot, and there's a marriage in one of those things that you wind, and it shakes the seeds out. Shakes the pot out and holds on to the seeds and stems. Totally. Yep, there it is. Yep, I remember that gold thing. Gold plastic. Clear. There's the Willie. There's the Willie's Jeep. With that, if I had the full number, I could probably find out what happened to this vehicle, right? That would be great. Oh, got a horn or something on his bicycle. Neighborhood dog. And that is that. And we're going to go back. Hi there, everybody. How's it going? I think that it is about time for me to take a break and go grab some lunch and see what's going on in the house and take a leak, take a break. I will be back. I don't know. At some point. I am going to put on something about an hour long so that I can take the time to accomplish all of the little things I need to do. So let me get the 4th of July here. I've got a file here just filled with movies. So let's do that. And I've got my list of what is in the movies. Let me just pop this let me just set it up there for now. Here's my list of 4th of July movies for today. And once again, thank you everybody who's been here, who's shown up, who's come and gone and hung out. I think we are going to do something Legacy, the bicentennial year. Frontline, A Class Divided, Black American Odyssey, Harriet Tubman and the Underground Railroad. Totally, man. Bound for Freedom is something that I think I want to watch. So, I don't want to put it on and then go walk away. 50 minutes, 50 minutes. I'm saving that 90-minute movie in case I decide I want to lay down for an hour. Okay, well let's do that. Let's do Bound for Freedom, and I get to watch that on my phone while you watch it on the computer. And while we're doing that, I'm going to use the restroom, get cleaned up a little bit, make myself some lunch, eat my lunch, and watch it all the while I'm doing that. So if you show up, know that I'm still here. I'm still here. This is the day. This is what we're doing today. All right? So rewind it, listen to me talk, and go, oh, he's still here. And then catch up, and I'll be back live. I will. Let me go ahead and turn this off. Yeah, I'm going to turn off the YouTube feed. And I'm going to start up the educational film from 1975 called Bound for Freedom. And it is about, I guess it's about slavery. So here we go, Bound for Freedom. Oh, here we go. There it is. And I will be here. I will be watching with you. I'm going to turn off the sound. Enjoy!
selling the boy?
He's a mighty small lad. Why should I buy him?
Well, he's worth £2, dear Captain. He's a good lad. Yeah. Gentle. Never talks back. Scared of his own shadow. He won't cause you no trouble.
They buy workmen in America, not charity cases. I'll give you £1.
What's a man to do with that? He's worth more.
Take him away, then. I don't need him. I've got one boy already.
Well, I'm not proud. I'll take your £1. You'll get your profit. He's a good lad, he is.
You're not leaving me?
You've been a wart on my back ever since you was born till your mother passed. But you know what they do with warts, don't you? They's cut away. Well, I'm cutting you away, young James. Perhaps they'll make a man of you in the new world.
It's a favor I'm taking you to America, boy. You're well away from a man like that, father or no. You go below now. You'll find your way.
Born and bound to live where no one cares for me. A world of slave and master with no way to get free. Bound for freedom, so we're told. Bound for a place of plenty. But what's the use of caring when souls are sold around me?
Here! Here's a hammock next to mine. Nobody else wanted these. This one's mine. You take the one next to it.
Thanks.
You don't have to be so frightened. Nobody's gonna beat you or anything.
My father just dragged me here and sold me.
That's not easy. You're cold. You're sure a bad dress for a voyage. Here. Put this on. Or you'll die of cold before we even get to Boston. How old are you? And what's your name?
I'm 12. My name's James. James Porter.
Davy Butcher. At your service. My uncle's sending me to America because he can't afford to feed so many of us.
Did he sell you?
No, he wouldn't do that. He arranged for my passage. And then the captain trades my labor in return. Everyone here has done it. They will all work 3 to 5 years for some master to repay their passage.
Will I have to work 5 years?
We'll have to work till we're 21. It's not so bad. America's the place to be, they say. We'll need to be friends, James. We're the only lads. Which means looking out, one for the other.
Some folks, they plant faith, I know. Others get on by only. I need a home where life's the crop they're sowing. Bound for freedom, I know.
Open your mouth, boy, please. Is this one a joke, Foster? Bringing babes to Boston?
I have need of him. I promised a friend a boy.
A boy? Oh, this is not a boy. This is a net, a fly, a thimble. Oh, goodness. Oh. Put him back. What do you want for his motley lot?
30 pounds.
30 pounds? No. 25.
Pick of the streets of London.
The streets of London. I've heard that on every...
28.
What's you say? I bought you all. All but the little one. Follow me.
We'll find each other, James. Be sure of it.
Dry your tears, Porter. Your new owner's coming. And I'm gonna have hard talking as it is, convincing him you're a bargain. Stand taller now.
You've had troubles, haven't you, boy? I was expecting a bigger, stronger, older boy.
I'm not in the business of stealing him, William. I can only take what's brought me.
Yeah. It's bad business is soul driving. I didn't need a hand. You willing to get up before the sun, work hard, farm his life after the moon's gone?
Yes, sir.
Seems like a good, honest lad. Yes, I'll have to trade you for him. I've corn and I've smoked ham.
5 bushels of corn? And do you have 5 hams? William?
That's a big price for a small boy. Now give me 3 hams. Nicely smoked.
I have his papers right here.
Oh, my neighbor Cotter pressed me to find a boy for him.
This is the last of my lot.
Just as well. I'd hate to be responsible for consigning a boy to that man's hands.
How much for this one, Beaton?
Well, now, for you, Mr. Carter, 10 pounds firm price.
For me? Have you any idea how much a boy like this eats? Multiply that by 8 or 9 years.
Well, you know laborers' wages. Multiply that by 8, 9, or 10 years.
Not worth more than 5 pounds.
He's a good, strong, healthy boy. There's many that'll buy him.
I'll give you £7.6.
Flat 8.
That's more than you paid for the whole lot.
That's my price.
Highway robbery.
Take him.
What have you brought us to? A rag doll for a boy?
Piece of flotsam from the London gutters, I'd guess.
We'll have to make him whole. Did Captain Foster have a boy for neighbor Carter?
Just the one boy for us.
Well, there's a blessing. That man's bitter root. What's our boy's name, William?
James Porter.
Get up, boy. I said get up.
are you?
I'm somebody you've got to listen to for a long time. Get up, now.
Are you an Ethiopian?
My granddaddy or someone came from Africa. They were savages. And I've got a whole lot of that blood in me. So look after yourself.
You're the first African I've ever seen. You work here too?
That's all anybody does around here is work. I work the house, and that makes me special. You're the new field boy, and that means you do what everybody tells you. Everybody, including me.
My name's Davy Butcher.
You called me Cato. You sweep this barn and milk those cows.
I've a great hunger.
You've got your chores to do first. Mr. Carter doesn't feed nobody who doesn't work.
Don't let silly geese fright you, lad.
'Twas sudden, sir. And they are so fierce.
You have a way to grow, Jake. And I'll see you do it.
What are you doing, boy?
I haven't had my breakfast yet. I'm hungry.
Stand when you talk to me, bound boy. Wasting is what you're doing. Wasting and messing and stealing.
Sir, I had no supper last night.
And shall have none tonight if you talk to me like that. I'm your master. I owe you your meals, that's correct. But you owe me work. No work, no meals. I shall give you adequate shelter, sufficient food. You must learn humility, obedience, honor for your masters. Now, you have stolen from me. I will keep breakfast from you.
I've not had but those few squirts of milk since the ship yesterday.
There's no teacher like hunger, boy. Learn from it.
May I take the liberty?
Remind me of,
You were the best baby in there. Yes, you were.
Why, look at you.
Mr. Walters, my friend is here.
Which friend, James?
Davy Butcher, the boy who was on the boat with me. The one there with the African boy.
So, Carter got a boy after all.
Oh.
God help the boy. He looks so worn.
May I go talk to him, please? Davy! Davy Butcher!
You, boy. You're Waldress's bound boy.
Yes, sir?
How do you know my bound boy?
We rode the same boat over, sir. May I talk to him now?
You'll be seeing him when we meet to clear the fields, I expect. Be brief, boy.
Thank you, sir. Davy! Davy! Davy Butcher!
James Porter.
We found each other, Davy. Like you said.
You don't look so small anymore, James.
I eat meat and drink milk now.
You've a good master?
Aye. He's even sending me to school. And you?
Gato! Bound boy, come.
One day I shall tell you everything, James.
Mr. Waldress, can Davy and I take our food and explore?
Fine with me, James, but Davy's actions are guided by Mr. Carter.
Would you ask him, sir, please?
Davy must ask him himself, James.
Mr. Cotter?
What is it, bound boy?
James Porter's got permission to explore, sir. I'd like to go with him.
Privileges soften a worker.
Contentment gives a man energy, Carter. Happiest cow I know gives the most milk.
You're too easy, man. See, you two are back here inside the half hour.
I can't tell you what it's like for me, James. I never get a real meal. Cato's the only friend I have. He slips me stuff sometimes, scraps and things. Cato's always saying I'll be leaving him when I'm 21, so why pour good money after bad? I'm not worth anything to Mr. Cotter. He even treats Cato better than me because he's a permanent possession. I'm just some kind of thing around there, like a kettle or a broom. Even the floor's more important to him.
Hey, look! I'll wager I can get up there before you can.
Catch me! Your money or your life, James Porter.
Where are you?
It's a cave. Come around the other way. Don't tell any bears about this cave. I mean, never mention a word about it to anyone.
I swear.
It's our secret place. Only ours.
I swear, Davy.
Swear. I haven't seen so much food since we got to America.
They're starting again. Let's all go back together. We can dance. Do you think we should? You're there, aren't you? Why shouldn't Davy?
You too, Cato.
I know where I belong. So do you.
Let's go.
Where are you going?
Back to the wedding.
With him?
It's my family's wedding. I can invite who I want.
Farm boys aren't supposed to have any friends. Farm boys aren't supposed to have any fun.
Then you must be a band boy, Simon Connor, because you certainly don't have any friends, and you sure don't seem to have any fun.
Yes, sir, Mr. Cutter?
Walk out of this room, boy. Now. I said go!
Oh, no. I'd say everyone's got a right to enjoy the wedding.
You're too soft, Walters. You give these servants ideas.
One of these servants is marrying my niece today. Hans was a bound man for years.
As well he was, he knew his place. Haven't you any pride, man?
I'm proud. I've got food enough to feed an extra mouth. You can start playing again.
Why don't you dance with me, John Cotter?
Thank you, ma'am. But the Cotter family's going home. Arrogance, disrespect, stealing, pride, insolence, impiety, but worse beyond all, you ridicule your master before his friends. Give the bound boy his first lash, Simon. He has ridiculed us before our neighbors. Discipline him, Simon. Oh, that's no way to strike, son. Teach a lesson.
Davy, time to get up. Davy, you all right? You alive? You there? Holy. He did it.
Simon will be into breakfast in a minute. I sent him out to tell the bound boy to refill the wood bin.
The boy is gone.
What do you mean, gone?
He's nowhere. I was looking.
You wake him. Why didn't you say anything?
He was there when I waked him.
Then he can't be far. Come on, son. We're going to run that devil down. Did you have a hand in this?
No, sir. I just woke him up.
Cato, you know the punishment for helping runaways.
Bad news. Davy's run away.
Thought you could run away. Did you, bound boy? Stop it, Connor!
I'll report you to the magistrate in Boston.
He's a runaway, Walrus. The law tells me how to deal with him. Magistrate can't touch me.
I'll buy him from you.
Oh, you've suddenly become a rich man, Walrus?
I'll give you 2 pounds cash money, 3 more in potatoes and pork. I have some prize sucklings. You can have your pick.
He's a sour boy. The problem is yours for 30 pounds hard cash.
You know I've no such money.
And a happy man, I'm saving you from your own generosity. You've enough mouths to feed.
You've treated Davy with unchristian violence.
Don't tell me how to handle my slaves. Put him up on your horse, Simon.
We plant fish with the seeds, James. Makes good fertilizer. Little trick we learned from the Indians.
You hear, Walrus?
Your boy run away again.
You know he did. Where have you got him?
I've not seen him since yesterday.
Been looking for him all morning. Just disappeared.
Oh, he's probably holed up someplace like some animal.
No way that boy could get far.
That boy would need a kind of grit I don't have to walk any distance.
I should like to look for him, sir.
You know, James, that helping a runaway is as serious a crime in the eyes of the law as being a runaway yourself.
Should I just leave him be if I find him?
The law is a hard master when it contradicts good Christian sense. The boy I saw yesterday could not survive too many nights in the wild. Look for him. God go with you.
Churchill?
Is that you, James Porter?
Yes!
I'm here, James.
Are you hurt bad?
Terrible. But Ollie, you...
I've a candle and some flint.
I was going to care for you when we met. It's good. Carter bought me. He'd have killed you by now. It's good seeing your face, James.
Yours is no sight for any eyes. Here's food. And here's raccoon grease for your wounds. And a knife to whittle with. And here's your coat, Davy. Well, that you gave me aboard ship.
That's so needed at night.
I'll try and bring you a blanket next time.
Good lad. It's lonely business. Hiding away. Not for long. I'll stay here until my wounds heal. Then I'll make my way to Boston and ship out as a cabin boy.
But if Carter finds you?
I shall run away again. And again. Until I am free. Or dead.
You've been 3 weeks looking. Still no luck in your searches, Jay.
No more than I did the first day, sir.
It would go hard with anyone that helped him. A bound boy like yourself would suffer most. And any other man helping Davy would be accused of stealing a servant. A very hard crime indeed.
Carter is a hard man who would press against a hard crime.
Aye. Yet if there was any hope
Any hope at all?
that the boy was alive, it would go against God's law to abandon him.
If it comforts you at all, William, I would always choose God's law to man's.
I must think some more. I admire you, Mrs. Walters.
And I, you. James. James. You must wake. James. It's been storming. It's not... You must. James.
Pull, lad. Pull.
You may scream now, William.
You shall want payment, Doctor.
Only hard cash. No barter.
Surely your good wife could use some dozens of eggs. Smoked ham.
I have no wife. I made a practice home would look like a warehouse. My price for riding so far is £1.
We have but 7 shillings, Doctor.
Not have a man's last shilling. I'll take but 6. See you put the herb packings on 3 times a day and before he sleeps at night. It'll ease the pain and hurry the healing. You'll not be walking before summer, Walters. I'll see myself out.
You had £1 more yesterday, William. How is it that today we are left with but a shilling?
Ah, yes, that £1. I made an investment.
This is no time to be joshing.
I did indeed make an investment. I bought Davy Butcher's time for £1.
No wonder you fell off your horse. Oh, William. Didn't Cotter think you mad to buy the time of a boy most likely dead?
I told him that by some miracle the boy might show up in Boston. He accepted my £1 quickly enough and said good riddance to the boy in any case. James, it is for you to protect this house now. And our reputation. I pray you do not find Davy too soon. Else Cotter will call me a thief and uphold the charge in court. You understand?
Yes, sir.
There might be some little trickery in my transaction. But I thought long and hard. If I'm sure of anything in this harsh world, it's that it's right to rescue a human soul by whatever means come to hand.
Save your breath to cool your porridge.
James, if you do come upon your friend in a few weeks, why, tell Davy Butcher to come home. Yes. Yes, Simon.
My father says to remind you that he's clearing his far fields tomorrow, and you have an obligation to provide 2 strong hands.
He wants to know how I'm going to manage with this broken leg.
He's most particularly curious.
I'm sorry he did not carry the message himself. You go out the barnyard now, and then you'll see how I mean to meet my obligation. Simon, carry the message carefully.
Well, we'll be short one worker today.
He said there'd be 2 hands to help.
I'll be very interested to see William Walters chopping down trees with only one good leg to stand on.
What's do you think Mr. Cotter will do when he sees you?
Anything.
Well, he's got no right to hurt us.
That doesn't comfort me, James.
It's Davy Butcher! Alive! Davy!
Walrus! I'll teach you to run from your right master. I'll teach you to shame and humiliate your betters. I'll teach you honor.
Halt! Mr. Cotter. My master has sent his 2 boys to take his place. He says it will go hard on any man who strikes his bondsman.
You insolent weasel.
No!
What's the matter with you, Simon?
It's my fault. I didn't tell you about Davy.
You knew about this?
Yes.
Mr. Waldrus bought him fair and square. He showed us the paper with your name on it.
I was afraid to tell you.
We've all been afraid of you.
Simon.
More than anybody.
There you go, asshole. That's what you get for being a dick. At least it looks like he might have woken up a little bit. I'm such an asshole. Damn it. How can I be so blind? I'm such an idiot.
I thought you were here to work.
Yeah. Do it. Oh.
You're free, Davy! You're free!
Fucking A.
Free!
This I know, bound for a time of caring. There'll be no slave or master.
Pardon me. That was a good one. Whew. And there you go. Bound for Freedom, 1975. Starring Fred Gwynne and Herman Munster. Right, Fred Gwynne. Fred Gwynne also did a lot of radio in the 70s. He was a repeat recurring guest on the CBS Radio Mystery Theater hosted by E.G. Marshall. Of course, he played the judge in what's that movie? My Cousin Vinny. My Cousin Vinny. Yeah. That was a good one there. So, if anybody's around, hello. If not, I'll see you later. But I'll be here all day, all night. I just had lunch. I had a bowl of soup and a biscuit and some lemonade. And I am told that dinner is going to be around 6 o'clock. So, I got to make it a couple of hours here until I get to eat again. And I'm not really a snacker. I might have a piece of chocolate or something, but no. Yeah, I've already had my protein shake today, so it pretty much does it. But I plan on having a cheeseburger and beans tonight because it's the 4th of July. So we're going to barbecue up some burgers, and at some point this evening, I imagine we'll walk outside and look up and down the valley and see if there's any fireworks, because that's what you can usually do. It is 2:17 in the afternoon. In a couple of hours, at about 4 o'clock, I am going to reboot the show to take us into the evening, mainly because YouTube will only record the first 12 hours of any live stream. So I want this all to be recorded. So I'm going to do this in 2 parts. And at some point, at around 4-ish, I'm going to end this live feed and start another one within about 5 minutes of ending. Pardon me. Oh, that lemonade got me. Woo-wee. As did that bong hit. That was a great American history about slavery, but a lot of people, white people, don't even understand that there were indentured servants. There was a form of white slavery right along black slavery. And a lot of people don't realize that. A lot of people just were unaware of that part of history, that a lot of white people in this country started off as slaves as well, as much as they want to believe otherwise. I got no problem with past and history and stuff. Denial I got a problem with. It ain't just a river in Egypt, baby. Totem. The Aztecs, America for me. And so they live, land of Toronto. Tatanka. Arrow to the sun. Arrow to the sun. Let me see what that is all about. And maybe we'll just watch a little short here until we get something else to do. Right. Arrow to the Sun is 12 minutes long. Yeah, let's do that. Let's hang out for a few minutes. Hey, Sam, come here. Come here, Sam. Hi, Oliver. Hi, Ollie. Come here, Sam. Come here, Sam. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Come on. There we are. That's my buddy. I got no lap, but I got a dog to sit in it. This is my Sam. This is my Sammy Sam. He is one of the best guys I have ever known in the canine world. He's a great guy. He's fun. He's funny. He's got a great sense of humor. He's really kind. He's kind-hearted. He's friendly to anyone and everyone. He loves his family, his fellow dogs. Takes care of everybody. He's the glue that holds us all together. Yeah, he's a hell of a guy. He's looking in the direction of the kitchen, listening to Mom. What's up, Mom? What's she doing? What's she doing? You better go check it out. Yeah, baby. All right. Well, I'm going to hang out until somebody checks in, and then think about watching something fun and animated. Everything that I have here has no copyright stuff on it. So when I checked it, it said no issues. So all of the stuff that I'm playing today should be trouble-free. It should be trouble-free. And see. We haven't watched that one yet. What did we watch? Of Black America in Search of the Past. I don't think we watched that one yet, did we? Black History, Stolen, Lost, and Strayed. And then this morning we watched 65 is what it was. It's 1960, History of the Negro People, the Negro and the South. That's the one that we watched this morning. During the pre-show. And then we just watched Bound for Freedom. Have we really only watched 3 movies so far today? Freedom 2000, that's one we want to watch for sure. Yeah, I'm excited. There's so much left to watch. And then if we don't get it through everything here today, live, it's all on the channel. You just have to go through the video list and just go, oh my god, there's so much stuff here, dude. Totally. Alright, let's see. Let's watch a short. Let's watch The Arrow and the Sun. An Arrow to the Sun. Arrow for this. Arrow and the Sun. Is that what it's called? Arrow to the Sun. There we go. It feels like something you would have seen on, like, Sesame Street or something. Corn. The Indians call it maize. Like the Kachina dolls.
Mother, I must find my father. No matter where he is, I must find him.
Pardon me.
Father, it is I, your son.
Pardon.
Father, I will endure these trials. I will prove to you that I am truly your son.
No way. Oh, now he's Super Mario. Look at him go. Oh shit. It's the fire dude. Oh my god, I'm like so scared. Linguas, tongues. Oh my god, they're beat his ass. Oh, he just shrank them. I tamed the kitty cats. Mario comes out and goes down into another pipe. Now what? Culebras, snakes. Culebras, dude. Uh-oh. Huh? They're rhythmic, rhythmeric. Oh, there he goes. Come on, Mario. What the hell is this? It's a puzzle. Whoa. Some kind of torment. Are those bees? Oh my god, they are. They're bees. Turns them into honey. That's crazy. What is this? Oh shit. Fucking lightning just jacked his ass up. Oh man. That's so pixelated, it's cool. You did it, Father. Chaka, brah. Heavy stuff, man.
Father, I will do as you say. I will leave the Sky Kingdom. I will bring your magic to the world of men.
Oh shit, you know what story this is? Is this a story of the guys who came and gave knowledge back to the world after the Great Cataclysm? Wow. Because in most cultures that's a thing. There was this great cataclysm and flood and all this shit happened and all knowledge was lost. And then these guys on a boat showed up from distant shores with this knowledge and re-taught everyone. Right? Heavy stuff. What's up, Chaka, brah? Chaka Khan, brah. Reminds me on the guys on Big Trouble in Little China. They do that. Chang Sing. And there is that. That was Arrow to the Sun. Arrow to the Sun. And let's see, the date was 1973. Appropriate because we were all over 1973 earlier, looking at some of my old family photographs. So look, it is about time that we are going to put on a 90-minute episode of something, and I'm going to go lay down until 4 o'clock, which is about when the episode is going to get done. And then I can do my reboot. So I am going to go to what has been uploaded. Large icons. And what am I looking for? All the way at the end, We Are the Guinea Pigs. And it is from 1980, and it's self-explanatory. We are the guinea pigs. So I'm going to put this on and turn off some lights in here and put this on, take this on my phone, my monitor, and go lay down and listen to it until my alarm wakes me up at 4. And then I probably won't sleep, but I'll at least rest my eyes so that I can go on into the evening as far as I can make it tonight, hoping somebody else is going to show up in a little while. So I am going to type this into the comments here. I'll be back after 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. With a new live feed stream. See you soon. There you go. All right. And like I said, I'm going to be here. I'm going to let this movie play, and we're going to let it play, and then about 4-ish, when it's about over, because it should be over at about a quarter after 4. So we're going to do that. All right, people. Let me load this up and let it play, and hopefully everything will go okay. Right? This one checked out good, so we should be fine. It's got original music, but it should be pretty cool.
Now take a look at the NRC. That's supposed to work for you.
All right, people. Hang tight. I'll be back in a little bit. Love you. Adios.
Jones your life. Well, take a look at where your money goes. They built a worldwide nuclear show. We gotta get up and tell them no. We don't wanna be radiated. You put your left foot in, you put your right foot in. Say goodbye to your feet. Healthy poison all the air you breathe and all the food you eat. Look at the Pentagon, what do you see? Those boys are planning World War III. They're playing games with humanity. We get radiated. Well, we gotta get together and stop those Pentagon plans. 'Cause there won't be no future if we leave it in the military's hands. Take a look at where your money goes. You see the military budget grow. We gotta get up and tell them no. You don't wanna be radiated. You put your left foot in, you put your right foot in. Say goodbye to your feelings. They poison all the air you breathe.
Radiation leaked out at Harrisburg. For the first 3 hours, they tried to contain the news of the meltdown at TMI. They tried to put a blanket on all the media.
We don't know how many accidents happened up there that we weren't told. Med-Ed's not the one that told us. There was a person on a two-way radio that got word of what was going on inside the building, and he's the one that left it out then to civil defense.
At TMI, it leaked out. The workers were talking about it. Civil defense monitors were going up. If there was no way they could have hid the news of the meltdown at TMI.
They had film clips of a helicopter with the monitors approaching TMI. And before it got over the smokestacks, you could see the Geiger counter just redline, you know, while they were over it and as they went past it. And nobody in the cockpit said a word about what the Geiger counter was doing. They had the sound on and everything. But you could sit there and watch the needle just redline itself. And I saw that, and then I called my mom and dad and told them to get the hell out. I said, those folks aren't telling you everything.
They brought on the news that there was a crack in Unit 1 reactor, and the goosebumps just went up and down my arm because this has been a nightmare, the whole thing to us, and it has really changed our lives. And I guess it has really touched us the whole way through, I guess you'd say.
Oh, yes. There were some of them deathly afraid of the situation. It's like electricity, you know, people don't stick their finger in the socket because they can't see the volts, and that's the same type. The only thing is this gives off more deadly stuff, you know, that you cannot see, and it gives it off, such as iodine, in the air, and, you know.
The information that we were getting here in the immediate area was so scratchy until we did not know just how serious this whole thing was, that we were sitting on a powder keg here, and at any time that we could have been in a very serious danger.
A 25 microcount is normal background radiation. We got 350 count within the school, and then we got something like 25,000 outside of the school. We opened the window, which we were not supposed to do, put the counter out, and it sounded like a machine gun. It was just, instead of the normal little click, click, click that you get, it was just a barrage, just a continual sound.
No, I had 16 goats ready to deliver, and I couldn't go anywhere unless I took them with me. So I had to stay right here, and I was outside working in the barn and on the land. So whatever we got from that, why, I got it.
I just left because I was scared. I didn't know anything about strontium-90 or plutonium or uranium or anything at all.
We moved our kids out of the area, which some of the children didn't. But to tell us it's not safe for a preschool child to be in the area, well, how do I know it's safe for my 8-year-old son to be in the area if it's not safe for a 5- or 6-year-old son?
Then when I got out to the van, then I really knew what happened, because my mom and dad are there, and we had everything packed in the van, ready to go down to my grandma's. And well, then I got really scared. If I would hear the fire sirens going, that's a scary time too, because like right about a couple days after the time when we get home, when we hear the fire sirens, we always get scared. But well, that ain't really happening anymore, because well, we feel okay now, but well, still I wish it wouldn't have happened.
It was weird because all I wanted was to get my husband and my daughter and leave. Do you know what I mean? I went through the totally unlogical feeling of wanting to open up a back door and take off on foot. It was like I had to sit there and hold myself from just bolting, totally irrational bolting.
It was really awful. For me, it was like being in a dream. When, I don't know if you've ever had a dream like this, when you can't get your feet moving fast enough, like they're either stuck in tar or in sand or in something where you just can't move fast enough, and I felt that I could have carried the car quicker than I could drive it. And I went to the schools and got each one of the children, and just in a very controlled state, just drove right out of here. Yeah.
Our cattle, we saw a lot of cattle. We lost a total of 21 cows and calves that we saw die here in this farm. Sure, that hurts. That hurts deeply.
Our first calf was stillborn, and then the cows would live for about a week after that, and then they'd die.
I was involved in one of the incidences where one farmer had a number of stillbirths and cows dying after birth.
We had our first calf that was stillborn, and the cow lived for about somewhere around 6 or 7 days after that, and then the cow died. We had 7 cows that had calves stillborn, and then the cows died a week after that.
We've had red blotches on our arms over that period. We had blotches that big red, bright red in our arms. We took baths, and the next day or two it was gone. But that was definitely radiation exposure. But it sure doesn't make you feel good to realize that me and my wife and family have been exposed to it. It sure doesn't make you sleep good at night, put it that way. There's 17 farmers that we're in contact with that have lost cattle and had cattle-related deaths and things like that in the area.
And to date, we have severe deficiency, which is shown as severe arthritis, blindness, multiple fractures of bones all over the body, especially the rib bones and the long bones of the animals. And this fracture area were of multiple nature.
The state veterinarian's office had looked into that, and as I understand it, these were found to be a result of virus and not radiation-induced. Radiation takes a long time to produce any health effects anyway. It doesn't happen right after.
And this indicates that there was some type of a imbalance or some type of a deficiency that would cause this. We don't have this condition in other areas. It's only in this small area around this particular neighborhood. When the wind is coming this way, it's always on cloudy weather, and the vapors from the plants do not rise very high in the air. Therefore, they're not dispersed over a large area.
A lot of the trees around here are burnt. They look like they're burnt. I don't know what's wrong with them.
Turn around and look. I wondered why the abnormality of the color of the leaves there. I noticed the birds right after TMI accident. They were picked up, were just laying dead.
There's about 7 farms on this side of the river that are having trouble. And they're with us, but they won't tell the public about it because they're scared that they'll get cut off by the milk company and things.
My milk market is at stake because I spoke up. Due to the reason that I did speak up, the publicity, what it's going to do to the milk market and things like that, I can see that point. But if I keep quiet and they fire this thing up and it does something a whole lot worse, won't I feel guilty, feeling like I should have spoke up more than what I did? If I see people killed, that may be prevented by somebody speaking up and trying to tell the truth.
We never had this trouble with them before we had the power plant over here. My daddy moved here in this place in 1914.
Right after the accident, I had 4 baby lambs born. They looked perfectly normal. They only lived a few hours. And I had a pregnant goat die full of 4, there was 4 babies in her. We had her autopsied. And I had 2 other baby goats die. And rabbits, which I have always been able to raise, 4 litters in a row were all born dead and deformed right after that.
Those few days we spent at the house right across from 3 Mile, we did get sore throats, which it does affect your thyroid glands in your throat. And everybody around the area had the sore throat. And doctors wouldn't believe you. They say it's your imagination.
People, their senses are extremely heightened as a result of this. People can smell, see, and believe they're seeing things that aren't there.
Literally hundreds of people in the Harrisburg area have experienced the classic symptoms of radiation sickness over the past several months. Now, I might be somewhat skeptical of this, given my own personal background and biases, if I had not been one of those.
Well, the wind was coming from over there, and I was hanging my wash up, and my eyes really burnt. Water was running out of them, and I was rubbing them. I had bloodshot eyes till I had my wash hung up.
Many people have reported sore throats, nausea, diarrhea, skin rashes, burning eyes, the so-called metallic taste and metallic odor.
I've also had, I was down around the plant also, and on certain days you could taste a metallic taste in your mouth.
The next morning you could taste it in your mouth.
Left Friday, and we came, my parents came back Saturday, and I came along to help do the work. And during that day I got sick on my stomach, and my lips tasted funny. Like, they said the iodine makes your lips taste bitter-like. And so I went in and laid down for a while, and then we went down to a restaurant near here to get some food, and it tasted awful bitter. Nothing tasted right. So they told us that if you tasted down your lips, and if you were sick, I was nauseous and things. If you were like that for more than, they said, an hour or so, that you had too much of the radiation. And I had it for about 8 hours. That don't sound too good.
And people say no one died as a result of the accident. That's absolute medical ignorance to say that, because no one just drops dead from radiation. It takes a long time for the cancers to develop.
They just told us there ain't nothing they can do about it.
The instant that you're irradiated, the chain of events in some cell, and you set in motion irreversibly on the path to cancer. And that means that the injury is immediate, not later. You now have the formation of cancer.
Radiation is going to continue to be released in Harrisburg for the next 2 years as that accident is cleaned up. It's a guinea pig population. The incidence of malignancy is obviously going to rise, and genetic disease, it's going to take 20, 30, 40, 50 years to discover what that means.
Of course, we're not all dropping dead right now. But in 20 years, come back. We're going to be some of the loudest sick people anybody has ever seen.
Do you have a thought about why they do body scans?
Well, they're looking for radioactive materials in their bodies. The trouble is that plutonium doesn't emit gamma radiation, and the body scanners only measure gamma, which is coming out of the body. Alpha radiation only travels a distance of a couple of cells in the body, and beta radiation a little further, but it doesn't get out the body.
One good way to allay the public's suspicions would be to have them do a whole body scan, because nothing is going to show up anyhow.
So they were just testing to see if people had stuff inside them. And I know one woman said to me that she had radiation in her body, but they said it was because she lived in a stone house. Just because the house just happened to be next to Harrisburg reactor didn't seem to bother them at all.
This is precisely the kind of thing they told to the people around the area of fallout in Utah. That when there were high levels registered, they said, oh, well, your drinking water has got a lot of natural radium in it. There is no such thing as cesium-137 and strontium-90 in the natural environment.
Some of the children that from my practice were tested for radiation. They had body scans, and it was found that there were increased levels of radiation in their bodies. So what are we supposed to tell these families? That there is indeed increased level of radiation. We don't know what's going to happen, and they are just part of the experiment. But and the Nuclear Regulatory Commission released the body scans and gave them to the family, and they told them, this is it, this is the background radiation, and the amount of radiation that your child has is above background, and it's this much. So I think that it creates a lot of anxiety in the parents.
Where was the cesium in his body?
The level shows a rise from head to toe, but mostly in the head. Mostly on the upper body.
Who showed it to you?
The pediatrician.
Well, cesium's only made in nuclear reactors.
I want to show you this chart because I think it's interesting. It's one of my patients. He lives in the 5-mile radius. This is the background radiation, and this is the amount of radiation that it's definitely above the background radiation of this patient. This is the head and this is the feet. They give this chart to the parents and say, wow, well, yeah, it's high. Probably you live in a brick home. What are the parents supposed to think? They say, well, it's minimal, it's only 2.03 cesium. Cesium-137 is definitely a substance that is generated in nuclear reactors.
Well, Brian had a scan. They had a scan downtown where they went and laid in this big thing, and they checked for radiation elements, I guess. And it was some outfit from California. I don't know who it was. And they went back, and they had mentioned to Stephanie about we must live in a brick house, because it showed he had some. I don't even know what it was, really, but he was a little higher than most people. And they said, well, you must live in a brick house. This is the reason. So we were a little concerned after we thought about that for a while, and we got in contact with the people to get the results of the test, and it took us, what, 6 months?
No.
How long did it take us to get the test? Well, we got the test, and then we took it to our doctor, and he said he could get someone to analyze it for us. And then just this past week, we finally got to talk to him, and there's 2 things they tested for. One, he had told us one was cesium, which is, I think, when the core melts, that's what comes out, and he had a higher than normal reading on that. So, that's the only real evidence that we would think. And plus, everything has come out in the press now, where maybe there was a lot more that came out than we know of. You know, the instruments went bad and all that. You know.
Did the doctor tell you what to do?
He said there wasn't, you know, anything that we can really do because it's never happened before, and that the only thing we can do is keep getting physicals for the children and just keep an eye on it and see if anything develops. He said there's just nothing to compare it to. You know, he says it may have an effect, it may not. You know, it's just nothing they don't know.
The baby's only a year old. What'll happen to her 20 years from now is when anything that did happen to us will show up 15 to 20 years. She'll just be starting to get married and make her own plans for a family. How do you tell her she can't have any kids? Because of 3 Mile Island.
What do you feel about nuclear power now?
A child's life should never be put second in order to be able to turn a light switch on.
I agree with that. And I have strong feelings on that, too. Well, just what my wife said. You know, it's you know, it's been eating away at me for ever since it happened, you know, and we discussed, especially this week, we've been discussing a lot more, and it just seemed to come up a little more recently, and you know, it's just, I never really brought it out to Steph how bad it did bother me, you know, to think, you know, that you don't know what's really happening to your children, and I don't believe that, you know, that nothing's coming out of 3 Mile Island, you know, I just don't trust them. Yeah, you know, you don't know. Can you stop a minute? Can you stop?
The word is out. I know some of you don't want to hear it, but a nuclear poisons anything that's near it. Hallelujah. Does anybody care? It might hit you now. It may take 30 years. Leukemia and cancer have already taken their toll. Do you want to die young? Do you want to grow old? The crop is in. It's another one you can't eat. It's been poisoned by radioactive leaks. Word is out. I know some of you don't want to hear it, but a nuclear reactor poisons anything that's near it. These nuclear towers, they're big money makers, but for you and for me, they're just like big salt shakers. They're sprinkling death, pouring contamination. They could be the gravestone of a dying nation. Shut 'em down. Get up on your feet. If we don't beat them in the courts, then we'll meet them in the street. Shut 'em down. Get up on your feet. If we don't beat them in the courts, we gotta beat them in the street.
Well, as far as our lives, you know, it's affected us to the point that I just don't believe in it. I think there has to be safer methods, and the money we spend on nuclear energy could be spent to develop coal, or especially in Pennsylvania with as much coal as we have. Why risk something like this happening? You know, we got lucky this time. It cooled off. But if it wouldn't have, like the transcript came out afterwards, that Saturday when it was heating up, they didn't even know what was going to happen, you know, down there. And something you don't know anything about like that. I just don't trust it. I think, you know, for everybody's sake, I think they should go try to get another field for energy. I just don't believe in it all anymore.
You tell yourself really didn't happen and it's not going to happen to you because we're running away from something that we can't even see. It's just something somebody's telling us is there and is getting us to see it. You can see a flood, you can see if your house burns down, but you just can't see something that you just can't see it. You know, we left for 11 days. We didn't really know why we were leaving. I could see if we could see pictures on the television of a flood coming at you, but the radiation was there, but we just couldn't see it. And now they said it was so high they couldn't even monitor it.
What would you do if the plant was down?
I would, this is what we have been discussing, and I don't think I would stay here. I don't even know if I'm going to stay here while they clean it up. I just don't know if you know, my house is a year old and my family's lived here. You know, my mother and my father and everybody, all their lives, you know, I would still move. We still might, you know, because what's in there now has to be cleaned out. And they don't even know, and I don't know, and I don't trust them.
The accident will go on, will continue, quite literally for years. It cannot help but continue during the cleanup of the plant.
Now, I was at TMI just last Friday. I was part of the first anti-nuclear delegation to set foot on the island and get close-up view of the reactor. We met with Vice President Herbine, and he said that they fully expect to dump 2 million curies of radiation right into the air and 800,000 gallons of radioactive water with cesium-137 right into the Susquehanna River.
They do not have a cold shutdown down there. It is not the same type of cold shutdown that they've had in other reactors. My personal opinion, from what I can understand, is that they essentially have a runaway reactor there. They can't get it stopped.
TMI, too, is not in a cold shutdown. The radioactivity is leaking out of the plant, both by conscious releases, like the 4,000 gallons that they released a few days ago, and just by leaks that they are not particularly in control of. And that release of radioactivity will go on for years.
What has happened since the accident, and I call it the radiation fear syndrome, is that now any additional amount of radioactivity that's discharged that people are very, very concerned about, and that is the problem. I don't know how to resolve that problem.
Releases to the river have been very, very low, and each liquid release would be monitored prior to its discharge.
When things that were still kept inside the reactor buildings are now planning on being released, now we're going to see the isotopes that didn't get out now coming out, and now we're going to see the strontiums and the cesiums and those kinds of isotopes.
The only other likely release is if the containment building contains a fair amount of krypton gas, which is a long half-life of about 10.5 years.
Krypton could be released to the air. The cleanup of the water could be released to the environment within the allowable limits, but no one says will accept the allowable limits anymore. They want zero, and zero is impossible. And someplace between the allowable limit and zero.
I want to live there. Unit 2 is going to be deadly for years. They won't be able to go in there for years, if ever. So that I don't know what kind of radioactivity is being released from there. I don't want to live near it, even if it's in perfect operating condition, because I don't like the normal routine. They keep saying, oh, well, that's allowable by law. This is allowable by law. It's within allowable limits. I don't like that. I don't want anything anymore. I think they're just using us as guinea pigs.
How long would it take to release the gases inside 3 Mile Island, inside the storage room?
I would think they would try to do it slow enough so that the amount of each release would be within some acceptable, quote, you know, NRC guidelines. But when you add it all up, they're going to release all of it.
You now have to
also get rid of the water when you're through, which will be highly radioactive. And this covers the reactor, which is big in itself, 20 or 30 feet. So we have a tremendous amount of radioactive water, which must be then decontaminated and taken away.
Put where?
Well, the only way that's been suggested is to dump it in the Susquehanna after it's been decontaminated.
How much water has accumulated at this point?
Well, in the auxiliary building, there are about 300,000 gallons of contaminated water. In the basement of the containment building itself, about 600,000 gallons. And in the primary coolant system itself, about 100,000 gallons. So that adds up to roughly 1 million gallons.
Is that an increasing amount of water?
It is increasing at a very slow rate. We estimate that total leakage is less than 0.5 gallon a minute, which is perhaps 700 gallons a day, which is, of course, small in comparison to 1 million gallons. But it is continuing, yes. By the time that water is cleaned up, no matter what it contains, if it is discharged to the river, or if it's taken off-site, or if it's evaporated, the requirements will be that the purity of the water will have to be at environmental standards.
Then there never was an expectation that the water would be completely clean. It will simply be within the regulations.
You can never clean all of the radioactivity out of the water, just as you can't, make anything 100% pure. But I think, as I indicated before, the water would be cleaned down to our environmental requirements, which would mean that it would be safe for drinking, it would be safe for recreational use, safe for fishing, and it's not within our regulations really at this point in time to require it to go further.
What do you think about the way our government has managed nuclear power, nuclear energy?
What can I say? Gross. They lie. They're lying at Harrisburg. The NRC have lied.
When anybody can say, we'll give you 1/10 of a millirem per year, and insist on the standard being 1,700 times higher, you can only draw one conclusion. This undoubtedly is the biggest liar I have ever encountered in my entire existence.
They don't understand genetics. They don't understand biology. They say it's safe. They say it's safe because they don't understand it. And they are dealing with human lives not just now, but for the next 1,000,000 years, because that's how long the radioactive waste remains potent.
The entire nuclear energy industry rests on a fraud, and that fraud is that there's a safe amount of radiation. That's what they sell to the workers, that's what they sold to the utility companies, and what the utility companies have been selling to the public.
Now, inside that reactor, the radiation level is extremely high. And eventually those men are going to have to go in there. And there are going to be every precaution taken before they do enter to make sure that no one does receive more radiation than they're allowed. And I think we have the people down there that are capable of looking at the situation, and when they say it's okay for our people to go in, then I feel that it's safe for them.
We do common laboring work. So therefore, in the restoration of this plant and the decontamination of the plant, the labor will take a great part in that facility. Now, it'll be problematical and be interesting to note how many of our people will actually work there. We can't force people to go to work. That's against the Second Amendment.
It is highly dangerous. It is lethally dangerous. And we have workers dying every day today from exposures that occurred 25 and 30 years ago in nuclear activities when the government used to tell everyone it was safe.
I don't know whether our safety man, our safety inspector, knows enough about nuclear power to know what is safe and what is unsafe.
The fact is it wasn't safe, and it can be established now that it was not safe.
We've been out and out lied to for many years as to some of the inherent dangers and the problems, and I think 3 Mile highlights that. I don't think all of the truth was ever known about the problems that we had in other industrial accidents.
There's plenty of evidence around today. St. George, Utah is a classic. We survey our members today, the state of health of our members who worked in the nuclear submarine construction phase for defense armaments and implements in this country. And their rates of cancer are 6, 7, 8 times and more what it is for all the people that worked in other parts of the shipyard. So no one can say with any reliance whatsoever on fact that it isn't lethally dangerous. It is.
The incident is not over. It's still going on. True, the unit's in a state of cold shutdown, but the unit is still there. You have the contaminated water problem. You have, I'm sure, contamination inside of the containment vessel and things of that nature. So the problem is still not over. Eventually they're going to have to go inside when they're going to find.
I don't think there has been such a major problem as this before. So it's going to take a lot of new technology in order to remove the spent fuel material in the reactor.
Will an evacuation be necessary? A very precautionary one, a small one. It's not over yet. A lot of people think it is. Things have returned to normal, and for that I'm grateful. But it's still in the back of my mind that it's just not over yet.
The releases that have already been made are small compared to what you can look forward to in the future being released, because it's basically the destruction of the core was so extensive that there's no way really to contain that radioactivity.
When they open up the reactor, they have no idea how they're going to get the fuel out. They're going to have to design all kinds of systems to get the fuel out. We still have an emergency. We feel we're working under emergency conditions all the time, and one has to go very slowly and very carefully to handle these problems.
The removal of this material, depending on what sort of shape it is in, will also require the same type of procedure, some sort of a tool to get down there, hook onto the fuel elements themselves or whatever is left of the fuel elements, and they'll all be handled underwater. One couldn't stand the radiation that would ensue if the water didn't separate the people from the fuel itself.
Is there any danger from emitters like plutonium into the air from the containment?
We found them in very trace amounts in some of the liquid, radioactive liquid measurements that we've made, but that would be expected. We have made measurements in the of gross alpha emitters, and again, they've been in the very, very low ranges in the water in the auxiliary building, and I expect that there may be some in the water in the reactor building, which we have not measured as yet.
Now, the liquid in the water in the auxiliary building, that's the water that they shunted out from the primary coolant that had spilled in the reactor into the auxiliary building. Well, that means that the cladding on the fuel rods definitely had melted, and that's the first hard evidence I've had that plutonium got out. That means that probably in the first 48 hours, when they vented the primary coolant, plutonium was released. That means that if plutonium was released, so was curium, americium, californium, neptunium, all the alpha emitters, as well as all the elements. If plutonium got out, that means that the cat's out of the bag.
And we still don't know what's going to happen once they open the reactor up, and there are no barriers between the fission products in the core and the environment. Once you break the 3 barriers down, the containment, the reactor, and you've already lost the cladding, those fission products, the fuel is available to the environment. So
I would feel much better if they would just turn it off and forget it, you know, rather than trying to fix it. And I kind of think the people that work there, it's just a joke about all of us, and I don't know, I guess it's something they really couldn't worry about, you know, all the time, but still the problem is there, and there wouldn't be any problem if it wasn't on.
If we don't get better answers, then we tear it down, get rid of it, because they're going to have to sit, it's like 3 Mile Island. It may sit for 250 years before they can even go in the containment building where the accident occurred. And the ratepayers are all going to pay the price of that.
It's a long-term experiment, and the people in Harrisburg are guinea pigs like they are in Hiroshima. Now, I've just been to Hiroshima, and the people in Harrisburg want to be a sister city to Hiroshima, and that's very appropriate. People are still dying of cancer now in Hiroshima, 35 years after the bomb was dropped.
Harrisburg, it ain't just one city, there are hundreds of its kind. Harrisburg, no, we're not sitting pretty, you can't play so dumb, oh, don't be so blind, there's catastrophe near you, yes, near your hometown, and all across this nation. We are sitting on bombs. Shut them down. Oh, the children, we must spread the word. Shut them down. Oh, their future. Let's leave them. We must leave them a world. Shut them down. Stop these corporate criminals while we can still take a breath. Shut them down. We must save our children. Save them from a nuclear death.
Essentially, the core of the reactor is destroyed. All the radioactivity has been released into water and air, and most of it, the bulk of it, is still inside the containment building. But there's no way that they're going to clean that all up and safely pack it away. And it's going to end up spilling out. It is being released.
At night and when it's raining. Now, when it rained yesterday around noon, then they were letting it out. They do it when it's rainy weather or at night.
They said that there was a cold shutdown. Well, when I go up the cellar on a clear day, I can see steam coming out of there.
And I'm not even sure if there are releases. If there are, that they are well within acceptable health limits.
Well, I'm glad they are, but we ought to see the numbers, and I don't want to see the numbers. So I can myself make the calculations and not be told it's low level or it's unimportant. We ought to have the numbers in picocuries.
There have been a number of low-level releases made to the water because some of the streams discharged to the Susquehanna do contain low amounts of radioactivity. The environmental requirements for the whole 3-mile facility, which meet the NRC environmental requirements as well as EPA's drinking water standards, would allow up to 10 curies of radioactivity each quarter to be released, each calendar quarter.
Sounds like a small number, doesn't it? Right. 10 curies is nothing more than 10 grams. 10 grams of anything is not much bigger than a little sugar cube of heavy metals. 10 grams of radioactive radium, for instance, 20, 30 grams like that, a quantity like that, were the entire world's supply of radium in the years before the bomb. But from the nuclear plant at Millstone, they discharged the equivalent of 5 million grams worth of radium into the atmosphere of Rhode Island and Connecticut. Not all of it was as toxic as radium. Radium is one of the more toxic. But the iodine coming out gram for gram for the fetus is much more toxic than the radium. And as far as we know now, 10 million curies went into the air of the people of Harrisburg within a matter of a few days.
The NRC environmental requirements based on our regulations contained in Appendix I of 10 CFR Part 50 for the river would basically limit the total dose. So an individual could receive 3 millirem per year from drinking water, fish, and recreational activities, and one calculates back then and finds out that with that type of a restriction, the plant could release about 10 curies per year into the water.
Sure. It was safe to drink the water during the time of heavy bomb testing, too. Now we know that the people who were drinking the water 5 or 10 years later had a greater risk of developing cancer.
Whatever low levels are being released are not harmful to the public. I'm an optimist at heart, and I want to believe that, and I do believe it because I have to have faith.
Just as the temperature of the river water is protected, so is the ecology. The river is not polluted by 3 Mile Island's operations. Water in the nuclear reactor also is in a closed system. Our air is protected too, since there is no combustion of fossil fuels at a nuclear station. Our air and our environment remain unaffected, and the natural beauty continues untouched.
You should believe absolutely nothing, nothing whatever that they say. And the outrage of getting ready to dump that water in the Susquehanna, they were going to dump it even without any cleanup until the Lancaster residents raised hell. Now they say they'll dump it at the safe NRC standards. The safe NRC standards, translated into plain English, is a license to commit murder. The dose they will give people will cost lives.
If we wish to require that installed in an operating plant, we do have to consider the relative cost and the relative gain in safety. Likewise, in our environmental regulations, we do consider the cost-benefit of further reductions in the release of radioactive effluents, both gaseous and liquids. And these releases are already down to very low level, and the cost-benefit is taken into account because it costs a great deal more to get them down almost to zero.
So when the NRC gives you a safe standard, they're saying how many people they think it's all right to murder in exchange for keeping nuclear power plants open.
What levels of exposure would a person have to have in order to show symptoms of radiation sickness, such as a sore throat, nausea, or vomiting, things of that nature?
Thousands of times greater than they received at 3 Mile Island. You'd have to get into the range of 40,000, 400,000 millirem exposure, 400 rem exposure before you'd really see some serious illnesses. Above 100 syndrome. But that, we're talking the average people within 10 miles from the plant got about 8 millirem. That is about 400,000 less than what they would have to have received to get sick.
That's 400 rems. That's just about the LD50, the lethal dose to kill half the population. That man should also be... He's either totally ignorant, and he shouldn't be in the EPA if he's totally ignorant, or he's lying, and if he's lying, he should be put on trial, because that is an obscene statement to make.
Well, the plant instrumentation in the stack, which would monitor gases, the radioactive gases going out the plant vent, did indeed go off scale.
The problem was the millions of curies of xenon-133, and that's what set it off.
Noble gases. These, however, do not stay with the body. They don't combine chemically with anything, and so they are much less of a concern in
the xenon. It's a noble gas. It doesn't interact with anything. It just dissipates in the environment. But now we're down to a point in the where the xenons are not as important anymore. They're gone. They've decayed away.
Xenon and krypton are indeed chemically rare gases, but that doesn't mean they're not harmful. It turns out that xenon-137, for instance,
noble gases, particularly krypton, doesn't combine chemically in biological systems, except that it happens to be 10 times more soluble in fat than water. It does diffuse through the alveolar capillary membrane from the lung into the blood.
Krypton-89 will come out the stack, tiny quantities, will turn into strontium-90, sit on the ground of the cow, and then the cow is milked the next day. Well, the milk is taken to be pasteurized to the dairy, and then the next day it's distributed. And the iodine-131 goes in the same way, on the grass and into the food, into the cow's food, and then ends up in the milk that is being fed to the children or the babies or a pregnant mother a day or two later. A very efficient mechanism of getting the radiation from near wherever the fallout came to a city 50 miles away. Even 30, 40, 50, 100 miles away, you can transport this radioactivity, and it turns out that the strontium-90, which has a half-life of 30 years, keeps building up in the bone along with the calcium because the body cannot distinguish between strontium and calcium.
Oh, there have been several million curies of xenon.
Xenon-137, which is also a noble gas to cases cesium-137, which is also as dangerous as strontium-90.
We've got krypton. It's a serious problem that's got to be released. And the other isotopes, the cesiums, the strontiums, and the long half-life isotopes. These are the bone seekers and the ones that can get into the milk and food chain and are of concern during the cleanup process, which is 4 years long.
They are going to release all of it. There's no way to hold those rare gases like krypton in. There's no filters.
One of the isotopes of krypton is a precursor of strontium-90, decays quite rapidly to strontium-90. None of these elements that are released stay as the isotope they originally started as. They decay to form other radioactive isotopes.
The best we can calculate about 15 curies of iodine over the entire course of the accident.
That's an enormous amount. The normal emissions from a plant like only 1/1000th of 1 curie.
We have estimates of the exposure. I think it's in the range of 15 to 40 curies of radioactive iodine that was released over the course of the accident.
That's a hell of a lot of dangerous doses. What can I say? There are 10 to the 12, that's how, a million is 10 to the 6, so that's a million. Or say you can cut that by a couple of orders of magnitude. It's still, you know, say 1,000 million dangerous doses in each curie, and 15 to 40 curies. How many people live in, I mean, that's, and then it all gets concentrated in the food, you see, and then the milk, and then gets into the bodies of people 20 times more sensitive to the effects of radiation than adults. So what's going to happen to the children? I wonder how many thyroid tumours we're going to see and thyroid nodules in people living in Harrisburg.
Take a look at Harrisburg. Pretty soon we'll know how bad they got hurt. Now they're going to try to cover up the dirt, but those people got radiated. At the NRC, they're supposed to work for you and me, but they promote atomic industry. We get radiated. When you get radiated, you don't just fall down and die. But contamination builds up in your body, and radiation shortens your life. Take a look at where your money goes. They built a worldwide nuclear show. You gotta get up and tell them no, you don't want to be radiated. You put your right foot in, say goodbye to your feet. They poison all the air we breathe and all the food we eat. Look at the Pentagon, what do you see? Those boys are planning World War III. They're playing games with humanity. We get radiated.
When radioactive material, it stays there, and over your lifetime, one after another, these atoms a transformation, and they emit a little piece of energy. It could be an electron or a beta particle. It could be an alpha particle. It could be a gamma ray. But that energy gets emitted inside you, and it tears up some of the chemicals bonds that are holding together the molecules that your cells are made of. Those cells can be destroyed.
You're saying that,
once your body has been exposed, there's no way of getting rid of this.
That's right. Once it's been incorporated into your body, it stays with you. I don't think you can ever hope to become immune to a process that dismantles the molecules that you're made out of. That's not you're going to get immune to. It's just it just attacks just the very basic structure of the materials that you're made of. So it's not a question of getting immune to it.
We do take into account the accumulation in the fish as well as the accumulation in our own bodies, and figure out the dose in a 50-year time period. And so the calculations do indeed take into accumulation and integration over a substantial period of time.
So if you drink water that contains strontium-90, or you drink milk that contains strontium-90, it may be low levels by somebody's definition, but you're accumulating that.
Well, the part of our agricultural community is the finished product of milk, pork, poultry, both meat and eggs. A great deal of grains are raised, but they're not, Pennsylvania is not self-sufficient in the production.
Myself, I wouldn't even buy any dairy products that even come out of that area now. So it was quite a bit of concern among the people that I talked with as to the effects from the radiation that was released through the 3 Mile Island.
When they set an acceptable limit or a safe limit, it's just words. It's all dangerous, and any amount that gets incorporated into your body is then going to continuously radiate you for the rest of your life. We already have in our bones and in our bodies plutonium and strontium testing that went on in the 50s and the 60s.
The stuff that's made in nuclear power plants is stuff like radioactive iodine, strontium-90, cesium-137, and 200 other radioactive elements. Now, in our diet contains minerals like iodine, iron, potassium, etc., that the body uses to make enzymes, to make the cells work and metabolize. And the body doesn't discriminate between radioactive element. They're just the same to the body. So if you eat food containing radioactive iodine, the body thinks it's ordinary iodine, so it's absorbed from the gut. And the iodine molecules are taken up and deposited primarily in the thyroid gland in the neck. And if it's a radioactive molecule, it sits in the thyroid gland and it just irradiates cells, a very small volume of cells, over a long period of time. Those cells get a high dose of radiation and the rest of the body gets nothing.
Each of us now contains in our bodies enough plutonium that our cells are bombarded by an alpha particle emitted inside us once every 10 seconds. An ordinary glass of milk now contains that it emits a burst of radiation once every second.
The best estimates are that for every year's fuel for a nuclear plant, they've spilled enough of their garbage to account for 450 lung cancer deaths for each year of operation of one nuclear plant. Now, those 450 deaths don't occur that year. They'll be spread out over a long time. But a death warrant today and the death warrant for your child is the same thing.
It's made in nuclear power plants. It's a man-made element. If you get a picogram of plutonium, which is 10 to the minus 12 grams, it's the most minute amount that you can imagine. You can't see it, it's just, you almost can't measure it. The dose that that amount gives to the surrounding cells, Dr. John, 132,000 rems. And I said if you get a dose of 500 rems to the whole body, that's a lethal dose. 132,000 rems from a picogram of plutonium. It's almost sort of like talking about infinity, like space going on forever. Radiation, it's bloody high-level radiation, and that's why these materials that are made in nuclear reactors are so carcinogenic.
Let me tell you the facts about plutonium. First of all, it is far worse if you breathe it than if you eat it, because the amount it takes from my own and other researches to produce lung cancer if you breathe it is very, very minute.
And if I die of a plutonium-induced cancer, and the plutonium's still in my body, the smoke goes out of the chimney with the plutonium conceivably to be breathed into somebody else's lung. And that cycle can go on for the next 500,000 years.
The work of the last year has shown that just the chlorine of drinking water is enough to oxidize the plutonium to a form that if you eat it, it's absorbed 1,000 to 10,000 times as well as all those earlier calculations are based. You better not have any of that plutonium mixed with water that you're from the chlorinated supplies, because it'll be well absorbed and cause quite a bit of trouble. Plutonium just needs to be kept out of the environment in toto, either from breathing or eating.
When I first read about plutonium as a physician, I realized that it must never, ever. Denver's contaminated with plutonium from Rocky Flats. Everyone's got a little bit of plutonium in their bodies from fallout. It already is leaking because we're fallible.
What happens to fuel rods that are used up under normal operation is that get taken out of the reactor every once a year. About a third of the core is removed, and it's stored right next to the reactor in a kind of swimming pool that has a circulating water supply, because those fuel rods are still generating heat.
At present, the fuel assemblies are stored in racks under about 30 feet of water. And these are stored on 21-inch centers. So there is a relatively a lot of area for removal of heat. Heat is still being generated from these fuel assemblies. And some of them, of course, are leaking radioactivity. But what they have been doing is re-rack by going to a 10.25-inch centers for these 8-inch units, and they'll have to then be much more careful with because the heat will now become a problem, and especially if you had a loss of the water that is surrounding them. Now the problem really comes when you realize that if there's an accident at the plant, you may lose power for cooling the spent fuel assemblies and for the air distribution over the spent fuel assemblies. Everybody may run away from the accident and forget about the spent fuel assemblies. And then it would spread to the storage area where you have this tremendous amount of species sitting there.
Then you would have an additional meltdown from the hot spent fuel that has to be cooled artificially for years after it is pulled out of the reactor. And since there is so much more of the spent fuel than the actual fuel that's in the reactor, the total disaster could be far greater than spent fuel stored in local nuclear reactors near our big cities.
We've got some 25,000 members of the IAM who are directly involved in the manufacture, the processing, and the handling of radioactive materials. Another 50,000 or so of our members are indirectly exposed to radioactivity in the airports, truck depots, rail, wherever workers are likely to confront radioactive substances and materials as they are loaded, unloaded, stored, or transported all across the face of the industrial complex of America, the transportation complex of America.
You don't know why they want to put you in this situation. You know, they want to put the people in this situation.
Why they continue to use it is beyond me. I don't know.
Why can't they use all their brains for the sun?
I guess some people find it incredible that Metropolitan Edison would be willing to destroy the entire central Pennsylvania area in order to maintain their profits and the idea that nuclear power is safe.
The sun. That's the holdup right there. That's the whole thing. It's money.
All of this nuclear power technology was developed at public expense and given free to these corporations who are now making money with it. But, you know, there's that, well, the government said it's okay, you know. It's a USDA approved, you know, sort of label on radiation.
The real criminals of our era are those that promote nuclear energy and outside. And they're doing it by subverting the Constitution of the United States. It's just clear. If the nuclear industry had in any way to stand behind its product, as every other industry has to in this country, and as every individual has, the nuclear industry would close tomorrow morning because they're perfectly happy to risk your life, but not their dollars.
Big business, corporate business, can't control the sun. They can't say, this is our sun, you pay us to use solar energy. You can develop your own solar panels and use your own solar energy and be totally independent of any corporation, and they won't make a profit off of you if they can't control your energy that you use.
The private investors who put up allegedly risk capital didn't risk anything. It's already in the electric bills. And as long as it sits there idle, it's going to be paid for by ratepayers. And I don't think we ought to be afflicted with that. If it's risk capital in the great American scheme of things, then let the risk takers absorb the loss. But that isn't the way it is. So it's lethally dangerous, it's economically dangerous, and it has the potential to be suicide.
There's an awful lot of government subsidy in the construction of the plant. There's money in making the fuel. There's money in selling all the byproducts and everything connected with it. It's one of the largest potential industries, and they projected enormous increases in the growth rate of electricity and things like that. So obviously, we're dealing with a situation which had enormous
Isn't safe, and I don't care, you know, what kind of bull they want to give us about Arabs stealing our money, and I don't believe that nonsense either, you know. What's going on here is General Public Utilities is stealing our money and stealing our lives.
And the high rate of leukemia that are working around with low radiation, the things that we're finding out in working in the shipyards with the subs and the atomic energy, those have to be more than just a coincidence. Those should not be buried any longer.
Also, we know about the history of fatal accidents. They say no one's ever died in the history of nuclear power. I have the autopsy reports in my office of many people who have died in nuclear power. For example, January 3rd, 1961, an experimental reactor blew apart. It was the SL1 reactor. There were 3 people working on that reactor: McKinley, Legg, and Burns. Burns was sitting on top of control rod number 9. Control rod number 9 came out 20 inches by accident. There was a power excursion, a steam explosion. The reactor was blown 9 feet into the air. The control rod number 9 was shot up Burns' groin, came out his shoulder, and he died instantly. All 3 people were killed. Burns' face radiated at 1,000 rads an hour. That's twice lethal dose if you were to stand in front of his face for an hour. They could not bury his body. They had to sever the head, sever the arms, and bury the heads and the arm with radioactive waste products. Buried in Arlington, Virginia, in 6 inches of concrete, which still leaks to this very day. And these are scores of nuclear accidents. 1958, Cecil Kelly got blown apart in a nuclear plutonium dump. 1964, Robert Peabody got hit with 50,000 rads of radiation to his body. He disintegrated into a piece of charred carbon. Nuclear Processing Center in Rhode Island, 1964.
One nuclear plant today costs roughly $1 billion. The plans of the nuclear industry and all the boys who graduated from Admiral Rickover's Navy, all the market of 1,000 nuclear reactors by the end of this year. Now, wouldn't you lie a little bit or deceive yourself a little bit for $1,000 billion worth of business?
It's big industry. A lot of dollars handled in the nuclear business in the last 10 years, and there'll be a industry in the next 10 years. It involves a lot of different operations of the nuclear from the mining of uranium and on through to the producing of nuclear bombs, which they use with the byproduct of the nuclear power plant.
Well, a nuclear reactor, that's a dangerous thing, but the people in control don't seem to care. We're built on shaky ground, and they're spreading cancer everywhere. Now the people at the top, they don't want to stop. They're getting rich from atomic energy. Blow us all sky high, and greed is the reason why they don't give a damn about the life of you and me. Well, they don't rob any banks, they don't stick up your liquor store, but even Charlie Manson had more. They hide the truth with lies, they're above what's wrong and right, and they're coming for your money and your life. They had a little spill up on 3 Mile Hill. It could have blown the whole state away. Now the boys who own the plant, they're wondering why they can't send the bill for the damage. They don't rob any banks, they won't stick up your liquor store. Even Charlie Manson had more respect for law. They hide the truth with lies, they're above what's wrong and right, and they're coming for your money and your life.
Is there a connection between the peaceful atom, nuclear power, and the arms race?
It's the same. Nuclear reactors were first designed to make plutonium during the Manhattan Project to make atomic bombs, and they're still being used now to make plutonium to make bombs, because this country makes 3 to 10 new. So there are the military reactors here. Now, during the late 50s and early 60s, they decided not to use enriched uranium to make bombs anymore, and enriched uranium was used to make the Hiroshima bomb, which was called Little Boy. Because they were going to only use plutonium to make their bombs from reactors and not enriched facilities built at Oak Ridge, Tennessee, and they had to use them, right? The theory is among a lot of people now that the enrichment facilities, they thought, what can we do with this? Yeah, we'll use enriched uranium to put in reactors and use the heat from reactors to make electricity. And so the civilian nuclear industry is a direct offshoot from the military industry, from an obsolete process that they didn't want to use for their bomb nuclear industry.
I'm talking about our regular plants, which produce up to 100 pounds of plutonium every year. And that plutonium goes into the nice bombs, which then are stored so they can be dropped on people. So it seems if you it from the plant releasing radiation, sooner or later, the plutonium is going to be used in even nastier ways.
If we want to have these reactors in order to produce plutonium to make warheads, then why don't we be honest with them? You know, I think that's personally one of the reasons we run them. We take most of the waste from the foreign countries that have reactors too, because we like to have that plutonium here. We like to have control over that.
The commercial nuclear reactor industry is a support system for the nuclear arms industry. It produces profits, the nuclear arms buildup, and it produces waste products from which plutonium, the crucial ingredient in atom bombs, can be extracted.
Nuclear power is the route to nuclear bombs.
Because the people that own the resources of the country today and the people who have the most clout in the marketplace today are the people who are running the show politically, pure and simple. Oil has the most money. Oil owns uranium, which makes us at the mercy of the oil companies even if we go nuclear. And the minute, in my judgment, the minute the last drop of profit is milked out of the fossil fuel resource, and we then turn to uranium, if that should be the case, we'll be paying blackmail prices for uranium as well, because they also own it, and they'll control the rate at which it gets onto the market. And beyond that, another one of the things that the known reserves of fuel for it will not even fuel all of the existing reactors for their 40-year economic lifetime, that new sources would have to be found. And that simply suggests to me that we'll get down that road a ways, and then we'll be forced to get into the breeder reactor, fuel for the others, and because the natural resources will have been exhausted, and exhausted at a cartelized price, and there can never be any such thing as cheap nuclear energy for that reason.
Because plutonium is made in nuclear, 1,000 megawatt reactor makes or manufactures 500 pounds of plutonium every year. And that's good for the nuclear industry, because within 20 or 30 years the world is going to run out of uranium-235, which presently fuels present-day light water reactors. And so the present-day nuclear energy is a very transitory form of electricity production, but they plan to form of energy production from nuclear energy, which is the breeder reactor. And the breeder reactor takes the plutonium that's been formed in present-day light water reactors, and which I can get into that in a minute, and makes a reactor which is formed primarily of plutonium, a plutonium core which is naturally fissionable like uranium-235, and it's surrounded by a blanket of uranium-238, which is not fissionable. And fission products like strontium-90, cesium, iodine, etc. It makes heat, it boils water, turns into electricity, or generates electricity. But the neutrons being given off by the fission plutonium are captured by the blanket of atoms, and that turns into plutonium. So you end up eventually with a net increase in plutonium, so you keep breeding it forever.
If we do have a supply shortage, and I don't think we ever did, but assuming for a moment we did, opinion, to ration the available supply fairly and equally among all the users, based upon need, and give us a fair shot at it, our share. And until they do, we're not being represented properly. And we have a price rationing system which really redounds to the benefit of who? Source, the oil companies. And they aid and abet the Arabs with each new price increase, because every time they get one, they're enriched by it. So we know we can't expect them to walk into the room, and they sit there when the Arabs meet. When OPEC meets, representatives of our companies sit in the room with them. Activities, because every time an Arab bids up the price another notch, they are the windfall beneficiaries of it. And I think the American people better begin understanding that and wrest control of this government back in their hands. Shut out the vested interest.
And the other thing about plutonium is that it only takes 10 pounds to make an atomic bomb. Now, if we get into the breeder reactor program, which the nuclear industry are hot for doing, it's estimated by the National Council of Churches that by the year 2020 there'll be 30,000 tons of plutonium in this country. Tons.
There are now several in the world. Each year they produce at least 70,000 pounds of plutonium in the waste. This waste sits at the reactor sites with nowhere to go.
McNamara worked out in the 1950s, if this country had 400 bombs, they could blow up half the Russian population and destroy, and that would act as a deterrent. Do you know how many bombs America has now? Over 30,000. And 3 to 10 new hydrogen bombs are built every day in this country, and we pay for it.
We can't trust them. We can't trust them not to drop bombs any more than we can't trust them not to blow up their power plants or spill radiation into the atmosphere or the rivers. It's all of concern for what people really need.
Nuclear produces no jobs, permanent jobs as it is. Construction jobs, sure, but once it's built, there are no more jobs. And I think we have to worry about work and its long-term implications, not the short-term or the near-term or the construction term. And if we got off of nuclear, a greater number of jobs than there would be if we stay on it. So it seems to me it's a political decision and not an economic decision. And if we make the political decision to get off of it, that we will generate actually more jobs, short run and long run, and absolutely in the long run. Any other kind of jobs?
We do need other sources besides coal and oil, but they have to be developed in the public interest. They can't be developed just to make a profit for somebody. And it's the same thing with the war industry, more so with the war industry. We don't need bombs. We don't need MX and Minuteman, because somebody's making money off of it.
Every day, for years and years, more and more weapons are made for profit. You know, they're not made. The frightened of the Russians, the MX is made for profit.
The United States has enough weapons now to kill every person on Earth 12 times over, to kill every Russian person 40 times. Rosalind Carter launched a Trident submarine recently. John Glenn announced with exhilaration, now we have retired of the Russians. If anyone had said that 30 years ago, they would be plonked straight into a lunatic asylum and the doors slammed on them. In that one Trident submarine, in fact, are enough weapons to blow up every major city in the Northern Hemisphere, and America is building about 27 Trident submarines. Of the Russians, because they can overkill the Russians 40 times. They're building them for profit. Next year, it's thought that 52 cents out of every federal tax dollar paid will go into the military-industrial complex.
There is an intimate tie-in between the production of plutonium and every nuclear reactor used by a small country like another Idi Amin or a terrorist group, and as a result, I do not see how mankind could ever have peaceful nuclear energy without living in constant fear of nuclear terrorism and nuclear war.
For Christ's sake, educate yourselves. Learn what's happening to your world. Learn how over half the scientists in this country are employed by the military-industrial complex.
Nobody puts it all together except the top management, and they don't put it out to the public. They may know, but they don't level with the public.
The arms race are the corporations.
That's all obscured by the oil companies from the American people, and I think it's high time they sit up and take notice. They're being taken to the cleaners by a special interest, big oil.
The moral, ethical issue is joined right here. Do we want, for the sake of some, to risk the very future of the next generation?
You are it. You're the next generation. You are, you know, and the people after you. You'll find behind it is a real political insanity and a commitment towards death and destruction that pervades the whole society.
And it could be us. That's what really makes me mad, was the fact that what could go wrong.
I don't see why people aren't here really going out there and forming human chains across the road, you know, just close it down completely. It should just turn into a $500 million monument.
And it's going to take a vast popular movement, which is going to take as much effort as any popular movement in this country ever had. For the 40-hour work week, we're going to have to demand it. We're going to have to fight for it, and it's not something that's just going to be won.
I tell them to go to hell, pure and simple. Because that's where we'll fight it out finally, bottom line, someplace. Maybe on the streets, maybe in the workplace, who knows, but we'll fight it out.
I think the government is not performing its proper functions and the future of the race, the human race. There are too many biological factors involved that we know very little about.
It makes us guinea pigs, definitely. It's part of an experiment, and people are not asked for their consent. Experimentation without informed consent.
What happened here should never, ever happen to anyone again under any circumstances, and it will. Because of the nothing they can do to make these things safe. Safe enough for us.
Harrisburg was not the first partial meltdown. It's the 7th partial meltdown or explosion in the history of nuclear power.
Meltdown is planned for, and the very word accident.
And there'll be 100,000 shipments of plutonium along the highways every year in this country. It's worth more than heroin on the black market. The Teamsters drive the trucks in this country, and we all know the mafia have a strong influence on the Teamsters. And it's not going to be long before people are making their own atomic bombs and plutonium easily. The military already use plutonium to make their atomic bombs all the time. So we're hooked into it, just a totally vicious circle of civilian terrorist bombs stemming from this, non-nuclear nations making atomic bombs from their nuclear, Taiwan, South Korea, Pakistan, South Africa probably, Israel's doing it, Egypt's about to do it, and then back to the military industry in this country, which props up the economy of the United States is virtually built on the military-industrial complex, and they make plutonium. And yet this country says to Pakistan, you're not to make the only ones who are allowed to make them and know how to handle them. So does Russia say that. And you know, that doesn't hold any water with. You are telling us we can't make atomic bombs and you make 3 to 10 hydrogen.
And so the world is.
It's thought that by many eminent scientists now we have before we blow ourselves up in a global holocaust.
We are the curators of life on Earth. We hold it in the palm of our hand. And it is our ultimate responsibility as spiritual and moral feeling human beings to save this planet.
They station soldiers on atomic testing land. They let them get cooked. And when them GIs started to die, the army just started to lie. They said, you can't prove your cancer came from our bomb. Well, they'll tell you that nuclear peace today. But what peaceful use do they have for atomic waste? None. It's a tool of a nuclear war. That's what they want it for. Don't be fooled by the liars in the Pentagon. It's a war machine. The killers ride around in limousines. We gotta stop them, or they'll kill us all. This country, it's a war machine. The killers ride around in limousines. We gotta stop them, kill us all. It's American roulette. You're playing with a loaded gun. There's an atomic time bomb inside of everyone. And they poisoned us for so long. They tell you that it's not wrong. There's a radiation death waiting for everyone. It's a war machine. The killers ride around in limousines. We got
Hey, that's pretty heavy, man. That's We Are the Guinea Pigs from 1980. That's crazy. We have seem to be having some technical difficulties here with sound. I'm finding that my sound keeps cutting out. I was lying down over there and the sound kept cutting out, and I thought, well, I'm losing some frames here. I'm getting a little TDs. So I am going to cut out of here so that this 12 hours can be saved, and I will be back shortly within the hour to start things up again. Alright, so I'll see you by 5 p.m. I'll be back after at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. See you soon. Alright, there we go. And a little bit of this. Alright, people. It's been awesome sauce. Happy holiday. Happy Independence Day. I'm just kind of doing a little bit of check here to see if the sound is coming through my audio video mixer, or was the sound coming through my program, whether it was coming through the program or whether it was going through the audio video mixer. If the audio video mixer is dropping sound occasionally, then I've got to figure it out. It's a solid state, pretty much a little computer, a little solid state, so I'll have to dig into that. Until then, I will be back in about an hour or so, barring any technical difficulties. We'll see. Alright, wish me luck, people. I'll see you, and if not, I'll see you Monday morning, and have a great weekend. Alright, people, I am going to go ahead and roll some morning end credits, because this is the morning show all day. Alright, so I'm going to do that, and we'll see if we get a good deal on, oh, there it is, on the audio. So far the audio seems to be working fine here, so I'm not sure exactly what the issue is. I just don't know. So I'll try to figure it out in the next 30 minutes and be back by 5-ish or so. Alright, people, take care of yourselves. You know what to do. Alright? Be kind to each other. Spread peace and love, not bullshit. Alright? Do something for yourself out there, but do something for somebody else too. Take care of each other. Alright? Be nice. Spread peace and love, not bullshit. Alright? It's real important. Most especially, be weird, because if you ain't weird, ain't nobody gonna be weird for you. Alright, this has been the 4th of July with Crazy Old Weird Bearded Guy in the morning, and we're just about 12 hours. So I will see you in about an hour, and we'll start hour 13. Alright, people? Take care of yourselves. I'll see you in a bit. Adios.